Hey guys. This is part 9 of What If Naruto Became the Raikage. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 16: The Great Naruto Bridge. 1 week later. 2 months after the Battle of Konoha, the representatives of Konoha arrived at the Great Naruto Bridge. The group itself was larger than what most people would expect a diplomatic group to be, where it was made up of the members of the former Konoha 12, along with the Godame Hokage Tsunade, her former teammate Jiraiya, and her advisors, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Also with them were Yumino Irika and his 3-month pregnant wife Anko, and their now 6-year-old daughter Aiko, as well as former team leader of Team 7, Hatake Kakashi, the former head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and a member of Danzo's Root Division. The group was also accompanied by the representative of the Fire Daimyo, who wished to form good relationship with his neighboring nation and the growing superpower. The representative was none other than the famed samurai general Takeda Shinjin, cousin of the Fire Daimyo and leader of Hai no Kuni's Fire Country, most powerful and influential samurai clan, the Takeda clan. Shingon was a revered general and samurai, who was known and respected by all shinobi and non-shinobi, and was known as Tora Hai no Kuni, the Tiger of Fire Country. But not only was he a master tactician and a brilliant leader of men in battle, but was also a capable diplomat, who knew the value of forging good relations with one's neighbors and knew when to compromise. Shinjin was a massive man, who had large muscular build and stood 6'6", well over everyone else in the group, including Jiraiya, who was 6'2". He wore crimson-red armor and headdress donned with large bull-like horns on the top, and carried a massive battle axe on his back, much like Choji. 1. As the group made their way across the Great Naruto Bridge, they were met by a squad of new Kumo shinobi, who were part of the division that was stationed at Nami no Kuni. Once all the members of the group had been searched, and were made to hand over their weapons, they were escorted to the village, where they met Inari and several of his samurai. "Greetings, Hokage-sama. Welcome to Nami no Kuni. My name is Inari and I am in charge of security here," spoke the young man. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Inari Taicho," greeted the blonde Hokage with a kind smile, where she then held out her hand in friendship, which the young samurai took. After which Tsunade then introduced Inari to the rest of her group, the ones he did not know. After introductions were all done, Inari then led them to the recently built fort on the outskirts of the village, which was where the other representatives were waiting. As they walked to the opposite end of the village, Tsunade decided to pose a question. "I was told that you and Naruto were rather close, when he first arrived here in Nami no Kuni, with the rest of his team?" "Yes, Naruto and I was the one who inspired me to fight and protect what I hold dear and help the rest of my village rediscover our courage," answered Inari, causing Tsunade to smile. Since Naruto had a knack for bringing out the best of most people, when he was around them long enough. "So, how long have you known the truth about Naruto being the Raikage?" Kakashi asked suddenly, as he walked next to Tsunade and Inari. "Ni-sama revealed himself to us, right after the invasion," replied Inari in a neutral tone. Flashback 2.5 months, Nami no Kuni invasion. After walking up to the Raikage, both Inari and Tazuna fell to their knees and bowed their heads in gratitude to the leader of New Kumo. "Thank you, Raikage Denka. Our country is forever in your debt. We were starting to believe that you would not arrive in time, or you did not accept our petition to join the Heavenly Alliance, and would not come to our aid," said Tazuna, and was followed by his grandson. "As my grandfather said, our people are forever in your debt. If there is anything we can ever do for you, please do not hesitate to ask us, for our country would surely have fallen had you and your shinobi not arrived when you did." Seeing the two men on their knees, the Raikage lowered himself down to them and looked directly into their eyes. "Well, you could always build and name another bridge after me," said the Raikage in a low whisper and a wink, causing both Inari and Tazuna's eyes to widen in surprise and go pale white, realizing who the Raikage was. "Naradash," said Inari, but before he could finish, he heard Naruto go "SSSSSHHHH," telling him to stop. "Listen, both of you, I know you're both surprised by this, but for now pretend that nothing has changed, as I don't want Hatake or the others to know the truth about me yet. I promise that I explain everything later tonight, when we're alone, okay?" whispered the masked Raikage, where both Inari and Tazuna nodded and got back onto their feet. End flashback. After a few minutes, Tsunade and the rest of the group arrived at the wooden fort, which was being guarded by several new Kumo shinobi. After making sure that everyone was cleared, the group were escorted to the main building in the certain of the fort, where they found the representatives of most of the other nations and villages that were preparing to join or ally themselves with the Heavenly Alliance. Hokage-sama, allow me to introduce to the other representatives of the other nations that will be traveling with you to New Kumo for the Alliance gathering, said Inari as he introduced the Konoha group to the representatives. The first group was the representatives of Nadeshiko no Sato, Pink Flower Village, which was represented by its leader Shizuka, who strangely enough had a connection with Jiraiya, as he knew her mother from long ago. The village itself had been a long-term ally of the Heavenly Alliance, and was now preparing to become a full member. The second group was from Benisutu, Crimson Sandbank Island, who until recently had been a protectorate of the Heavenly Alliance, just like Konoha was about to become, but was now becoming a full member of the Heavenly Alliance. The third group was the Suna group, which was made up of Gaara, his wife Matsuri and his siblings along with their former sensei Baki and an official from the royal court of Kaze no Kuni, Wind Country. The fourth and fifth groups were made of officials who represented Inkai no Kuni, Ocean Country, Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, who were all preparing to join the Heavenly Alliance as official members. The sixth group was from Suki no Kuni, Moon Country, and its shinobi village, Getsugekyo no Sato, village hidden under the moon, which was founded thanks to the help of New Kumo and was represented by the village leader, a middle-aged man named Sato. After introducing Tsunade and the others to most of the other representatives, who were going with them to New Kumo, Inari then introduced them to the last two groups, which was the most surprising to the Konoha group. The seventh group was made up of none other than the new daimyo of Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, Yasuji Kenshin and his bodyguard Kasuga and one other individual. The new water daimyo was of course not what the Konoha group expected. He was a tall and rather skinny middle-aged man and clearly looked unsure of himself. Something that was unusually for a daimyo, and it was obvious that he was very nervous about being surrounded by so many shinobi. But it was not surprising given how the previous water daimyo had used Kiri and its shinobi, as his secret police, to eliminate anyone who would stand up to him or threaten his position as daimyo. At the same time, Shinjen went over to Kenshin and greeted his fellow samurai general, who he had found of several different occasions in the last Great War, during which both Shingon and Kenshin formed a mutual respect for one another's skill as fighters and tacticians, where they developed a sort of rivalry. The final member of the group was of course the most surprising to Tsunade and Jiraiya, who recognized him. The man in question was a relative tall young-looking man, about 6'2", with muscular man and long black hair that was gathered in a ponytail and parted so to frame his face. He wore a sky-blue karatiji, too, with sandals and wore a large white cloak over it, and carried a medium-sized katana on left hip. "Hiko, is that you?" asked the surprised Jiraiya, who had a look of utter shock on his face. "It has been some time, Jiraiya-san, Tsunade-san, or should I say Hokage-sama," replied the man named Hiko, with a small smile. "I thought you were dead," Jiraiya stated, as he tried to get over his surprise. "That was a belief I wanted everyone to maintain after our last encounter, where I decided to retire from shinobi life. But sadly I forced to come out, due to the civil war in my village, where I could no longer stand by and watch the Godain Mizukage tyranny," Hiko answered. "Hokage-sama, who is this man?" asked Sakura suddenly, since she was curious as to how her sensei and Jiraiya knew him. "This is Takara Hiko, the first man to ever become a member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 shinobi swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, without ever training or using one of their special swords. He is also credited with being the greatest swords master to have ever lived in Kirigikure, Hidden Mist, and uses the Tenken, Divine Sword, fighting style," explained the Toad Sage. At hearing this, most of the younger group were surprised, but none were as surprised as Tenten, who had heard of Hiko and couldn't believe she was actually meeting one of the shinobi world's greatest sword masters. "You haven't aged a day since then," commented Tsunade suddenly, while at the same time wondering what the man's secret was. "Some of us aged more gracefully than other Hokage-sama," Hiko replied, with a small smile, which annoyed the female Kage slightly. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but what do you mean by him not aging?" asked Niji. "What I mean is that Hiko is almost as old as Jiraiya and me," explained the female Hokage, where the eyes of the younger members of the Konoha group widened in surprise. 53 to be precise," Hiko replied, ignoring the shocked look on most of the Konoha members' faces. "No way!" cried Ino in disbelief, since at most the man looked like he was in his mid to early 30s. Eventually, after everyone had been introduced, and the excitement of Hiko's real age died down, the Konoha group turned to the eighth and final group, which represented Kiri. Naturally, when Jiraiya saw the new Mizukage, the Toad Sage went into pervert mode, but before he could try anything, Tsunade delivered a sharp elbow to his gut, causing him to keel over slightly in pain, making sure that he didn't embarrass Konoha by trying to hit on the Mizukage. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Hokage-sama. I've wanted to meet you for a very long time," spoke the female Mizukage, with a smile, and held out her hand to Tsunade, as a sign of friendship, which the Hokage took. After shaking hands with her fellow female Kage, Mei then introduced the rest of her party to the Konoha group, all of whom were members of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu. Once the introductions were all done, the representatives were joined by Tazuna, who would be going with them to New Kumo, as the representative of Nami no Kuni. He then went on to explain to everyone that they would be traveling by ship to a port in Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, and from there they would travel to New Kumo. After a little while, the 11 individual parties left the fort with an escort of New Kumo shinobi and headed towards the coast at the other end of the island, where they would meet the fleet that would take them to the Kaminari no Kuni. When they arrived at the shore, they found the flagship of New Kumo fleet, the Zenio Ryo, waiting for them, along with 2 other fortress ships, acting as escorts. "So those are the Alliance fortress ships that we've heard about," commented Tsunade, when she saw the 3 massive ships and could not help but be impressed by them. "That they are, Hokage-sama," spoke an unknown male voice out of nowhere. When the groups heard this, they immediately started to look around to see who had spoken. After a few seconds of looking, they saw a tall man, about 6'2", with long white hair that went down to his lower shoulder blades and face, where he had it parted on the left side of his face. He had a slightly narrow yet handsome face with bright blue eyes. He wore a black shirt with a white trench coat over it, along with black shinobi pants and steel-tip boots, and carried a long katana on his back. "A pleasure to see you again, Anasu-kun," said Mei with a smile, when she saw the young man. "As it is to see you again, Mizukage-sama," replied Anasu, with his own smile and a slight bow. "Excuse me, but who exactly are you?" asked Hinata, since like everyone she was curious as to the identity of the man in front of them. "Oh, yeah, sorry about that, I haven't introduced myself to most of you," said the slightly embarrassed Anasu. "My name is Seiwa Anasu. I am the Raikage second in command, and I am here to escort all of you to New Kumo." At hearing Anasu's full name, the eyes of Konoha members quickly widened in surprise, as they realized that Anasu was the one who Naruto said was almost as strong as him. "So you're the one who led the invasion of Mizu no Kunai and Kiri, the infamous Korisui no Kami, god of ice and water," spoke Jiraiya, as he remembered the reports he heard about the man in front of him. "That would be correct," Anasu answered rather coolly, as he did not have a great deal of respect for the famed Toad Sage of Konoha, given how he neglected his duties to his friend, as his godfather. "Now, before we proceed any further, I'd like to introduce you to my wives, Keiko, Saya, Seiko, Isaribi, Sunli, and my fiancés Fuma, Sasami, and Hokuto." At hearing this, nearly everyone thought the exact same thing. "He has 5 wives and 2 fiancés. Damn, and here I thought Naruto was a lucky bastard," thought Jiraiya. "Oh manin, first Naruto, now this guy, what the hell those 2 have that I don't?" thought Kiba with a twig of jealousy as he looked at Anasu wives and fiancés. For, once the introductions were all done, Anasu then turned to Sasuke, who had been staring intently at the white-haired man ever since he first appeared. As Sasuke stared at the man, he noticed that Anasu did not give out the same kind of authoritative presence that Naruto could, which could make most around him submissive. But even though he did not have the same kind of presence, he did possess the same powerful aura that Naruto had, which spoke of immense power. The 2 of them continued to stare off at one another for a minute or 2, as if they were sizing each other up. Eventually Sasuke decided to speak. "You look like you've something to say to me?" "Yeah, I have 2 words for you, get lost." "What?" "You heard me, go back to Konoha, you're not welcome in New Kumo. You've no right to make demands of us, as Uchiha Sasuke is part of my personal detail and I am a member of the Konoha representative team," stated Danzo as he stepped between Anasu and Sasuke and stared at Anasu. "Well, if you want these talks to go anywhere, you have to do what I say," Anasu answered as he stared at the elderly man, who did not back down. "Is that a threat?" Danzo asked. No, it's a fact. Now, as I said, if you want these talks with the Alliance to happen, you'll send him back home. Since we're well aware that Uchiha Sasuke attempted to assassinate our Raikage without provocation, and we will not give him another chance to do so again. After hearing this, Tsunade smiled, since she had never wanted to have Sasuke with them to begin with, for fear of him lashing out at Naruto. But unfortunately, since Sasuke was still a member of Root, she had limited control of him, and ever since the incident with Naruto, Danzo has not allowed Sasuke to leave his side. Sounds like the dope is scared of me, mocked Sasuke, which earned him the glares of many of the new Kumo shinobi that accompanied the representatives, as well as Anasa's fiancées and wives, who gripped their weapons tightly in anger. Seeing how the situation was turning, Anasu acted quickly and held up his hand, telling his people to calm down. Once they did, the young man then turned back to Sasuke and glared coldly at the young Uchiha, who didn't even flinch at the cold glare. I suggest that you hold your tongue when you speak of the Raikage in front of us, Uchiha, said Anasu as he spat out Sasuke's surname. We do not take kindly to people who insults our leader, especially from the likes of you. And what's that supposed to mean? Asked Sasuke with a cool glare. To put it simply, Uchiha, your reputation precedes you, Anasu answered. Besides, you should be grateful that you're being forbidden in entering our village, since there are many shinobi in our village who would love to get a piece of you. TSK, like I care about those losers, they can hate me all they want, scoffed Sasuke, not the least bit worried that there were those in New Kumo that wanted him dead. Well, aren't we the confident one? Commented Anasu. Okay then, if you're so sure of your skill, how about I make you a deal? What sort of deal? You go one-on-one with me right now, explained Anasu. If you win, you can proceed with the rest of us to New Kumo. But if I win, you go back to Konoha without incident. When Sasuke heard this, he raised his eyebrow with interest, as Anasu offer made for an interesting opportunity, since after the invasion and seeing Naruto's battle with Orochimaru, his allies and the revived Hokages, Sasuke had put himself under intensive training and pushed himself further than he had before, in the hopes of reaching Naruto's level and defeating him. Hence, if he fought and defeated Anasu, he knew he'd be one step closer to defeating not only Naruto, but also his brother Itachi. Sasuke was, of course, not the only one who thought this would be an interesting opportunity, as Danzo believed it would be a perfect chance to see what the famed Kurisui no Kami was capable of with his own eyes. Fine, you got a deal. Good, Anasu answered, as he smirked in victory at how Sasuke had taken his bait, where he could now follow Naruto's orders towards dealing with Sasuke, which were to kick his ass. Now, just to make things more fair, we'll follow the same rules that you and Naruto had at the Valley of the End. All you have to do to win is scratch this headband, stated Anasu, as he untied his Kumo headband from his arm and tied it to his head. Sasuke, of course, glared at this, as he could read the underlined insult from Anasu's remark. I'll do more than just scratch your headband, replied Sasuke as he glared at Anasu, who just smirked again. Quickly the new Kumo escorts and the other nation representatives moved away from the beach and to the tree line, where they would watch the match. Once everyone had moved to a safe enough distance, Sasuke drew out his new Chikudo 5, which had been returned to him, along with the rest of his gear after he agreed to Anasu's challenge. At the same time, Anasu grabbed the handle of the sword on his back and drew it. The sword was quite long, where its blade was about 1.4 meters long and had a usual guard shaped like a four-pointed star. As soon as Anasu drew the katana, a massive and powerful pulse of chakra was felt by everyone in the surrounding area, which was familiar to most people. This power, it's just like when Nisan drew his sword, commented Konohamaru. He's right, replied Kakashi. Could that katana be another one of the 3 celestial swords? Asked Tsunade. It is, answered Sunli, who was standing nearby. Which one is it? Jiraiya asked, although he already had a clue, given what clan Anasu was from. Hyarinmaru, replied Sasami, confirming Jiraiya's suspicions. Naturally, nearly everyone was surprised to hear that Anasu possessed one of the 3 celestial swords, like Naruto. But as surprised as everyone was, there were those who became very concerned by this revelation. These people were none other than Danzo and Koharu, since it was troubling enough to them that Naruto had won. But now, after learning that Anasu had won as well, their concerns of New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance only grew more. Since by having 2 out of the 3 celestial swords in their possess, New Kumo had 2 weapons capable of turning the balance of power even more into their favor, making them that more powerful than they already were, as well as making it that much harder for anyone to stand up to them, let alone defeat them. It also made Danzo and Koharu wonder what other secrets knew Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance have and how powerful were they really? Tenten, do you know anything about this sword? Niji asked, as he turned to his former female teammate, who knew a bit about the three celestial swords. Not much, but according to legend, Hyarinmaru is incredibly powerful, like the sword of Tengu, and is said to have the power over water and ice, which is why it's sometimes called the sword of the ocean. It's said that it can create a tidal wave large enough to wash away a small nation or freeze an entire castle and turn it into a giant block of ice. Some say that it even has the power to affect the weather, like the sword of Tengu. If that's true, and if what we've heard about Ana Sedano being the last remaining Hayatan holder, then it would make for an extremely powerful and beneficial weapon for someone like him to have, stated Niji. But where could he have gotten it? Sakura asked openly, which was what most people were wondering. I believe I can answer that, spoke the Rokudame Mizuki suddenly, gaining everyone's attention. What do you mean, Mizuki-sama? Asked Shino, as he and everyone else turned to face the female Kage. As all of you know, during the Great Shinobi Clan Wars and before the rise of the Shinobi villages, Shinobi clans in many nations fought each other constantly over missions or clan feuds. During that time, the Seiwa clan rose up to become the strongest Shinobi clan in Mizuno Kuni, which was thanks not only to their powerful Hayatan bloodline, but also because of their clan head, who was said to wield a powerful weapon, which enhanced his ice powers to unimaginable levels. Although never confirmed, many believed he wielded one of the three celestial swords, or to be more precise, Hyarinmaru. When Kiri was eventually formed, many in my village, including the Shodame, Naidame, and Sandame Mizukijas, investigated the Seiwa clan, in the hope of discovering if the clan really did possess Hyarinmaru. Their investigations of course turned up nothing, but regardless, there were many in my village that still believed that the Seiwa possessed it, and it was because of this belief that the Seiwa clan were the first bloodline clan to be attacked. Since the Yandame Mizukij feared that one of the Seiwa members would use it against him in his war against bloodline holders. But if the Seiwa clan really did have Hyarinmaru, why didn't they use it to defend themselves? Ino asked. More than likely, for the same reason why no one could use the sword of Tengu before the Naidame Raikage and Naruto Dano. The sword did not accept anyone else who tried to use it, given how it is sentient, and only accepts certain people, stated Niji. After a few minutes, the discussion about Hyarinmaru died down and everyone turned their attention back to Sasuke and Anasu, who were about to start their battle. Sasuke made the first move, where in a feat of incredible speed, he disappeared within a blink of an eye and reappeared right above Anasu, and swung his Chikuto in a downward slash in an attempt to cut Anasu in two. Seeing this, Anasu quickly jumped backwards to avoid the slash, where the only thing Sasuke hit was the ground, causing a large cloud of sand from the bleach to rise up. Not to be deterred, Sasuke chased after Anasu and attempted a horizontal slash across Anasu's chest, which Anasu skillfully avoided. This went on for the next few minutes, where Sasuke continued with a series of relentless attacks on Anasu. But each time Anasu would skillfully evade the Uchiha's sword slashes and stabs. Eventually Sasuke's and Anasu's swords clashed with one another, where Anasu was forced to block a powerful downward strike from Sasuke. He then maneuvered his sword to push Sasuke back and then went on the offensive, where he attempted to stab Sasuke with a forward thrust. Sasuke of course avoided the stab by jumping backward, where he then threw several shuriken at Anasu, who skillfully deflected the projectiles with his sword as he charged at Sasuke and attempted to cut the raven-haired boy with a downward slash. Like the last attack, Sasuke jumped back to avoid it, but when Anasu's katana hit the ground, the young white-haired man lifted his sword up, causing the sand to rise up and into Sasuke's eyes, temporarily blinding him. This created an opening, which Anasu exploited by thrusting his sword forward at the young rude captain. Acting on his instincts, Sasuke quickly jumped up into the air and avoided the stab, where he then swung his right leg at the side of Anasu's head, who avoided the kick by disappearing and reappearing several meters opposite Sasuke. With the observers, "It seems that Dickless has improved since the Battle of Konoha," commented Sai. "Indeed," replied Shino. "Judging by how battle has gone so far, both of them are about even. I wouldn't go that far just yet since Naruto openly stated that Anasu's power rivals his own, so obviously he hasn't even gotten started yet," stated Tsunade. "You got that right, since Anasu-kun is only playing around," said Sunli, gaining everyone's attention. "Since he didn't become the Raikage tag team partner simply because of his good looks." Tag team partner? Sakura repeated, not fully understanding it. It's an old tradition that goes back to when Kumo was founded, explained Jiraiya. You see, in Kumo, the Raikage has always had a tag team partner, who not only brings out the Raikage's full power, but defends him or her as well. That's correct, replied Keiko. Together Anasakuin and Naruto are an unbeatable team, where together they're known in New Kumo as the Sashin no Erasure, twin gods of storm. None of the representatives were too surprised when they heard this, since they were all familiar in some way of Naruto abilities and power. The same also went for Anasu, since rumors had also begun to spread of his abilities and how his power rivaled Naruto's. Hence it wouldn't be a surprise that together, the two would be a powerful team. With Sasuke and Anasu. Not bad, evidently the rumors of your skill are true, commented Anasu as he stared at Sasuke. Naruto told me you were good and I can see that he was right. It's actually a shame that you're such a piece of work. You would have made a powerful ally if you haven't become so full in hate and anger. Are you just going to keep yapping like the dope or are you going to fight? Asked Sasuke, not caring what Anasu had to say. As the two faced off again, Anasu began to see a dark aura form around Sasuke, filled with murderous intent. When he looked into the Uchiha's eyes, he could see the same cold darkness in his eyes, indicating that Sasuke was intending on killing him, if not maim him. This guy may be more off the edge than we thought, as he actually trying to kill me, thought Anasu as he stared at Sasuke with a blank look. Die! Cried Sasuke as he charged forward with his Chikudo, while Anasu did the same. When the two clashed, they began to exchange blows with each other's swords. This continued for the next few minutes, until eventually they broke apart. During the fight, Anasu proved that he was much faster than Sasuke and used his superior speed to keep Sasuke on the defensive for most of the time. Sasuke, although, was able to keep Anasu at bay by activating his Sharingan and using it to track Anasu's movements. Soon after breaking apart, Anasu recommenced the fight by using his superior speed to disappear and reappear on Sasuke's left and attacked from the side with a high-speed slash. Acting quickly, Sasuke used his Chidori Nagashi, 1000 Birds Current, to stop the attack, where he created a Chidori in his left free hand without using any hand seals and released it in every direction. This created an electrical discharge that went in every direction and hit Anasu, stopping him in his tracks. Seeing his opponent momentarily distracted by the lightning running through his body, Sasuke quickly spun around and slashed at Anasu with his sword, cutting the young man in two. But before Sasuke could take pleasure in his victory, Anasu turned into a wooden long, revealing that he had used a Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, to replace himself. As soon as Sasuke realized what had happened, Anasu appeared behind Sasuke and attempted to stab the Root Captain from behind. Seeing Anasu appear behind him, Sasuke immediately spun his sword backward and held it in a reverse grip, and then stabbed his sword backwards and into Anasu's stomach. Who could not see it until it was too late thanks to Sasuke's black cloak blocking his view. 6. But as soon as Sasuke stabbed the white-haired new Kumonin, Anasu turned white and shattered in large pieces of ice, revealing that the Anasu Sasuke stabbed was a Hayaton, Kori Bunshin, Ice Release, Ice Clone, A. Seeing that the Anasu he stabbed was a clone, Sasuke immediately started to search for Anasu, who appeared out of the water, on Sasuke's right side, and attempted to slash at Sasuke again. Acting quickly, the young Uchiha jumped backwards to avoid the sword slash, but was unable to avoid it fully, where his right sleeve was cut. But as soon as he landed back on the beach, he was put on the defensive by Anasu, who delivered a powerful downward slash at Sasuke, who barely blocked it with his sword in time. Anasu, of course, did not let up the pressure, as he continued to attack Sasuke with powerful slashes and strike, that he barely blocked each time. Knowing he needed a distraction, Sasuke ripped off his torn sleeve and threw it in front of Anasu's face, so to block his line of sight for a second, which it did, where he then pushed it out of the way with his sword. But as soon as he did, Sasuke then went of the offensive, where he started attacking Anasu with a relentless series of slashes and strikes with his sword, leaving Anasu little opportunities to counterattack. As Anasu continued to be forced back, he activated a small seal at the bottom of his sword hilt, which released a crescent-shaped blade attached to its hilt by a long metal chain. Once the crescent-shaped blade and chain was released, Anasu threw the chain and wrapped it around Sasuke's Chikuto and pulled him back, causing Sasuke to lose his balance. After which Anasu swung him around and into one of the nearby trees. But before he could hit the tree, Sasuke flipped himself around in midair, so that he would hit the tree feet first, and used his chakra so that he could stay on the tree. He also then freed his Chikuto from the chain that was wrapped around it, which retracted back into the Anasa's sword. Impressive, you're a lot better in Kenjutsu than I originally thought. I'm guessing you've been training intensely these past few months, commented Anasu, as he stared at Sasuke, who used the Haishunshin, fire body flicker, to disappear in a whirl of fire and reappear at the other end of the beach opposite Anasu. But still, I believe it's time to get serious, since we can't play around all day, as I have a schedule to keep and out of respect for your skill as a shinobi. I'll give you this one chance to concede, there'll be no shame in giving up, but if you refuse, be warned I will not hold back on you. You can stop acting so tough, as you're not only one who has been holding back and I have no intention of quitting, replied Sasuke. Very well then, but remember Uchiha, you're the one who forced me to do this. I gave you the chance to walk away, replied Anasu, with serious tone and look. After which his eyes started to glow bright white and both he and his sword began to release a massive amount of chakra, which could be clearly seen by all the observers. Hell, looks like this battle is about to end, commented Seiko. What do you mean? Is he going to use Hyarimura true power? Tenten asked. Yes, he is, and when Anasakun unleashes Hyarimura true power, he becomes every bit as dangerous as the Raikage, replied Keiko. You're also in for a special treat, since you're about to see with your own eyes how Anasakun earned the moniker Kumo no Isuryu, Ice Dragon of Kumo, added Sunli with a knowing look. With Anasu and Sasuke Bleach OST Storm Center, as his power started to grow, Anasu suddenly raised his sword up high and shouted out, Reign over the frosted heavens, Hyarinmaru! After which a massive roar of some massive beast could be heard coming from the sword by everyone in the surrounding area, which forced many people cover their ears from the loudness of it. Soon after, the sky began to darken as storm clouds suddenly appeared, while the sea became rougher from the high winds that were blowing. What's going on? How is he causing this? Thought Sasuke, as he saw the effect of Anasu's sword was having on the weather. Is that sword causing all of this? Could it be another one of the 3 celestial swords, just like the dopes? Suddenly Anasu then jumped up into the air and roared out, Hyoryu, Ice Dragon! Where a massive Chinese dragon, made out of ice with glowing red eyes erupted from the sword and circled around Anasu. What the hell? Cried Sasuke in disbelief, when he saw the giant ice dragon appear out of Anasu's sword and charge straight for him. Acting quickly, Sasuke jumped into the air to avoid the ice dragon, where it crashed onto the beach and exploded into a massive wave of water and ice. The sheer mass and velocity of the attack was so great that it encompassed much of the area that was behind Sasuke, including the coastal water, which was frozen solid up to several yards. Even the trees that were to Sasuke's right, which were opposite the sea, were unable to remain unaffected by the attack, as many of them were blown off the roots and frozen solid. Shit! There was too much water and it was coming into too fast for me to avoid completely, thought Sasuke angrily, as he landed next to another tree that was facing Anasu when he landed. He then glared coldly at the male ice user, while at the same time he glanced down at his right leg, which was now frozen in ice. Since he was unable to avoid the attack completely, and some of the water hit his right leg and froze almost instantly. Knowing that he would be unable to move fully with his leg like this, Sasuke charged his sword with lightning and struck the ice with it. But much to his surprise and confusion, the ice did not shatter. That won't work, I'm afraid, commented Anasu, when he saw Sasuke trying to free his leg. That ice is no ordinary ice, it is specially created by Hyarimuru itself, where it is as strong as steel and is extremely resistant to most katan ninjutsu. Meaning it'll take much more than a simple tab from your sword there to break it, and the ice won't melt for 3 days. But still, that won't matter much, since I'm ending this match now, stated Anasu, before he swung his sword again and roared out, Hyoryu! Creating another massive ice dragon from his sword. Knowing he couldn't avoid the attack this time, with his leg like this, Sasuke knew his best chance was to block the technique, where did several hands seal and brought his 2 front fingers to his mouth. He then inhaled deeply and thought, Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, where he then exhaled a massive ball of fire. Sadly though, when the fireball collided with the ice dragon, Anasu's dragon easily overpowered the fire attack and turned it into a ball of ice, where it shattered into pieces, after which the ice dragon continued to charge towards Sasuke, who could do little other than watch in horror as the ice dragon came at him and hit him. When the attack hit Sasuke, the young Uchiha blasted back through several trees, which were frozen solid by the attack. By the time the attack ended, a large portion of the area behind Sasuke was now a frozen wasteland, with the ground now covered entirely by ice. The most of the trees that were behind him were now frozen, where the ones that fell from the force of the attack littered the area stuck in odd-looking positions, while those that were able to stay rooted looked like glass ornaments. After the attack, Sasuke found that he was unable to move, where with the exception of his head, his entire body was covered in ice. And Bleach OST Storm Center seeing his situation, Sasuke tried to summon his chakra to free himself from the ice, but quickly found that he could not. "I wouldn't bother trying to summon your chakra if I were you, Uchiha," said Anasu, as he appeared over Sasuke. "This ice, it somehow seals away my chakra, doesn't it?" said Sasuke as his body started to go numb with the cold of the ice. "Correct, you catch on quick. The ice generated by Hyarinmaru is not only strong, but also suppresses the chakra in a person, making it near impossible to break out of," answered Anasu. Soon enough, Sasuke and Anasu were joined by the representatives and their new Kumo escort, all of whom, minus the new Kumo members, were shocked by the level of power that Anasu's sword had. "Incredible," Tsunade remarked as she looked around the now ice-covered area that was created by Anasu's attack. "Damn, he took down Sasuke without breaking a sweat," said Kiba, even though he didn't like the Uchiha. Kiba knew that Sasuke was no pushover and that he was stronger than him. "Like I said earlier, you haven't seen anything yet when it concerns Anasu-kun, an excuse and corny phrase, but what all of you've seen right now is only the tip of the iceberg," stated Sunli. "He's certainly an impressive shinobi. He has the swiftness of the wind, the coolness of a mountaintop, and the fieriness of the raging sea," commented Shingen, who was beginning to see that it would indeed be wise to ally with the Heavenly Alliance if they had shinobi like Naruto and Anasu. "Now then, Sasuke-san, I believe in accordance to our agreement, you'll go back to Konoha without incident, like a good little Uchiha." Sasuke of course growled angrily at this, especially at the last remark. "And how do you even expect me to leave like this?" growled Sasuke. Anasu just smirked at this question, before he tapped the ice that covered Sasuke with his sword, causing it to shatter and break. Once the ice around Sasuke was broken, Anasu stabbed his sword into the ice-covered ground, causing cracks to appear on the ice and spread throughout the ice all around, and then eventually shatter into pieces and break. When Sasuke and the others saw this, they realized that not only could Hyarinmaru created unique ice, it also had the power to destroy it. Soon after the ice had broken off him, Sasuke slowly stood up. "I trust that you know your way back," stated Anasu as sheathed his sword back into his sheath on his back and turned his back to Sasuke and started to walk away. Seeing this of course infuriated Sasuke, as he remembered his fight with Naruto at the Memorial Stone, or more specially his words. Flashback: after being defeated by Naruto, Sasuke looked up at the blonde Raikage, who was standing over him with a cold mocking smirk. Seeing the angry look on Sasuke's face, Naruto's smirk grew. As he looked down at Sasuke, Naruto enjoyed how he brought down his former best friend and rival. "I want you to do me a favor for me, Sasuke. I want you to remember this day. I want you to remember how the class dope and loser was able to kick you sorry ass, without even breaking a sweat. I want you to remember how I could have killed you with ease, but I let you live because you weren't worth killing," said Naruto with a cold smirk, while saying the last part slowly. And flashback: after remembering his past humiliation and how familiar this scene was to the one in Konoha, Sasuke began to leak killing intent. Seeing the angry look on Sasuke's face and feeling his killing intent, Tsunade and the other Konoha members prepared to move in and stop Sasuke from repeating the event at the Memorial Stone. But before any of them could intervene, 6 ice spikes burst out of the ground around Sasuke and pinned him in the middle of them and had their deadly points pressed against all sides of his neck. The next thing he or anyone knew, Anasu was directly in front of Sasuke with his sword once again drawn and pointed right between the Uchiha's eyes, giving him a cold and deadly look. At seeing this, most of the representatives were surprised at Anasu's speed, as within a second Anasu had performed the jutsu that pinned Sasuke, then drew his katana and appeared right in front of the raven-haired captain. "It seems that Sunli-san was correct. Anasu-sama is indeed stronger than he lets on, or at the very least faster," thought Niji, since to do all that in the space of only a second was no small feat. Once Sasuke was at Anasu's mercy, a cold chill began to fill the air, making everyone shiver slightly from the cold. At the same time, Anasu began to leak out a potent and powerful killing intent, which made what Sasuke released a moment ago look meek in comparison. Do not test me any more than you already have, Uchiha. Unlike Naruto, I will not let you live, simply because I think you're not worth killing," stated Anasu in an icy tone. "Now you've two choices: you can return to your village of your own accord, or you can go back feet first. It's entirely up to you, as I don't really care, but either way, you're leaving this land." At this threat, Sasuke just glared at Anasu, not showing an ounce of fear. But before things could go any further, Danzo suddenly intervened, where he stepped forward and looked directly at the young man, who glanced at the old man. "That's enough, Sasuke. You've lost and will honor your agreement with Anasu-san. Do not disgrace our village any more than you already have." Upon hearing Danzo's orders, Sasuke relented, reluctantly though. Seeing this, Anasu then sheathed his sword and had his ice spikes recede. Once the tension died down, the temperature began to return to normal. Danzo went over to Sasuke and told him that he was to return to Konoha. He even went so far as ordering his other root operative to accompany Sasuke back to Konoha, so to make sure that the Uchiha return home. At the same time, Anasu called over 4 new Kumonins and told them to accompany Sasuke and the root agent to the Great Naruto Bridge and make sure they leave the island without incident. Once Sasuke, the root agent, and their new Kumo guards left the area, Tsunade went over and apologized for Sasuke's actions, and assured Anasu that she never wanted Sasuke to come in the first place, but could not prevent it since he was part of Root. She also assured Anasu that none of the other Konoha representatives would act out of line and would act with the utmost professionalism. Anasu of course accepted Tsunade's apology and said he understood, which relieved the woman. After the excitement died down, Anasu went on to explain that for security reasons the representatives would only be allowed in certain sections of the ship. Also because of these reasons, Hinata, her father Hayashi, and cousin Niji would all have to wear chakra-suppressing seals, so to ensure they could not use their Dijutsu to spy. Naturally, Danzo and Koharu objected to this, but Anasu said that was how things were, and unless they agree, none of the Hyuga members could board the ship or journey to New Kumo. Eventually Hinata and the other agreed to the conditions, despite arguments from both Danzo and Koharu, and allowed Anasu to place the seals on their foreheads. He of course assured them that the seals would be removed once they reached New Kumo and allowed Jiraiya to examine them, so to ensure that they did only what they were supposed to and that there were no other effect. After the seals were placed on Hinata and the others, Anasu warned them not to tamper or try to remove them, since they could only be removed by him. Once everything was taken care of, Anasu and all the other representatives went over to the small boats that were waiting for them, which would take them over to the Zenio Ryo, which in turn would take them to Kaminari no Kuni. Unknown location in Ishi no Kuni, Stone Country, deep in an underground base, the former Shirohige no Konoha, Konoha's white snake, Orochimaru sat on a large throne-like chair, allowing his right-hand man Kabuto to remove the bandages around his left arm. Once the bandages were removed, Orochimaru began to flex his arm and move it around. "It seems that you've made a full recovery, Orochimaru-sama," commented Kabuto as he stood up and saw his master move his arm about. "Yes, no thanks to that blasted Kyuubi brat," replied Orochimaru, as he remembered his humiliating defeat at the hands of Naruto, and how he lost his main base of operations in Tano Kuni, Ricefield Country. Not to mention the funding he received from the daimyo, who he had successfully manipulated into doing his bidding. "Have you received any word for our spies yet?" the Snake Sannin asked. "Yes, it seems that Kiri, Suna, and several other shinobi villages, along with some of the other nations, are planning to ally themselves with the Heavenly Alliance. Even IWA is planning to make peace with the Alliance, in the hope of avoiding destruction. Representatives for those villages and nations are now traveling to New Kumo for a special gathering in the village. There they'll meet the representatives for all the other villages and nations that are part of the Alliance, and discuss whether to allow those who wish to ally with the Alliance or join it." "And what of Konoha?" asked Orochimaru. "They are also sending a group of representatives to the village, although unlike Suna or Kiri, they are not allying with the Heavenly Alliance. Seemingly Naruto-kun, or should I say the Raikage, has been launching a smearing campaign against Konoha. For the past few months he's releasing several of Konoha's dirty little secrets, and openly telling about his life in Konoha as a child, putting Konoha in a bad light with other nations and villages." "Interesting," replied Orochimaru. "But if Konoha is not allying with the Heavenly Alliance, then why are they sending representatives?" "Well, according to rumors they did try, but the Raikage denied them an alliance, and then made them pay compensations due to incidents that happened after the Battle of Konoha, along with some other things. He also made them a counteroffer for the Alliance's help, stating that if they wanted the Alliance protection, they would have to make some concessions to the Heavenly Alliance, and that they would have to become a protectorate. And they agreed? Asked Orochimaru in mild surprise. It seems so, answered Kabuto. As soon as Orochimaru heard this, he began to chuckle and could not help but enjoy how the mighty Konoha was now being reduced to a mere protectorate state of another nation, which was founded and co-ruled by the former village patriarch. It made him, almost, want to applaud Naruto for humiliating Konoha so much and then have them beg for his protection from the other shinobi villages, something he would have loved to have seen. So Orochimaru-sama, what do you plan to do next? Asked the silver-haired man. For the time being we shall lay low and gather our strength. Given the recent war, our fighting strength is extremely limited. We also need to gather as much information on our new enemy as possible, before we move against him, replied Orochimaru. New enemy? I would heartily call Naruto-kun a new enemy, Orochimaru-sama. This is not the same boy you and I know from 10 years ago, Kabuto. Orochimaru rounded angrily. He is exceedingly more powerful than he ever was before and is more intelligent and cunning. He also has the support and the resources of New Kumo and a dozen other shinobi villages and who knows what else. Therefore I cannot and will not underestimate that brat anymore, since it has cost me too much already. At hearing this, Kabuto just nodded, knowing that his master was correct, after facing against Naruto in Konoha. He knew that Naruto was not the same person he was 10 years ago. He was more dangerous and powerful than anyone he had ever heard of before. Not to mention more manipulative, as he had heard what had happened to Kiri, Iwa and Kusa, where in one master stroke, Naruto had shifted the balance of power in the shinobi world from Konoha to New Kumo and made the Heavenly Alliance the dominating force on this continent. Orochimaru-sama, if I may, spoke Kabuto. I believe you should think about relocating to our more secure bases, the ones that Guren was unaware of. Since Naruto's forces captured her, and it's very possible that she would give them the locations of most of our bases. I find that unlikely since I've placed special mental blocks on her that prevent anyone extracting information from her mind, and she has been trained to resist interrogation. Short of her willingly telling them the location of our bases, they'll never find all of them. Since Guren is as loyal to me as Kimimaro was, and would sooner die than betray me, besides if Guren had betrayed me, New Kumo's forces would have attacked us already. That may be true, Orochimaru-sama, but as you said earlier, we cannot afford to underestimate the Raikage again. Not to mention he has the library of Benzaiten and who knows what jutsus, seals and other things he has available there. That would help them break Guren and make her reveal our secrets to them. At this remark Orochimaru frowned, since Kabuto had a point. Perhaps you're right, Kabuto, perhaps we should move to a more SEC- said Orochimaru, but before he could finish there were several massive explosions. What the devil? Cried Orochimaru, before he turned to Kabuto and told him what was happening on the surveillance cameras. Within seconds, Kabuto went over to the surveillance station and activated the monitors to show them what was happening in the base. After going through several different sectors of the base, Kabuto stopped at one camera, where he saw a large hole in the ceiling of one sector. But the thing that concerned Kabuto and Orochimaru most was the dozens of Storm, Bolt, and regular New Kumo shinobi, who were jumping down into the base through the hole and attacking and killing the Oto guards. New Kumo, stated Orochimaru in surprise. It's not just their Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto stated, as he began to go through the other cameras of the other sectors of the base. There he showed that at least 5 other sectors now had large holes in their ceilings with New Kumo shinobi dropping down into them. Blast! Guren's betrayed me! Cried Orochimaru angrily, as he slammed his fist onto the monitor device. Knowing that the only way that Naruto's forces could have found him here was if Guren gave him the locations of all their bases. Enter FMAB OST Shing Symphony. After enter the base, the New Kumo shinobi broke up into teams and started racing through the base at high speed, cutting down any enemy shinobi that they encountered. That's as far as you go, roared one Otonin accompanied by several other Oto shinobi as they intercepted a team of Bolt Nins. But before they could attack, a Bolt shinobi wearing a lion mask threw several smoke bombs, filling the hallway with smoke. Using their training in the art of the blind assassin, the Bolt shinobi quickly cut down the Otonins before any of them knew what was happening. In another sector, several Oto shinobi tried to halt a team of Storm shinobi advance, but similar to what the Bolt Nins did. The Storm threw several flash bombs at the enemy ninjas, blinding them. Once the Oto ninjas were blinded, the storm means sped past them and left several exploding notes on the walls and ceiling of the hallway around the Oto nins, where before they could do anything, the notes exploded, destroying the hallway and killing them. In a different end of the base, several regular new Kamins found their path blocked by a large earth wall created by one of the Oto guards. Not wasting a moment, the new Kumo shinobi placed several medium-level exploding notes on the wall and activated them, destroying the wall. Before the enemy shinobi behind the wall could recover from the blast, one of the new Kumo kunoichi did some hand seals and thought, Suetun, Mizurappa, water style, wild water wave, gushing out a massive stream of water from her mouth, flooding the hallway. At the same time, another new Kumo shinobi did some hand seals and generated a large amount of lightning in his hand. After which he then sent the lightning he created into the water that his female partner spat out, and cried, Raitun Kangekiha, lightning release, wave of inspiration. When the two attacks combined, the lightning-enhanced wave filled the hallway and washed away the Oto shinobi in front of them, and electrocuting them at the same time, leaving them completely disabled. When the attack ended in the lower levels of another hallway in the base, several new Kumo jonin found themselves pinned down at the hallway corner by a group of Oto guards. Fortunately, a member of the Yuki clan, phasing through Objects clan, appeared from the ceiling from one of the upper levels and dropped several smoke bombs on the Oto nins. At the same time, another Yuki clan member appeared from the ceiling and threw a dozen or so shuriken at the Oto guards, killing 2 of them. With the enemy distracted, the new Kumo jonin that were pinned down came out of the corner, where one of them did some hand seals and took a deep breath before thinking, Katan Obiki, fire style, blazing fire! See! And exhaled a massive wave of fire. At the same time, another new Kumonin did 3 quick hand seals and cried, Futon, Kami Oroshir, wind style, godly wind from the mountain, before bringing his 2 hands forward and releasing a vortex of wind. That combined with the flames, increasing them tenfold. Within seconds, the massive wind-enhanced wave of fire enveloped the Otonin, where all they could do was scream in pain, as their bodies were reduced to ash. Once the Oto ninja were dealt with, the new Kumo shinobi proceeded to move on to the next level of the base. End of FMAB OST Shing Symphony. With Orochimaru and Kabuto seeing his men being slaughtered by the new Kumo shinobi, Orochimaru knew he needed to escape, as trying to defend the base would be futile, since the base was compromised and more new Kumo were entering the base. It's time to take our leave of this place, Kabuto, ordered Orochimaru, while at the same time silently cursing Naruto and Guren. Before either of them could walk 5 feet away from the monitor, the door to the room exploded open, narrowly missing Orochimaru and Kabuto. When the two looked at the now blown open door, they saw a tall man with long black hair wearing sliver samurai-like armor with a white cloak, carrying a long katana attached to his left hip. But the thing that stood out most with the man was his bright narrow yellow eyes. Kabuto of course recognized the man immediately, since he could never forget the man's face or his dijutsu, the Takagon, Hawkeye. Akechi Mitsuhide, muttered the bispectral man, as he readied himself. SSSSS, this is the infamous Akechi Mitsuhide, who you've told me so much about, Kabuto-kun, spoke Orochimaru, as he gleamed in fascination at Mitsuhide's dijutsu, which was said to rival the Hyuga's clan Byakugan, White Eye. Orochimaru, it seems fortune has smiled upon me, spoke Mitsuhide as he walked into the room. By order of the Rokudame Raikage of New Kumo and the Council of the Heavenly Alliance, you're hereby charged with crimes against the Heavenly Alliance, its allies and member nations. Surrender now and you'll be given a fair trial. If not, I've been authorized to use deadly force. Crimes against the Heavenly Alliance, how amusing, said Orochimaru, with an amused smirk. But I'm afraid I will have to deny your generous offer, as I've no intention of surrendering to you or your alliance. At this point, that Kabuto suddenly caught a gleam of light at the corner of his eye. Orochimaru-sama, watch out! Acting fast, Orochimaru quickly ducked under a pair of curved swords that were about to cut his head off like a pair of scissors. Once Orochimaru had rolled out of the way, a crimson-red mist flew by the former snake Sannin and next to Mistishide, whereat the reformed as medium-tall red-haired woman. I missed, said the woman with a slightly disappointed look on her face. When Orochimaru got back up onto his feet and saw the woman, he narrowed his eyes. Miyoshi Sayuri, hissed the snake Sannin, with an annoyed tone, as he recognized the former Kiri Kinochi, who was the first and only woman to ever join the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He was also familiar with her clan and their bloodline, the Shitaikuri Kitai, the mist body vapor, which allowed Sayuri to turn her body into a mist-like vapor. 7. "Oh, I'm so glad that you know me," said Sayuri with an evil look smile. "It wouldn't be any fun if you didn't know the person is about to take your head. You're welcome to try, my dear, but I believe I shall be the one who will take yours, and I will enjoy wringing that pretty little neck of yours." As soon as Orochimaru finished that remark, Mitsuhide drew his sword from his sheath like lightning, creating a crescent-shaped blade of wind in the same instant. Acting on pure instinct, Orochimaru sidestepped the high-speed attack, although was unable to avoid it completely and lost his left arm. "Well, it seems I've touched a nerve with someone," remarked Orochimaru. When she saw the cold murderous look on Mitsuhide's face, before he then used his body-shedding technique to regurgitate a new body. "Sayuri, please take care of Kabuto and leave Orochimaru to me," said Mitsuhide in a calm, emotionless tone. Normally the red-headed woman would have argued this, but this time she decided not to, given the mood her friend was in right now. Since despite his expressless face, she could see the cold murderous rage in Mitsuhide's eyes and knew well enough not to cross him when he was like this. With their opponents decided, the four shinobi eyed their opponents and prepared to attack. "Today, Orochimaru, the hawk shall devour the snake," spoke Mitsuhide. "We shall see about that," replied Orochimaru, as he fell into a fighting stance. Mitsuhide was the first to make his move, where out of nowhere, 3 kunai appeared in his hand and he threw them at high speed at Orochimaru, who barely avoided the kunai. But what he was unaware of was that the kunai were a distraction. The next thing Orochimaru saw was a crescent-shaped blade of wind flying towards him at frightening speed, where it severed his lower half from his upper half. But as soon as he was cut in half, snakes appeared out of the two halves and brought them together. Although when the two halves of Orochimaru were reconnected, Mitsuhide suddenly appeared on the left side of the snake's Sannin and delivered a powerful kick to the side of the man's head, sending him flying into a nearby wall. Orochimaru of course recovered quickly, where he spun himself around, so that his feet would hit the wall and channeled his chakra to them, so that he would stay on it. He then raised his hands up and cried, "Sanaijushu, hidden shadow snake hands!" launching several snakes from his sleeve at Mitsuhide. In an instant, Mitsuhide countered this, where several shuriken appeared in his hand and he channeled his wind chakra into the shuriken to increase their cutting power and range. He then threw the shuriken at the snakes, where they cut the long reptiles in two. Orochimaru naturally evaded the wind-enhanced shuriken, where they embedded themselves into the wall. But what he was unaware of was that Mitsuhide had used the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique, where hidden in the first set-off shuriken was a second set. Like the first set, they were enhanced by wind chakra, where they cut Orochimaru to shreds, but as soon as the shuriken shredded the snake's Sannin, Orochimaru reverted into mud, revealing that he had replaced himself with a Doton Kage Bunshin, Earth-style, Earth clone. As soon as Mitsuhide realized what had happened, a large snake appeared from underneath the floor and wrapped itself around Mitsuhide, preventing him from moving. At the same time the real Orochimaru emerged from the wall began to chuckle. "Kukukuku, it seems that this time the snake will devour the hawk, Mitsuhide-kun," said Orochimaru, before ordering his snake to kill the former Mist Swordsman, where the large snake bit down on Mitsuhide's neck. But when the large snake bit down on Mitsuhide's neck, its fangs shattered, causing the large snake to scream in pain. When Orochimaru heard his pet scream in pain, he immediately noticed that Mitsuhide had replaced himself with a large stone block. Furthermore, he noticed a low-level exploding note attached to the block, which exploded before he could do anything, killing the snake and causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. After the explosion, a large cloud of smoke filled the room. Before it could dissipate, Orochimaru saw the smoke disrupt as a fast-moving blade of wind flew at him. Knowing he couldn't avoid the attack in time, Orochimaru quickly used his body-shedding technique to regurgitate a new body for himself and to escape the attack, which cut his previous body in two. Once the smoke fully dissipated, Orochimaru saw Mitsuhide standing directly in front of him in Batajutsu stance. Seeing this, the snake's Sannin narrowed his eyes, realizing that this battle would not be quick or easy. He also noticed that Kabuto was having difficulty with his battle with Sayuri, where despite the short disruption by the smoke, both of them proved to be evenly matched. Furthermore, things became even more difficult with the arrival of a dozen or so storm means. Seeing that the situation had turned completely unfavorably, Orochimaru, who had now been joined by Kabuto, decided it was time to make a tactical retreat, given how they were now surrounded. "Surrender, Orochimaru, either you nor Kabuto can win or escape," spoke Mitsuhide. "I wouldn't be so sure of that, Mitsuhide-kun," replied Orochimaru before he stepped down on a floor stone, which sunk down. Once the stone sunk down, Mitsuhide and the others began to feel the ground rumble, and see the walls and ceiling starting to shake. "What the hell have you done?" yelled Sayuri. "Just a little insurance precaution. As we speak, this base is about to be destroyed with all of you in it," replied Orochimaru with a slight sneer. "But that's insane, you'll die along with us," spoke a female storm mean wearing a blue and black fox mask. "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that," stated Kabuto with an arrogant smirk before he stepped on stones similar to one Orochimaru stepped on. As soon as Kabuto did this, a large trap door opened up in front of them and shut right after they jumped into it, before Mitsuhide or the others could follow after them. "Oh no you don't!" cried Sayuri as she prepared to turn her body into mist and follow after the two rogue shinobi. But before she could, Mitsuhide stopped her by grabbing hold of her arm. "No, Sayuri, you can't go after them alone. We need to get out of here now." After stopping Sayuri, Mitsuhide then turned to the fox-masked storm mean and told her to order all their forces to evacuate the base immediately. Within minutes the underground base came crashing down. Fortunately, by that time Mitsuhide and his people were able to escape along with a few of the remaining Odo guards, who surrendered. "It seems we failed another mission," said Sayuri as she walked up to her co-commander. "Regrettably so, but by now our other forces will have attacked Orochimaru's other remaining bases across the continent. This will cripple his organization for years, and sooner or later Orochimaru will answer for his crimes," replied Mitsuhide, while Sayuri just nodded. Soon after, a bolt-nin appeared in front of them. "Mitsuhide Sosai, Commander, we were able to recover the reports that you had us look for," spoke the bolt-nin as he handed some files to raven-haired man. "Very good, now inform all our people to move out in 30 minutes, ordered Mitsuhide, where the masked shinobi just nodded and walked away. "Are those the files that Masato, head of the CIND division, told us to look out for?" asked Sayuri, as she looked at the files with Mitsuhide. "Yes, these will be very useful to Naruto for the negotiations in the gathering. We should send them ahead of us so that they will arrive in time before the representatives arrive," answered Mitsuhide, where the red-headed woman just nodded again. Half an hour later the company knew Kumo shinobi moved out and made their way back to their village. 5 days later, near the coast of Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, currently sailing near the coast of Kaminari no Kuni, was the flagship of New Kumo fleet, the Zenio Ryo, along with the 2 fortress ships that were escorting it. Standing on the bow of the ship was Seiwa Anasu, watching as the ships grew closer to the distant coast of Kaminari no Kuni. "Enjoying the scenery?" asked Hatake Kakashi, as he walked up to Anasu, who kept an emotionless facade when he turned to the older man. "Yes, I enjoy feeling the cool salt air blowing against my face," answered Anasu in a neutral tone. "I've heard that you and Naruto are very close with one another, and that you've been with him ever since he was banished from Konoha." "Yes, we've been. I consider Naruto my closest friend, as well as my rival." "Could you tell me about some of the things that happened after he was banished?" asked Kakashi. "Why do you not ask Konohamaru-san or Irika-san? I'm certain Naruto has told them about our travels the past 10 years. "I would prefer asking you, if that's okay?" asked Kakashi, since he didn't want to admit that he wasn't on great speaking terms with either Konohamaru or Irika. At least not since Naruto was banished, and after he abandoned his student. "I'm afraid it is not alright, Hatake-san," replied Anasu in an icy tone. "Because if you think that I'll give you personal information on my friend to use against him, you're sadly mistaken." "No, that's not what I want," Kakashi explained hastily, since all he wanted to know was what had happened to his former student after he was banished. "Really? Well, you'll excuse me if I find that hard to believe, given how you never cared that much about him before," replied Anasu coldly, causing the copycat nin to flinch and lower his head in shame. After a minute or two of silence, Anasu decided to leave and began to walk away. "Would it matter if I said I was sorry?" asked Kakashi without raising his head. "That is entirely up to Naruto, not me," responded Anasu emotionlessly without turning around to look back at the Konoha nin. "Is that also why you're treating me with such disdain?" asked Kakashi, since it was obvious to anyone that Anasu didn't hold Kakashi in high regard. "No, I've my own reasons for disliking you, Hatake, or have you forgotten how you killed my kinsman Haku?" At this remark, Kakashi again flinched, but before he could reply to this, Anasu spoke again. The fact is, Hitaki, the only reason you're still alive is because I know that you never intended to kill my kinsman and because killing you would be pointless, since it won't bring my kinsman back. Now I suggest you head back to your bunk. We're nearing the coast and all representatives and dignitaries are to stay in their rooms until we arrive at the dock. With that said, Anasu walked away from Kakashi, leaving the man alone on the bow with his thoughts. After Kakashi and Anasu finished their talk, Kakashi headed back to bunk, knowing that if he didn't he would be escorted back by one of the new Kumo shinobi or crewmen. As they neared the coastline, the new Kumo guards that were with the representatives made sure that everyone was in their assigned rooms. When the dignitaries and representatives asked why they were being sent to their rooms, they were told by their guards it was for security reasons. Eventually, after about an hour and a half of sailing, the three fortress ships arrived at a coast with massive cliffs. As they neared the cliffs, two massive doors disguised as the cliff walls parted way, to allow the three ships to enter a secret naval base built inside the cliff. Once the three ships were in, the double doors slowly closed shut. The base itself was massive and like a small city filled with buildings and hundreds of workers, sailors and shinobi, as well as dozens of smaller ships and a few submarines that were docked. The dock itself was actually big enough to house all three fortress ships with little trouble. Naturally, when the representatives came out of their rooms and onto the deck and saw this, they were completely overwhelmed by the dock. Many of course asked where they were, but all that Anasu and the other shinobi would say was that they were in a secure naval base and that it was classified. Once everyone was off the ship, they made their way to the other end of the base, where they boarded a train. When asked about the train, Anasu explained that the train traveled through an underground tunnel. That would take them from the base to an outpost just outside New Kumo, where they would then make their way to the village from there. After everyone had boarded, the train started to move forward across the tracks. The journey between the base and the outpost took about a day to complete without any stops. But despite the length, the journey wasn't too bad for those on board. In fact, many enjoyed it, and had to admit that New Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni were become very industrial. The carts on the train were also well lit up and allowed everyone to see each other and walk around when they needed. Eventually, when they arrived at the outpost, they met up with the dignitaries and representatives from IWA, Ta no Kuni and the Fuma clan. The representatives from Ta no Kuni and the Fuma clan had made their way from one of New Kumo forts at the borders of Kaminari no Kuni to this outpost by armored cart, which had no windows. While the IWA representatives landed at small port and then traveled in a similar manner that the representatives of Ta no Kuni and the Fuma clan traveled in. Once the representatives had all met one another, Anasu, his wives and the rest of his company led the groups out of the outpost and into the valley where New Kumo lay. It took about 3 hours to cross the valley, since the shinobi members had to walk at the same pace as the non-shinobi members of the groups. But after traveling through the Genjutsu Cloud, they eventually arrived at the massive metal gates of New Kumo, which were flanked by two massive stone dragons that were in a crouching position. Naturally, the representatives were in shock over the size of the wall for New Kumo, which was easily 100 meters tall and 30 meters thick, and stretched from one end of the Wei Valley to the other and was flanked by mountains. Once everyone got over their surprise, Anasu explained to everyone that they would enter the village in their respected groups one at a time. With Tazuna, Inari and their two samurai guards first, Gaara and his group second, the Mizukage and her group third, and so on and so forth with the other representatives until the Konoha group, who would be the last to enter. As soon as Anasu had finished explaining everything to the representatives and the dignitaries, Anasu ordered the gates open and led Tazuna and Inari forward, with his wives. Enter Star Wars, The Phantom Menace OST, Augi's great municipal band. At the moment Anasu, Inari and Tazuna entered through the gates, they were greeted by blaring horns and music. When they entered the village itself, they saw that the main street had been cleared for them with hundreds of soldiers in gold-colored armor, flanking both sides of the street, acting like a guard of honor, as well as keeping thousands of people, who were cheering behind the soldiers on both sides, from entering the street. "What is all this?" asked Tazuna over the loud cheering crowds. "This is the welcoming party, as everyone in the village wanted to greet our new allies and friends," replied Anasu with a smile as he and his wives and fiancés led Inari and others. As they walked forward, Inari and others saw people on both sides cheering wildly, waving flags with the symbol of New Kumo and the Kaminari no Kuni on them, along with a symbol he never seen before. He could even see people throwing confetti and flowers at them and yelling out things like, "Long live the Heavenly Alliance!" and "Long live the Raikage and Kicho-sama!" 9. As Tazuna and Inari walked on, they could see fireworks be shot up into the air along with flower petals and more confetti falling down on them, which were being dropped by skyhawk ninjas who were flying above them. "Damn, Naruto sure knows how to throw a party," commented Tazuna, as he waved to the cheering people. "Well, when have you ever known an Isama to do things small?" replied Inari, as he waved to the cheering people. Shortly after the Nami no Kuni representatives entered the village, Gaara and his group entered and, like Inari and his grandfather, were completely overwhelmed by the greeting the citizens and shinobi of New Kumo were giving. "Why are they cheering us like this?" asked Temari, who not used to being treated like this, especially in a foreign village. "The people here wish to welcome you all as friends, since many nations that have sent representatives will be joining the Heavenly Alliance, while others like yourselves will become our new allies, making the alliance that much stronger," answered one of the New Kumo shinobi escorting them. "So this is a celebration, not only to welcome us, but also to celebrate the alliance becoming larger," answered Gaara, where the New Kumoni nodded. "Well, whatever the reason, I sure could get used to stuff like this," remarked Kankuro as he waved and smiled at the cheering people, enjoying the attention he was getting. Especially when he saw many pretty girls in the crowds waving at him and blowing kisses. At the same time, not far behind, the Mizukage, the Water Daimyo, and the other representatives of Kiri and Mizu no Kuni entered the village into the cheering village. Like Gaara and Inari groups, the representatives of Mizu no Kunai and Kiri were slightly overwhelmed by the greeting they were receiving. But soon enough they started to enjoy the welcoming they were receiving, where they waved and smiled back at the cheering people. The Mizukage was especially popular with many of the men in the crowd, who were cheering even louder than before at the female Kage. "Well, I must say the people of New Kumo certainly know how to make you feel welcome," commented Mei, who smiled and waved at the cheering crowds and could see people cheering from the rooftops of building and out windows. "Yes, they do," replied the Water Daimyo, who, although was still not used to being the leader of his nation, was enjoying being greeted by the cheering crowds. One by one, the different representatives and dignitaries entered the village and were greeted by the people, who in turn waved and smiled at the cheering people as they walked up the long, wide streetway. Eventually, the representatives saw a large wooden platform, which was directly in front of a large inner wall, which led to the next district. On the platform was Naruto with the lightning daimyo Kicho, Juga Liang, the snow/spring daimyo Kazuhana Koiki, the Yandame Hashikage Sumaru, the daimyo of Kuma no Kuin, Bear Country, the leader of Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall, Shibuki, the daimyo of Taki no Kuni, Waterfall Country, and the leader of Yukigakure, Hidden Snow, who like the others were the original members of the Heavenly Alliance. In front of the platform was a large banner with the same symbol that Inari saw on some of the flags that people were waving earlier. 10. When the representatives saw it, they guessed this was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Some of them even recognized it as the symbol of unity, which was sort of fitting, given how the Heavenly Alliance was a group of nations working together. In Star Wars, The Phantom Menace OST, Augi's great municipal band, eventually the music and cheering came to an abrupt halt once the representatives of Hai no Kuni and Konoha entered the village. Instead of cheering people, Tsunade and the others were greeted with complete and utter silence, along with angry stares from the people. The street was so quiet that you hear the small birds chirping and a few people coughing. As they continued to walk along the street, they could practically feel everyone's eyes on them. "So this is what it was like to be Naruto when he was growing up," thought Sakura sadly, as she never felt so isolated and alone before. As like everyone else in their group, she could practically feel the animosity that everyone had for them. She even noticed a young boy near the front of the crowd, preparing to throw a tomato at them, only to be stopped by his father, who whispered something to him before looking back up and glaring at Sakura and the others. After about 20 minutes or more, which felt more like an eternity to the group, they arrived in front of the platform where Naruto and the other original members of the Alliance stood. Standing near the platform were the representatives and leaders of the other member nations of the Heavenly Alliance. Once all the representatives had arrived and stood in front of the platform, Naruto stood in front of the others on the platform and spoke. "Having endured a bloody civil war that torn families apart from one another, the shinobi of Kumo and the people of Kaminari no Kuni came together to build this place. Now it stands as a monument, proving that a people divided can be reunited again and build something that will last through the ages. It was also in this place that the first member nations of the Heavenly Alliance came together for the purpose of creating a just and lasting peace for one another, which later grew into an unprecedented alliance. Today we have gathered here again with representatives from several other nations who wish to join us, To them I say welcome, and it is my deepest wish to strengthen our bonds of friendship and render a permanent peace that now exists among the Alliance members and its allies. I also wish to welcome our new allies and friends and hope that our discussions in the coming days will be fruitful, so that a bridge of trust can be built between the Heavenly Alliance and your individual nations, and through this, we can enrich each other and bring prosperity to our lands. Finally, to the representatives of IWA, I personally want to thank you for seeing the wisdom of ceasing hostility between our separate nations and avoiding further bloodshed on both sides. It is my deepest hope that the coming talks will bring about a better understanding of one another and create a lasting peace that will endure and prevent the loss of lives in war. Thank you. When Naruto finished his speech, the crowd and representatives all applauded, when Naruto then took a step back and allowed the lightning daimyo Kicho step forward and spoke. As my husband the Raikage has said, I wish welcome all of you to New Kumo and hope that you enjoy your visit. Please know that your safety and security is our highest priority, and that we will do our utmost to see that no harm comes to you. It is my deepest wish that one day, all the nations, shinobi and non-shinobi, can come together as one people and build something that we can all be proud of, so that future generation can look back at these moments with pride and eternal gratitude. Thank you. Like before, the crowds and representatives all applauded the female daimyo when she had finished her speech. She then went on to say that for the remainder of the day there would be a festival and asked everyone to enjoy themselves. Once the speeches were done, Naruto and the other leaders left the platform and headed for the Raikage Tower/mountain, while the crowds slowly dissipated to prepare for the coming festival. At the same time, Anasu walked up to the representatives and explained to them that Naruto and Kicho would meet them tomorrow. Anasu then went on to explain that he and his people would escort them to a private hotel in the civilian district, 11, which had been made ready for them, and that they would be guarded 24/7 by shock squads. He also told them that they would be allowed to join the celebrations tonight if they wanted, but would have an escort with them at all times. When they arrived at the hotel, the shinobi representatives were all led to their respected rooms. The rooms were quite spacious and well furnished, with a small bathroom and single bed and medium-sized sitting room with a couch and chairs. The water daimyo was of course given a suite, along with the other dignitaries from the other non-shinobi nations. Surprisingly, Udan Moegi, who are married to each another, Konohamaru and Irika and his family were all given suites as well. Excuse me, Anasadano, but I think you've given us the wrong room, spoke Irika, when he saw the room that he and his family were given. There's no mistake, Irika-san. This room was assigned to you and your family personally by the Raikage himself. If you or your family needs anything, please just call the staff and they'll deliver it to your room without charge. Irika of course tried to refuse the room, stating that it was too much. But before he could, Enko and Aiko interrupted them. Come on, Irika-kun, don't be so noble, let's live it up a bit. It's not every day that we get to do something like this. We can even make this a miniature vacation, said Enko as she started to pout, slowly weakening her husband's resolve. Yeah, come on too-san, this place is awesome and it all free, thanks to Naruto and I, so can we stay please? Pleaded Aiko, as she used the infamous puppy dog eye technique that daughters could use to break down their fathers. After a minute or two of pouting from his pregnant wife and puppy dog looks from his daughter, Irika broke and gave in to their pleas. Ffne, you win, will take the room. At hearing this, both mother and daughter cheered, after which Aiko ran to the bedroom to the left, saying it was hers, and started to jump up and down the king-size bed like a trampoline. Enko, on the other hand, went over to the other end of the large living room and jumped onto a comfortable couch, where she put her feet on the nearby coffee table and started to eat the complimentary fruit basket. When Anasu saw the former teacher shrug his shoulders in defeat, the white-haired man just smiled and placed hand around Irika's shoulder as an act of sympathy. Don't let it get you down, Irika-san. You're not the first man to be coerced by his wife and daughter, and you certainly won't be the last. You should consider yourself lucky. You only have to deal with your wife and daughter. I, on the other hand, have to deal with 6 wives and 2 fiancés. This, of course, made Irika smile, where he then thanked Anasu. Later on, after everyone had settled down, the majority of the representatives of Konoha, along with the representatives of Suna and the others, left the hotel to join in the festival. Naturally, the groups were covertly followed by shokunins who were assigned to watch over them. The festival was held in the main street of the village. All along the sides of the street, there were different kinds of stands filled with food, games, costumes, sake, and other fun things to eat, drink, and do. Funny enough, when Tsunade and the other Konoha members joined the festival the people did not remain silent like they did before. Instead, they just flat out ignored them and continued to enjoy the festival. Fortunately, the stand owners did not ignore them, although they did treat them with a sharp coolness, indicating that they weren't happy serving them. Tsunade and the others naturally guessed that Naruto was somehow behind this and guessed that he made sure that his people didn't start any incidences with them. That or the people simply didn't want to start trouble that would ruin the fun and celebrations for everyone. After a while, though, the representatives turned in for the night, knowing that they had a big day tomorrow. The next day in Naruto's office, currently sitting in his office, Naruto had just finished speaking to the leader of Getsugekure, Sato. For the last 20 minutes they discussed some of the things that his village would be required to do when it becomes a member of the alliance, and what it would gain. Naruto of course assured Sato that his village would be treated as an equal partner, and that they would go into further details in the coming days. Once he had finished his discussion, he went to his speaker and told his secretary Nanao to send in the next party. When the double doors leading to his office opened, the Rokudame Mizukage Terumi and the newly formed 5th generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu entered. Naturally, Naruto was familiar with each of the new members, for as soon as he had heard of the group being reformed, he had Anasu and Gon-ning gather everything they could on the group. The first member was the person he was most familiar with, Hajime Saito, also known as the Kiri no Ukami, the Wolf of the Mist. Saito was a highly skilled swordsman who mastered the Mizuguchi Ha-Ito Ryu fighting style, which was recognized as one of the most lethal sword fighting styles in the world. Like Mei, Saito was a former leader of one of the rebel factions that fought against the Godame Mizukage and the former Water Daimyo. He was also a former member of the 4th generation of Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu, but defected later on, like Mitsuhide and Sayuri. Now, however, he was the leader of the new generation of swordsmen, and had been reinstated as leader of Kiri's assassination division. The second member was Shinshinatsu, a young man, who was about Naruto's age and had long red hair that was tied up in a loose ponytail and went down to his lower back. He wore a standard uniform of a Hydra member, 12, with a red cape over it, and had a small scar that went down his left eye. Natsu was a rising star in Kiri, whose fame quickly rose during the civil war in Kiri and became known as Kiri no Hidokiri, the manslayer of the mist. He was highly gifted in the art of the sword and was the protege of Takuruhiko, 13, who was former member of the 2nd generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu and first man to become one without mastering one of their special swords. Like his teacher, Natsu was highly proficient in the Tenken fighting style and used it to a phenomenal degree, in conjunction with his Jintan, swift release, bloodline, making him the fast shinobi in Kiri and a lethal enemy for anyone to have. The third member was Mibu Hataru, who had a rather distinctive appearance. He was a tall man with wild spiky red hair and red eyes, who wore bright crimson red armor with a white haori over it, that fell almost to his feet. Hataru was a former bounty hunter and swordsman, who was hired by one of the rebel factions to fight for them. Due to his great skill with a katana and ability to combine it with his wind affinity, making it even more lethal and powerful. At the end Civil War, Hataru became known as Shinko no Aijin, the Crimson Devil, after he conquered an entire castle single-handedly. That was guarded by over 1,000 soldiers loyal to the former Water Daimyo, who were all killed by Hataru. The fourth member was Akira Keiko. He was a tall young man in his late teens and wore a standard Kiri uniform and had short blonde hair that was slicked back and dull blue eyes. Like Hataru, Keiko was not from Kiri and became part of it, and Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu after the Civil War. In fact, Keiko was the former student of Hataru, where with his help he developed his own unique sword style. That was used in conjunction with his fire affinity, resulting in him becoming known as the Hanu no Kensher, the Flame Swordsman. The fifth member was Chojuro, who was the only member of the new generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu that actually wielded one of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu special swords. Chojuro was of average height and built with short tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He wore square, black-rimmed glasses connected to what appeared to be headphones, a blue pinstriped shirt with a standard Kiri flank jacket over it, and camouflage patterned pants. The sixth member was Arai Saiku. He was a young man, who was in his mid-teens and wore a standard Kiri uniform. From what Anasu and Gon-ning told him, Saiku was a rising star in Kiri and a gifted swordsman, much like Natsu. He was extremely fast and was famed for being able to use fast-moving sword techniques to take down and kill his enemies before they knew what happened, making him a lethal assassin. Saiku was also well known for being able to keep his emotions hidden from others and always retained a blank face. This was believed to be the result of the trauma he suffered when he was younger, where he watched his parents die in the war. The seventh and final member was also the youngest member of the group, named Sendai Aka. Aka was a young boy about 12 years old, with short white hair and yellow eyes, and wore a white shirt and blue shorts. Aka was also credited being the youngest member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu ever, as well as a child prodigy who was gifted in not only using the sword, but also in right-un ninjutsu, who was able to combine some of his right-un jutsu with his sword, to greatly increase the destructive power of his attacks. He was also well known for being able to take down many highly skilled shinobi who were twice if not decades older than him. Once Naruto saw the female Mizukage, he rose up from his seat and offered his hand to her, which she took. "Mizukage-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you at last. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a while now," said Naruto as he shook Mei's hand. "Thank Raikage-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you as well. Saito has told me quite a bit about you as well. Although I must confess even before then, I've wanted to meet the famed Erasure no Oni, Demon of Storms, for a long time. 14. Or would you prefer I call by your other moniker, Raiden no Kami, God of Thunder and Lightning, since it's what most people are calling you? I would prefer if you call me either, Mizukage-san, since I never cared for either of those names, as the term demon has some rather bad memories for me. While the name Raiden no Kami makes me sound egotistical, which is why I would prefer if you call me Naruto, since I like to think we're friends now." "Of course," replied the Mizukage with a smile, "but only if you call me Mei in return." "That's fair enough," responded Naruto before he offered Mei one of the 3 comfortable armchairs in front of his desk, which she took, while the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu stood behind her. "I must say, Naruto-san, you're much more handsome in person than the rumors say." "Ahem, thank you, Mei-san, you're very kind, and clearly the rumors of your beauty do not do you justice," replied Naruto with a slight blush, as he tried to be polite. But as soon as he said this, he could feel the murderous glares of his 3 bodyguards/wives on him, making the young Raikage sweat a little, knowing he was going to get it later on. Soon enough, though, the conversation turned to more serious issues, such as the alliance talks between Kiri, Mizu no Kuni, and the Heavenly Alliance. I have to say I was rather surprised that we would be meeting just you, Naruto-san, since I had expected the Water Daimyo, and I would be meeting both you and Kicho-sama together. The Water Daimyo, as you know, is meeting my wife Kicho in the royal palace, since she is in charge of dealing with matters that involve the daimyos and other nations, while I deal with matters involving the shinobi villages," explained Naruto. "I see, and if I may, when do we start the talks for the alliance between my village and the alliance?" asked Mei. "I'm afraid our talks will not begin for several days, since I must first deal with the peace treaty between the alliance and IWA. After which we then must begin the talks for villages and other nations that wish to join the alliance. But once they're done, we can begin the alliance talks with your village." "I understand, Naruto-san, and thank you. While you're waiting, and if you're interested, perhaps you and your people here would enjoy a tour of the village?" "Yes, we would very much enjoy that," replied Mei, as she was very interested in seeing more of New Kumo, which was easily 5 times the size of any of the other shinobi villages. "I'm very glad to hear that, as I've preparations made for all of you to see more of the village with 2 other groups," replied Naruto, after which he continued to go over matters with Mei in the upcoming talks with Kiri. With the Konoha and Suna representatives after being gathered together in the hotel, the representatives of Konoha and Suna were met outside by platoon of New Kumo shinobi led by Uzumaki Takara and Uzumaki Taira, both of whom were among Naruto's wives and also sisters. 15. Naturally, both Irika and Anko recognized Takara, who had saved Anko's life during the Battle of Konoha. Shikamaru and his teammates also recognized Taira, who had helped save Choji from the giant bear summon at the battle. When Jiraiya saw both girls, he quickly went into pervert mode and started to hit on them, since he remembered them from when Naruto laid down his punishment on the council. As always, when it came to girls like Takara and Taira, Jiraiya's eyes were fixed on their chests and even started to plan to put the girls in his next book. Fortunately, before he could do too much damage, Tsunade reeled Jiraiya in and reminded him that both women were married to Naruto, where she then bashed his head to ground, making sure he remembered. Needless to say, it worked, as Jiraiya didn't try to hit on either woman again, although it didn't stop him eyeing the girls when Tsunade was looking and ending Naruto, where he thought, "Naruto, you lucky dog." As the 2 groups made their way through the industry and shinobi districts of the village, Tsunade, and some of the others started some conversations with the women, hoping to get to know them better. Naturally, whenever the conversations turned to things about Naruto, both girls changed the subject, but were willing to talk about general things. Takara was a young medium-tall woman with long dark brown hair that fell below her waist. She had a very attractive face that gave her an almost down-to-earth look, where she didn't need any makeup to highlight her beauty. Since she had what one would call the homespun allure, or what others might cheerfully refer to as the girl next door look. She wore shorts with a black ribbon on each leg instead of regular shorts, and a pair of fighting leather gloves. She also wore a sleeveless white shirt underneath a sleeveless black vest with a zipper to cover her impressive D-cup breasts, which gained the attention of many of the male members of the two groups. But like all Konochi in the shinobi world, Takara was more than a pretty face. In fact, she was renowned Koichi in New Kumo, who came from a family of shinobi and was a lethal shinobi in battle. When the Konoha and Suna groups met Takara, the two groups found her to be bright, cheerful, optimistic and positive person, who seemed to be an extremely kind and respectful to everyone, including to the Konoha group. She went out of her way to introduce herself to Tsunade, stating she had admired her skill as a kunoichi for many years and was inspired to create her Raiken, Thunder Fist, technique from Tsunade's superhuman strength technique. Naturally, the two groups remembered this technique, since Naruto had used this technique against the unnamed Tsuchikage Ryoku during the Battle of Konoha. The technique involved her using lightning affinity to increase her speed and enhance her strength to a phenomenal level, as well as having the added effect of paralyzing her opponents when she hit them. Before the Civil War, Takara's father had been killed on a mission for Kumo. Later on during the Civil War, her mother died after defending her and her sister Taira from shinobi loyal to the Godame Raikage. With the loss of her mother, Takara and her sister joined one of the rebel factions and fought against the Godame Raikage and the former Lightning Daimyo. During the Civil War, Takara used her Raiken to devastating effect, leading her to be known as Takara no Raiken, Takara the Thunder Fist. Like her sister Takara, Taira was an attractive young woman. She had long blonde hair that went down to her rear and wore black leather pants with tall black leather boots, along with a strapless short corset that helped to emphasize her ample D-cup breasts and stopped short to show her midriff. The corset also split open between her breasts and went down in a lightning bolt shape, but was held together by thin but strong strands of string that went in between the split. 16. In terms of personality, Taira was a lot more carefree than her sister, where she enjoyed teasing people and flirted a lot, which she showed when she teased and flirted slightly with Konohamaru, who of course turned red and did his best not to look at Taira's impressive cleavage, given how she was the wife of his surrogate big brother, and because the older sister of his new wife was standing right next to him. Taira of course knew she was attractive and was unafraid to use her sexuality to get what she wanted or to distract someone like some kunoichi do, which was why she dressed the way she did. Yet when in battle she could as cold and as ruthless as the most hardened shinobi veteran, especially when someone threatened a person she cared about, such as her sister. Even though Taira and Takara considered each other sisters, they weren't by blood. Like Takara's father, both Taira's parents died in a mission together when she was very young. Not long after they died, Takara's parents adopted Taira, since both Taira's parents and Takara's father were former teammates. After the Civil War, Taira was offered the position as the Reiko no Megami, goddess of lightning, due to her great skill in Raiten ninjutsu. Naturally, she took the position and became a member of the Go Genso no Megami, the 5 elemental goddesses, which was an elite group of kunoichi, who were highly skilled in elemental ninjutsu and specialized in a specific one. Eventually, after a while, the Konoha and Suna groups arrived at the ruling district and made their way to the Raikage Tower/mountain. The two groups naturally thought that Naruto had built his residence into the mountain like in the old Kumo. But instead they were shocked to hear that the whole mountain itself had been hollowed out and became the Raikage residence. When Temari asked how he did it, in little under 3 years, Taira simply replied, "It's Naruto." When they came up to the main entrance to the Raikage Tower/mountain, they found it to be closed, where 2 massive double stone doors blocked their way and were flanked by 2 giant stone tigers in a crouching position. When Takara ordered the guards to open the doors, the 2 shinobi simply placed their hands on 2 carved circles that were on the doors, and then channeled their chakra into the double doors, causing them to slowly open. When the 2 groups entered the Raikage Tower/mountain, they could not help but be in awe of the building. The main hall of the tower/mountain, which was busy with activity, with people moving about, looked like a palace hall. In the middle of it was a beautiful foundation, with cool clear water and statues made of pure marble that resembled dragons, tigers, and falcons. There were benches made of solid marble, while the seats themselves were covered in soft leather. Light came in through several large openings and was distributed all over the halls by both water and special light-emitting crystals, which glowed softly, giving the tower/mountain a very soft but strong amount of light. The walls were smooth and inlaid with copper mirrors which appeared to be well polished, as well as silver and gold designs. That made the place even more grandiose than before. In some areas there were also healthy trees and bushes giving out a sweet scent to the tower/mountain. The floors were made from tiles that combined marble, jade, and smooth limestone and were very strong. When the two groups looked up, they saw all the different floor levels in the tower/mountain. There were stairs and even lifts to get a person up to any of the levels they wanted to go. At the top roof point of the tower/mountain there was a large glass dome that was directly above the fountain, which shone more light down on it and the rest of the tower. It also allowed the stones in the fountain to sparkle in the light, helping to illuminate the fountain even more. Taira then went on to explain to the two groups that there were several different departments on each level, which dealt with all the different affairs in the village, both civilian and shinobi. After seeing all this, Kiba, being his usual self, commented on the Raikage resident. "Damn, giant ships, giant secret naval base, giant hidden shinobi village, massive airship and giant Kage tower. You think Naruto is overcompensating for something?" Hearing this, Taira decided to have a little fun at the Inuzuka's expense. "I wouldn't be so quick to judge if I were you, Fido," said Taira before a saucy grin appeared on her face. "Besides, Naruto-kun has nothing to compensate for." At this remark, most of the Suna and Konoha representatives looked at Taira with disbelieving looks at what she had said. Many of the girls, of course, turned red at Taira's remark, although not as red as Hinata, who turned a shade of red that had not been seen on her since her younger years, back when Naruto was still part of Konoha. The male members of the two groups, of course, differed slightly, where some of them blushed slightly, while others like Kankuro, Jiraiya, Konohamaru, and Kiba started to have nosebleeds. Jiraiya even took out his notepad hoping to hear some details. "Sister!" cried a slightly blushing Takara, at her adopted older sister's comment. "What?" said Taira, not seeing the problem. "Well, it's true, and I've sure as hell never heard you, Takara, or any of the other girls for that matter, complain about Naruto's." "That enough, Taira-ne!" cried the now red Takara, since she certainly didn't want her sex life or any of the other girls' sex life talked about so openly or in front of people they only barely knew. "Yesh! Sis, you really need to stop being such a prude like Okatsu, Soifun, and Nanao. It just sex," Taira replied, waving the whole thing off like it was nothing. "It's our personal life, Taira-ne. There are times and places for these sort of things, and this is certainly not one of those times," retorted Takara. Before Taira could respond to this, Tsunade suddenly intervened. "Excuse me, but would you mind leading yous to the Raikage's office? Since, in case you two have forgotten, we have a meeting with him." At this, Takara blushed again, since she had completely forgotten the whole reason why they were here. "Yes, I'm sorry about that, you're right, of course, please follow me this way," said the young brown-haired woman, where she then gave her blonde sister a look telling her that their talk wasn't over. Taira in turn just rolled her eyes, not really caring, since she still didn't see the problem. After the heated discussion between the two sisters had died down, Takara and Taira led the Konoha and Suna groups to the elevators. They then told the other new Kumo shinobi with them that they could handle things here by themselves, where the other shinobi just nodded and left. Once they left, the two groups boarded the two large elevators that took them up to the top level of the Raikage residence, which was where Naruto's office laid. Once they reached the top level, the two groups walked down a small hallway that led to two large oak double doors. Next to the doors was a desk with a woman sitting at it, doing paperwork. The woman was slim and attractive young woman with long black hair that was kept pinned back, with flat bangs that hung to the right side of her face. She had slightly light blue eyes with a deep tint of violet, and wore glasses with a slight oval shape to them, and wore a black kosode and a black hakama. Upon seeing the woman, Takara smiled kindly and greeted the woman, gaining her attention. "Hello, Nanao. I've the Konoha and Suna representative here for their scheduled meeting with the Raikage." After hearing Takara greet her, Nanao looked up and gave Takara a respectful nod and then turned to look at Tsunade and Gaara, who were leading their respected groups. "The Raikage is currently in a meeting with the Kiri representatives, but will be done shortly and will be seeing both of your groups together." Both leaders of the two groups were surprised slightly by this, but nodded in understanding nonetheless. "Would any of you care for some refreshments while you wait?" asked the young woman, to which all the members of the two groups shook their heads, indicating they were fine. As they waited for Naruto to finish his meeting with the Mizukage, the two groups stood patiently in the hallway. During that time, Jiraiya began to eye Nanao up, since there was no question that Nanao was a lovely young thing. He even began to form ideas for a scene in his next book, involving a hot young secretary with glasses and her boss. At the same time, another idea sprung into his mind, involving a hot sexy young librarian alone with her male assistant. Giggling at his own brilliance, Jiraiya took out his notepad and pencil and began to write down Nanao's description with a few added modifications. He even started to jot down some notes on the scenes he had planned. But within seconds of him putting pencil to paper, 4 paper shuriken flew through the air. The first hit his notepad, pinning it to the wall. The second and third shuriken embedded themselves into wall on both sides of Jiraiya's head, narrowly missing it. The fourth and final paper shuriken embedded itself into the wall like the other two, although at much lower point right between Jiraiya's legs, missing a certain body part by inches. "I would appreciate, Jiraiya-san, if you would refrain from using me in any of those vulgar things that you call books," spoke Nanao, as she looked up from her paperwork and fixed her glasses and held up another set of paper shuriken, while giving the Toad Sage a stern and dangerous glare. At this, Jiraiya made an audible gulp, after seeing the stern and dangerous glare from Nanao, clearly indicating she was deadly serious. Yet at the same time he could not help but be surprised at Nanao using Kami no Jutsu, paper technique, something he had only seen once from a former female student. "Shuriken made out of paper, I've never seen anything quite like that before," thought Niji in mild wonderment. "It seems that even Naruto-sama's secretary is not to be underestimated. I think I might like her," thought Tsunade as she smirked at how Nanao put Jiraiya in his place. Eventually, after a few minutes, the double doors opened and the Mizukage and her party left, where she greeted both the Hokage and the Kazekage respectfully before heading down the hallway and to the elevators. "The Raikage will see you now," said Nanao, where the two groups went into Naruto's office, while Taira and Takara waited in the hallway with Nanao. When the two groups entered the office, they found it to be a simple enough place. It was a large double O-shaped room with Naruto's desk facing the double doors and a large window behind the desk so that Naruto could look out the window and over the village when he turned around. On the walls of both sides of the circular room in front of Naruto's desk were bookshelves filled with scrolls and books, as well as a small spiral stairs that allowed Naruto to go up to the platform above the bookshelves, which led to a balcony that was right above Naruto's desk. "Naruto and books, somehow that doesn't seem to fit," thought Kiba as he looked at all the books on the shelves. Once the two groups entered the room and the double doors behind them closed, Naruto invited both Tsunade and Gaara to take one of the 3 comfortable chairs in front of his desk, which they did. "Hokage-san, Kazekage-san, it's good to see you both. I hope that you haven't been waiting long?" "Only a few minutes, Raikage-san. Your secretary was quite courteous to us," replied Gaara. "Yeah, you got quite a looker there, brat," joked Jiraiya, hoping to break the ice and make Naruto smile or something. Sadly, this had the opposite effect to the one he had hoped for. Instead, Naruto gave the Gamma Sennin a hardened stare and said, "I would prefer if you refrained from making such remarks towards Nanao-chan Toad, since in most places it's considered rude to leer at another man's wife." At hearing this, everyone thought the exact same thing. "Wife? Wait. Are you saying she's another one of your wives?" asked Ino in surprise. "Yes, damn, how many wives those he have," thought Kiba, while also thinking at the same time, "Damn lucky son of a bitch." After a minute or two, the two groups of people got over their shock, over unknowingly meeting yet another one of Naruto's wives, and got back to the matter at hand. "If I may, Raikage-san, when do we begin the talks over Konoha becoming a protectorate of the Alliance?" asked Swanda, who still found it hard to come to terms with Konoha becoming a protectorate of the Heavenly Alliance. Danzo, Hamura and Koharu were also of the same mind, since this was a sad day for them. Danzo himself gripped the cane that he was given earlier tightly, 17, when Tsunade said the words, Konoha, and protectorate, since this went against everything that he stood and fought for over 70 years. Naturally, he blamed Sarutobi and Tsunade for Konoha's current condition, as well as Naruto, since he believed that it was because of Tsunade's and the Sandame's soft-hearted leadership that Konoha had become so weak, thereby allowing Naruto to take advantage of them, who should have been turned into a weapon for Konoha from the very beginning, according to Danzo's beliefs. The talks between both your villages and the Heavenly Alliance will not begin for several days, I'm afraid. Since the peace treaty between the Alliance and IWA is taking place now, and will take several days to complete. After that we've to begin the talks for the villages and nations that are becoming part of the Heavenly, which will take several more days to complete. Once they are complete though, we will begin the talks with your villages," answered Naruto, where Gaara and Tsunade just nodded their heads in understanding. "But until then," continued Naruto, "if you're interested, you can have a tour of our village." "Would that be really alright?" asked Tsunade, knowing how Naruto still had trust issues with Konoha, which weren't entirely unfounded. "Yes, it is, although you will be escorted by my shinobi throughout the tour, and even then, you will not be permitted in restricted sections, due to security reasons," Naruto answered. "If that is the case, would it be possible spoke Tsunade, but before she could finish speaking, Naruto double doors burst opened. After which two blurs, one green and one pink, flew right past the Konoha and Suna groups and collided with Naruto, knocking him off his chair and to the floor on his back. As soon as the double doors burst opened, Naruto's bodyguards, Killer Bee, Yujito, Okatsu and Fu appeared out of nowhere around Naruto's desk. But before they could act, they heard the giggling of two young girls and Naruto laughing. "Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't stop them," cried Nanao, who was now carrying a very large book in her arm and was accompanied by amused Taira and concerned Takara. "Ha ha ha, it all right now, Nao-chan, there's no real harm done," said Naruto as he picked himself off the ground holding two young girls who looked to be about 8 years old. The first girl, who Naruto was holding up in his right arm, had long green hair that fell below her shoulders and hazel eyes and wore a light green top, with long sleeves and shorts. The second girl, who Naruto was holding up in his left arm, had short pink hair and dark pink eyes and wore a simply red top and black shorts. At first glance both girls looked different, given their hair color and eyes. But after a closer look of them, the two groups noticed there was a strong facial resemblance between both of them, indicating they were related and most likely sisters, or to be more precise, twins, given how they were the same height and age. After a minute or so, Naruto placed both girls on the ground, and gave them both an amused but stern look. "Okay, you two, what's with you both barging in here, knocking me to the ground? You know it's rude to interrupt someone when they're in a meeting." "We're sorry," replied the green-haired girl. "We just wanted to see the Konoha and Suna people for ourselves, since everyone is talking about them," said the pink-haired girl. "Plus we wanted to see you as well," finished the green-haired girl, with a puppy dog look, hoping to break Naruto. When Naruto heard this and saw the look the green-haired girl was giving him, he raised his left eyebrow, before he smiled and shook his head. "Okay, you two, if you're here, then where is your sister?" "I am right here," said another voice, where when everyone turned around, they saw a pretty young girl walk into the room from behind Nanao, Taira and Takara. The girl in question looked to be about 12 years old, and had long blonde hair that reached down to her ankles and dark red eyes. She wore a short black vest-like blouse with a raised collar and a skirt that was cut off on the sides and bandage on her stomach and legs and long black elbow warmers on her arms. She was also developing quite well for a girl her age, as she started to develop 2 small mounds on her chest and a curvy-like figure. Given her appearance and development already, the girl was already a looker, and it was obvious that she would develop further when she went into her teens. By which point, when she turned 18, she would be a knockout and have to beat the boys back with a stick. But the thing that caught most people's attention was the blank, expressionless look on her face, as if she had no emotions at all. "Pardon our interruption, but Nene and Yoshiko wished to see you and the Konoha and Suna representatives. I tried, but could not persuade them from barging into the room and disrupting your meeting with them," spoke the girl in a polite yet emotionless tone, as she walked over to her sisters and Naruto, using words that most children her age would never use. "That's quite all right, no real harm done," said Naruto kindly, as he patted the girl gently on the head, who remained completely expressionless. "Excuse me, Raikage-san, but who exactly are these girls?" asked Gaara, who, like everyone else in the Suna and Konoha groups, was wondering who the 3 girls were and what their relationship to Naruto was. "Oh yes, sorry about that," said Naruto with a small smile. "Hokage-san, Kazekage-san, everyone, allow me to introduce you to Nene, green-haired girl, Yoshiko, pink-haired girl, and Yami, blonde-haired girl, my daughters." Chapter 17 in Naruto's office. The very moment that Naruto said that the 3 girls were his daughters, the jaws of practically everyone in the 2 groups hit the floor. Naruto has kids, thought a dumbstruck Kiba. Naruto's a father, thought a stupefied Irika, who couldn't believe that Naruto had 3 daughters. I don't believe it, the brat has brats of his own, thought Tsunade, who was about ready to hit the bottle after hearing this. When did this happen? Thought a surprised Kakashi. Who would have believed that the kid already has 3 daughters? Thought Jiraiya, who was already trying to guess who the mother of the 3 girls was. No way, thought Ino. Well, this was certainly unexpected, Neji thought when he heard this news. Troublesome, muttered Shikamaru, as if the girls were anything like Naruto, they would be hell raisers. So he has children of his own now, thought Danzo, believing that he may have found something that he could use against Naruto. Naruto-kun really does have a family now. Hinata thought sadly, since Naruto seemed even further away from her now than he was when she learned he was married. It was then at this point that the group were joined by an out-of-breath Uzumaki Kisaragi Yuffie, who was another one of Naruto's wives and was accompanied by 3 of her wolf summons, who she had obviously been using to track the girls. Pant pant, finally caught up to you 3, pant pant, said the tired Yuffie, who had clearly been chasing after the 3 girls. Yuffie, where have you been? You were supposed to be watching the girls, scolded Nana. I tried, but you know how wily Nene and Yoshiko are, and they talk Yami into almost anything. Not to mention, you know how fast and good they are at hiding. Hell, even Soifin and her shock division have trouble finding the 3 of them at times. That still doesn't excuse you for letting them run around, since they just barraged right into Naruto's office when he was having his meeting with the Hokage and the Kazekage, stated Nanao. Oh, please don't you go all high and mighty with me, Nanao, or have you forgotten what happened 2 months ago when it was your turn to watch the girls? After they got away from you, they broke into the Shock and Bolt Division locker rooms and bleached their uniforms, and colored the Bolt Neen's masks pink and the Shock Neen's masks orange. After being reminded of this, Nanao blushed from embarrassment, even though Naruto wasn't angry over the incident and actually laughed about the whole thing. It was still very embarrassing for her, since she was supposed to keep the girls out of trouble. When the Tsunade, Gaara and the others heard this further proved to them that the girls were definitely Naruto's daughters, since they had clearly inherited his love for pranks, or at least Nene and Yoshiko had. Eventually, after a few minutes, the Suna and Konoha representatives got over their shock, although could not help but stare at the 3 young girls and Naruto, since many of them were still having trouble accepting the fact that Naruto of all people was now a father. So these are the representatives of Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaf, and Sunagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the sand, commented Yami. Yes, this here is the Godame Hokage Tsunade and her party, and this man here is the Godame Kazekage Gaara and his brother, sister, wife and sensei, replied Naruto. I am honored to meet you both, said Yami in the same monotone-like voice and expressionless eyes, and did a slight bow. As we are to meet you, Yami-san, and your sisters, Gaara replied with a slight nod. Cool, you're Sabaku no Gaara, Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. Tusan says you're super strong and can do loads of cool things with sand, said Nene as she walked up to Gaara. Tusan also say you're just like him, Uncle B, Mama Yujito and Mama Fu, added Yoshiko, as she walked up to Gaara with her sister. At this, Gaara and the others looked at Naruto in surprise at Nene and Yoshiko, knowing that Naruto and others were Jinchuriki. But Naruto simply replied that he kept no secrets from his daughters. Your father does me great honor in his praise, and yes, I hold a biju, like your father and your mother's. Could you show us some things that you can do, ha ha ha? Yoshiko asked excitedly. Yeah, can you please added Nene, where she did the same puppy-eyed dog look that she gave her father earlier, hopping at break Gaara. Now girls, this isn't exactly the time or the place for those sort of things. Besides, the Kazekage is not here to entertain you, said Naruto as she scolded his 2 youngest daughters lightly. Unfortunately, the girls ignored their father's scolding and turned their attention to the Konoha members, where they started calling some of the member different names like Kiba Dog Breath, Kakashi Cyclops, Sakura Forehead, Lee Centipede Brows and Ino Pig. This of course irked most of the members, where they turned and glared slightly at Naruto, who just gave a cheesy-looking smirk. But the most humorous was when the 2 girls turned to Tsunade. And you're the old hag, Grandma Tsunade. At this remark, a very large tick mark appeared on Tsunade's head as she reined in her temper, so not to cause an incident. Although she did hear some slight snickers coming from certain members of her company. After which she then turned to glare at Naruto, who turned away as he fought back a growing smirk. "Hey Nene, is that who I think it is?" asked Nene as she turned to Jiraiya, who was standing next to Tsunade. "Oh yeah, that's definitely him alright," stated her pink-haired twin. "Oh, so you know me," said Jiraiya, thinking Naruto must have told them how he used to train him. "Yeah, we've heard lots about you are," said Nene with a devilish smirk that was all too much like her father, before she and her twin both cried "Ero Sennin!" together, which caused Toad Sage to fall flat on his face in disbelief. "Damn it, you got them calling me that too!" Jiraiya cried angrily as she slowly picked himself up off the ground and glared slightly at Naruto, who just grinned, while nearly everyone else in the room snickered or laughed at the Toad Sage's expense. "Listen carefully, you two little smart Alecs. I am the great Jiraiya, a man among men, who can capture any maiden's heart and have defeated the mightiest of villains," declared Jiraiya as he puffed out his chest. At the end of this little speech, both Nene and Yoshiko looked completely unimpressed, where Yoshiko then turned their father. "Yes, Tusen, you were right, he really does like the sound of his own voice." At this remark everyone burst out laughing, which further irritated Jiraiya, causing him to mutter how disrespectful kids today were towards their elders. "You know I've about half a mind to bend you over my knee and give you both a good spanking." "Yeah right, like a dirty old fart like you could, my sisters and I could take you down with one jutsu," declared Nene. "Ha, I like to see you try that, brat," laughed Jiraiya. At this challenge, both Nene and Yoshiko once again had the same identical smirk that Naruto was known to have when he was young, which actually made Jiraiya worry a little. "Hey Yamine, let's show Erosen in that special jutsu that Tusen helped us come up with," said Nene as she turned to her elder blonde sibling, while at the same time causing a confused look to appear on Naruto's face, not sure what technique Nene was talking about. "I do not believe that jutsu would be appropriate here, sister, especially considering the provocative stance it holds," replied Yami, little to no expression. "Oh come, it'll be fun, not to mention it'll put this guy in his place," urged Yoshiko. After about a minute or so more of pleading from her younger siblings, Yami let out a slight sigh before relenting. "Very well then, I will capitulate, although I still hold my reservations of using it and do not see the value of it." It was in that moment that Naruto suddenly realized what the girls were talking about and tried to stop them, knowing what would happen to him once they did the jutsu. Sadly, before Naruto could stop them, the three girls each did a ram's seal, where a puff of smoke covered each of them. Enter Naruto OST sexiness. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the rest of the people in the room could see that the girls took on new forms, which had strong similarities to a certain jutsu they were all familiar with in some way. The first of the girls to be fully seen was Yoshiko, who took the form of medium-tall girl with long pink hair, which fell below her waist. But the thing that caught most people's attention was that Yoshiko was naked, although thankfully a thin layer of smoke covered her chest and groin. But it still left enough to show that Yoshiko's new form was filled out in just the right places in both curves and chest. 2. The next to be seen was Nene, who also took on the form of a medium-tall girl, but had long bright green hair that reached down to her hips. Although unlike Yoshiko's form she did not appear naked, instead she appeared in a bright pink sexy bunny girl outfit, which helped to highlight her curvy figure and ample cleavage. 3. And last but not least to be revealed was Yami, who took on the form of tall young girl with long blonde hair and bright crimson eyes, which gave her an exotic look. She was dressed in a sexy black two-piece bathing suit, which did not hide her impressive bust or her hourglass-like figure. The fact that she still maintained an expressionless look on her face gave her a sort of an allure, which made people want to stare at her constantly. 4. Upon seeing the three girls' new forms, Jiraiya, Konohamaru, Kiba and Kankuro were blasted back into some of Naruto's bookshelves by large nosebleeds, and all of them had perverted grins on their faces. I guess it's true what they say, no matter how much things change, some things always remain the same. Though Kakashi with a slight sigh, as she saw Naruto's daughter use the jutsu he created when he was a kid. After seeing the girls' forms, any remaining doubt that the other Suna and Konoha representatives had about the girls being Naruto's daughters left, since only Naruto's children would know his Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy technique. End Naruto OST sexiness. As soon Jiraiya and the others were blasted back by their nosebleeds, Naruto was on the receiving end of a three-way bash onto the head by Yujito, Fu and Okatsu, who all shouted, "Baka!" at the same time. This was then followed by a furious Nanao, throwing her oversized book right into Naruto's face, causing him to fall backwards and slam his head onto the floor. "You idiot, we told you not to teach the girls that perverted jutsu!" shouted a furious Yujito. "And don't think for 1 second that you won't be punished for this. Since we told you quite clearly what would happen if you taught the girls that deplorable thing you call a jutsu," rounded an angry Nanao, who had walked by Tsunade and the others and went up to join Yujito and the other girls and was towering over a now cowering Naruto. Naturally, upon seeing this, the remaining other representatives had large sweat drops on their heads. Since it wasn't every day that one would see Uzumaki Naruto, the Rokudaime Raikage and famed Raiden no Kami, god of thunder and lightning, who was now recognized strongest shinobi and kage in the shinobi world, on his knees cowering before the wrath of his wives. Some, although mainly male members, had sympathetic looks on their faces, as given what they were seeing, Yujito and the other girls' wrath was something to be feared and not taken lightly. "BB, but I didn't teach them it. I swear!" replied the nervous Naruto. How the hell did they learn it?" rounded Fu angrily. "We learned it from watching Tusan when he showed it to us that one time," answered Nene as she and her sibling returned to normal. "What?" cried the 4 wives together, before they turned back to Naruto and once again roared, "Baka!" as they gave him a 4-way bash to the head, and then started to yell at him for showing the girls the technique. At the same time, Naruto's other wives Takara, Taira and Yuffie stayed back and watched the whole event. Both Taira and Yuffie had amused smirks, as they were enjoying the whole spectacle. Takara, on the other hand, just sighed, as something like this wasn't exactly unusual for their family. Killer Bee, although, was enjoying the show about as much as Taira and Yuffie were, and was laughing his ass off and talking to Hachibi inside his mind and saying how Naruto was whipped. "You knucklehead, what were you thinking when you showed them that jutsu?" yelled Fu angrily. "TTTH, they wanted to see it after I told them of some old pranks I did when I was a kid," replied the now fearful Naruto. "Is this true?" asked Okatsu as she turned to her daughters with a frown, making both Nene and Yoshiko very nervous, where both of them had the same cheesy grins and started scratching the back of their heads, not unlike Naruto when he was younger. Yami, on the other hand, stayed completely expressionless. To be more exact, Nene-san and Yoshiko-san pleaded with Oto-sama to show them the technique, after he told us of some of his escapades when he was around our age. Once they saw it, they asked me to help them recreate it, where we combined it with the special transformation technique that Anohana-sama taught us," answered Yami with her usual blank face. "Wait. You mean the special henge transformation that allows you to transform into your adult forms?" asked Nanao as she turned to her daughter, where Yami just nodded. "Okay, just hold on 1 second here," spoke Kiba after waking up. "You're saying that the forms they took just now was what they'll look like when they are adults? When we're 18 to be precise," responded Yami, surprising everyone. "Damn," thought Kiba, since he knew once Naruto's daughters grew up, the 3 of them were going to have boys coming after them, left and right. At hearing this, a look suddenly appeared on Jiraiya's, who had also woke up from his short nap. But as quickly as this look appeared on his face, it disappeared when a small bolt of lightning flew between his legs, narrowly missing a certain body part. "Don't even think about using my daughters in one of your books, Toad. Not unless you want your balls fried off," stated Naruto as he stood up and glared at his former sensei, while emanating some lightning from his right hand to make his point clear. And if that wasn't enough, Nanao, Yujito and the other girls, including Takara, Taira, Yuffie, all started to glare at the Toad Sage and leak killing intent, clearly indicating that they were of the same mind. Even Yuffie's wolf summonses were with them, where they started growling at the Sannin. Gulping, Jiraiya nodded his head violently, telling them that he understood perfectly. Eventually, though, the excitement died down and Naruto told his daughters that they had to go and that he would see them later tonight. But we want to stay with you too, San," moaned Yoshiko. "I'm sorry, Yoshiko, but you two should know better. I've a lot of important things to do and you 3 would be very bored just staying here with me," said Naruto. "Oh, Akatsuki, we understand, Stan," replied Nene sadly. "But if we can't hang out here, do you think you can summon out Moko, please, begged the green-haired girl, as she used her infamous puppy dog look and was joined by her sister Yoshiko, who did the same. It of course did not take long for them to break their father, where Naruto sighed and said, "Fine." Naturally, when Yujito and the other girls saw this, they could only smile in amusement, since both Yoshiko and Nene had Naruto wrapped around their fingers and they knew it. After biting his finger, Naruto did some quick hand seals and placed his hand onto the ground and cried, "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique!" After which a small puff of smoke erupted, where once it dissipated a small white tiger cub appeared, and let out small but cut little cry that others guessed was its roar. 5. When the others saw the little tiger cub, several girls like Ino, Sakura and Temari had to fight hard to suppress the urge to scream, "Kawaii!" and squeeze the little tiger cub to death. Once the small tiger cub appeared, Nene quickly went over to it and picked it up, where her twin then went over to her and started to pet the young cub, who purred, indicating that it liked it. "Now play nice with Muko, as he's still only a cub, you don't want his father Byako angry at you," said Naruto. "We will," answered Nene. "Yeah, we promise," replied Yoshiko. Before the girls left with Yuffie, Yami turned to look back at Naruto. "Will you be coming tomorrow for the final exam and graduation, Odo-sama?" "I can't promise anything, Yami, since I've an important meeting tomorrow with IWA, but I'll do my best." At this Yami just nodded, while still keeping her face void of emotion, and said, "I understand," before leaving with her sisters, Yuffie and her wolf summons. Once the girls left, and the doors to his office closed, Tsunade turned to Naruto. "They are not your children, really?" stated Tsunade, since she found it highly unlike for Naruto to be their father, since both Nene and Yoshiko were about 8. Meaning that Naruto had to be about 14 when the girls were born. Although it wouldn't be impossible for Naruto to be their father, she just found it highly unlikely. It was even less likely for Naruto to be Yami's father since she was 12, meaning that she had already been born before Naruto was even banished from Konoha. "They are my daughters, Swanda," Naruto replied simply, as he went back his desk and picked up his chair, which had been knocked down when Yoshiko and Nene jumped on top of him, and sat back down. "No, I mean," said Tsunade, but before she could finish speaking, Naruto held up his hand to stop her. "I know what you meant, Tsunade, and yes, you're right. Biological speaking, I'm not the girl's father, nor are Yujito and the others, the girl's biological mother. But as far as we are concerned, they are our daughters, and as far as they're concerned, we are their parents." "So you adopted them?" stated Gaara. "Yes, I adopted them during civil war here," Naruto answered. "So what happened to their parents?" asked Temari, who was curious as to why Naruto would adopt 3 girls. At this question, Naruto sighed, and for a moment a sorrowful look appeared on his visage, before it quickly disappeared. "For months after Anasu, Akatsuki and I joined the rebel factions in their war against the former Lightning Daimyo and the Godame Raikage. I led a large team of rebel shinobi in raiding a small enemy-supplied base. We succeeded in destroying the base and taking all the supplies, but soon after found ourselves being pursued by a large team of the Godame Raikage ANBU. When we realized this, I volunteered to lead the team away from the others so that they could return to our base with the supplies," answered Naruto, where he continued on. "After a few days I lost the ANBU, but by then I was exhausted, as I hadn't slept for days or had much time to rest and eat, and I was a long way from any friendly bases or hideouts. Luckily, before I collapsed from exhaustion, I came across a small village, where they hid me from enemy patrols until I recovered. There I also met Nene's and Yoshiko's mother, who was the one who found me and took care of me until I fully recovered. The girls were barely 4 at the time, but I grew quite fond of them during the few days I stayed there. A few months later, though, as the war started to turn in our favor, the Godame Raikage ordered the destruction of every village and town that supported the rebel factions or was believed to be harboring them, hoping to intimidate them into stop supporting us. We of course did our best to protect as many villages and towns as we could, but couldn't save them all. The village that the girls were from, was it one of those villages that were destroyed?" asked Ino. "Yes," replied Naruto sadly. "Somehow the Godame Raikage forces learned that the village had hidden me from them, and by the time I arrived, the village had been completely destroyed and the villagers slaughtered. When we searched the ruins of the village for any survivors, we only found the girls, who were crying underneath the ruins of their house. Their mother had used a trap door in their house to hide them from the Godame Raikage's men, before they killed her. Soon after finding them, I decided to adopt them, as they had no other family left. Their father had been killed shortly after the civil war started, just after they had been born, when he tried to stop the former Lightning Daimyo's men from confiscating the village's grain supply. After hearing this, the mood of most of the 2 groups became somber, given how much Nene and Yoshiko lost because of the civil war in Kaminari no Kuni. They also knew that Naruto most likely blamed himself for what happened to the girls' mother and their village, since in his mind it was his fault, since if he hadn't been in the village, it might have been spared. And what about your other daughter Yami? Was she from the same village as well? Asked Kiba. No, Yami wasn't from the Nenes and Yoshiko's village, although I did adopt her not long after I adopted Nene and Yoshiko, answered Naruto. So why did you adopt her? Asked Kankuro. At this question an unreadable look appeared on Naruto's face, where none of the members of the two groups could figure out what Naruto was thinking at that moment. I'm afraid I cannot answer that question, replied Naruto, since not only is it a rather sensitive and personal question, but also classified. Naturally, at hearing this, the two groups became even more curious about Yami's past. Since the young girl was a curious enough person, given the way she acted towards people and how she remained almost completely expressionless, like a doll or something. Do they know that they're adopted? Asked Choji. Yes, they do, as like I said earlier, I've no secrets from them, answered Naruto, after which he stated that they should get back to business and finish their earlier discussion. Gaara and Tsunade and the others of course knew that Naruto was purposely changing the subject of their conversation away from girls. But they decided to not comment on it and complied with Naruto's wish. After a quick discussion on where and how the talks were going to happen, the meeting ended, where Naruto told them that if they were still interested in the tour of the village, it would begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and that they would be accompanied by the Mizukage and her party. Nodding their heads in thanks and stating that they'd be there, the two Kages left the room with their individual parties. The next day conference room in the Raikage Tower/mountain. Currently sitting at a large table in the conference room, Naruto was patiently waiting for the representative of IWA with his bodyguard/wife Yujito and Shinmen Yukai, the Chi no Megami, goddess of earth, and member of the Go Genso no Megami, the 5 elemental goddesses. Like many of Naruto's subordinates and followers, Yukai was not from either New Kumo or Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country. She was in fact from IWA herself. Yukai was from a well-respected family of shinobi, where her father held a seat as a Jonin commander in the IWA council. When Ryoku took power from the Sandaime Tsuchikage, Yukai's father was one of the few people who openly opposed Ryoku's rule and tried to find proof that he was behind the death of the Sandaime Tsuchikage, who was said to have died due to heart failure not long after he was forced to surrender his position as Tsuchikage. Naturally, when Ryoku learned of this, he hired an outside group to kill her entire family, and blamed it on foreign shinobi. He then later discredited her family, stating that they were working with outside forces to overthrow IWA, but were betrayed themselves by their allies. Fortunately, Yukai was able to escape the slaughter of her family, along with her younger sister, and thanks to help to some friends of her father, they were able to leave the village and country without being discovered. After traveling for some time, Yukai knew she and her sister needed to join a new village, which could protect them from Ryoku's followers who would come after them. Naturally, she knew she couldn't go to Suna and Konoha given their past history with her village and Kiri was too far away. So she decided to join New Kumo, given how she had heard that the civil war had just ended at the time, and that they would need more shinobi to replace their losers. When she first met Naruto and learned who he really was, Yukai had naturally become fearful of what he might do, given how she and her sister were from the village that was his father's sworn enemy. But fortunately, her fears had been proven wrong, where Naruto accepted her without incident, and gave her a chance to prove herself, where she became a loyal shinobi for New Kumo. Yukai was tough, assertive person who was not afraid to speak her mind, but at the same time had a very compassionate side, which she showed mainly to her younger sister. She was a woman of action and would often be in the front lines of any battle and proved herself to be a skilled user in Doton Jutsu, which resulted in her becoming the Chi no Megami of the Go Genso no Megami. She also had a very loyal spirit, which she had proven on many missions for New Kumo, where she saved the lives of many of her comrades at the risk of her own life. Yet she also had a mild tendency to hold grudges, especially when it came to the Yondaime Tsuchikage Ryoku and his family. Yukai had short brown hair and brown eyes and an average-looking face. She wore a heavily armored green kimono, making her look almost like some kind of samurai. Eventually, after a few minutes, the IWA party entered the room. The main representative of IWA was none other than Kokimi, daughter of the former Yondaime Tsuchikage Ryoku and sister to the current Godaime Tsuchikage Barugu, and was accompanied by 2 IWA Jonin. Kokimi was extremely attractive woman, with dark violet hair with hairpins in it. She wore a purple and black elegant, yet slightly revealing kimono that showed off her figure. When Naruto saw Kokimi and her party enter the room, he raised his guard. As he had done his homework on Kokimi, who according to Yukais and Masato's, head of CIND division, reports, she was a highly intelligent and cunning person and was equally ambitious. She was also said to be a very good manipulator and a skilled diplomat. Yet as skilled as she was in diplomacy, she was twice as deadly in battle, as she was extremely deadly in the art of assassination and was highly skilled in combat and in using genjutsu and poisons. It was even rumored among the higher-ups in IWA that she had been the one who killed the Sandaime Tsuchikage by poisoning him. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Raikage-sama. I've heard a great deal about you," said Kokimi as she walked over to Naruto, who stood up from his seat and shook her hand. "The pleasure is mine, Kokimi-san. I've been looking forward to our meeting for some time," replied Naruto. After which Kokimi smiled and nodded, where she shook hands with Naruto. It was then at this point that she finally took notice of Yukai, who was standing next to Naruto, and quickly recognized her, where she narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. Eventually, though, Kokimi let go of Naruto's hand and went over to the other end of the table and took the seat there. "I must admit I was rather surprised when I first received your message calling for a ceasefire and asking for peace, Kokimi-san, given how I killed your father," said Naruto. "I believe you're mistaken, Raikage-sama. Although my father received serious injuries from his battle with you, he is still alive and is recovering. Also, it was he not I who asked for the ceasefire," responded Kokimi. "Please, Kokimi-san, let us not start off with lies already and do not treat me like a fool. I know your father is dead or at the very least, is in a state where he can no longer rule your village. The injuries he received from battling me would have been too extensive for him to survive, and even if by some miracle he survived, the damage from my futon, Raisin Shuriken, Wind Style, Spiraling Shuriken, alone, would have crippled him to the extent where he could no longer use his chakra or be a shinobi." At hearing this, Kokimi frowned slightly, since she hadn't expected Naruto to know that her father was dead, as she had hoped to keep her father's death hidden from everyone for a while, so that IWA would look stronger than it really was. "Also," continued Naruto, "your father would never have wanted to make peace with me, since I'm the living reminder of my father, who he despises more than anyone else. He said as much when we fought one another, and he would not rest until either one of you was dead." Kokimi of course frowned further when she heard this, and silently cursed her now deceased father. She thought about denying it and trying to convince Naruto that her father was still alive, but knew it would be futile. "I apologize for my deception, Raikage-sama, but I'm sure you of all people can understand that to protect one's homeland, you need to be deceptive at times." "Yes, I do understand, which is why I will look past the matter," replied Naruto. "I'm very pleased to hear that, Raikage-sama, since the First Great Shinobi World War and your surprise attack on our forces. There has never been a major conflict between our separate villages, and it would a great tragedy for both sides for another conflict to erupt," stated Kokimi. "Do not try and make us as the guilty party for attacking your forces, since we aren't the first to do something like that, and we certainly won't be the last. Besides, IWA itself is guilty for attacking suddenly without warning, or are you forgetting the Claw Valley incident in Hon no Kuni, Bone County 5? Stated Yujito rather angrily, as she heard the underlined remark in Kokimi's words. At the mention of the Claw Valley incident, Kokimi remained expressionless, although silently cursed herself for forgetting that incident. The incident itself was well known, since it was the closest time since the First Great Shinobi World War that Kumo and IWA came to war. During the Third Great Shinobi World War, both villages were involved in a separate war with Konoha. At the time, Kumo was battling Konoha's forces along Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, northern borders, while IWA was fighting Konoha in Kusa no Kuni, Grass Country. After the destruction of Kanobi Bridge 6, IWA attempted a daring maneuver to win the war, where they sent a massive army numbering about 10,000 shinobi across Taki no Kuni, Waterfall Country, and into Hon no Kuni. The plan was to enter Hon no Kuni and cross the border between it and Hai no Kuni and head straight for Konoha, bypassing its main forces and destroy the village with one massive attack. At the same time, the Sandaime Raikage, who was leading a platoon of Kumo shinobi, who to many was known as Fumetsu, the Immortal, due to his body's incredible durability, which some called the perfect shield, was returning to Kumo from making a successful raid on several Konoha bases in Hai no Kuni. Wanting to avoid being ambushed by Konoha forces, the Sandaime Raikage and his shinobi took the long way back to Konoha, where they made their way to Hon no Kuni and planned to make their way back to Kumo from there. By nightfall, the Sandaime Raikage and his men crossed the border between Hai no Kuni and Hon no Kuni and made their way into Claw Valley. There they encountered several IWA teams, who were sent ahead of the main force to scout things out. When the IWA teams came across the Sandaime Raikage and his shinobi, they mistook them for Konoha shinobi and attacked them. Soon after their attack, the main IWA forces arrived. By the time the IWA commander realized the mistake that had been made, he could not stop the battle as the Sandaime Raikage and his shinobi began attacking the rest main force. Believing that the IWA force had purposely ambushed them, in an attempt to kill the Raikage and weaken Kumo. When daybreak broke and the Kumonines saw the force they were up against, the Sandaime Raikage ordered what was left of his platoon to retreat, while he acted as a rear guard and held back the IWA army, knowing that they could not win against such overwhelming numbers. Despite being hopelessly outnumbered, the Sandaime Raikage fought heroically and did the impossible, and held back the massive army of shinobi for 3 consecutive days and nights without halt, before collapsing and dying from exhaustion. This resulted in the Sandaime Raikage being praised not only as a hero of Kumo, but also as the greatest Raikage to have lived, for single-handedly holding back an entire army. Soon after the battle ended, the IWA commander ordered his force to return home, given the losses they suffered and how they no longer had the element of surprise on their side. As Konoha quickly became aware of the enemy army not long after the battle started, and once the battle ended, they were prepared to counter the army. After the battle, tensions between Kumo and IWA rose, but before a war could erupt, both sides signed a peace treaty. As neither side wanted to fight the other, given how they were both fighting a separate war with Konoha and feared if war erupted between the two, one of them would make peace with Konoha and ally with it, and Suna and destroy the other, or Konoha and Suna would simply call back their forces and let the two fight it out and take advantage of their weakened states later on. With all due respect, replied Kokimi as she turned to Yujito. That was a tragic mistake. It was never our intention to attack the Sandaime Raikage and his party, and our forces paid for that mistake, as we lost many our finest shinobi in that battle. That may be true, but it does not change the fact that our village lost one of its greatest leaders because of an unprovoked attack by your shinobi, spoke Yujito rather angrily. Since even today, there were still some hard feels among new Kumo shinobi towards IWA, who like Yujito regard the Sandaime Raikage as a hero of Kumo. Before Kokimi could respond to this, Naruto intervened, saying that they were here to talk and make peace, not to fight or start another war. At this remark, both women nodded in agreement, but not before they glared at one another for a minute or two. For the next few hours, Naruto and Kokimi discussed the terms and details of the peace treaty. As expected, Kokimi proved that she was a skilled diplomat, where she was able to skillfully avoid falling into Naruto's trap, where he tried to restrict her village's fleet movement, which was currently being rebuilt. She was even able to maneuver herself to become the new ambassador for her village and be given residence in New Kumo. Since following one of the terms that Naruto agreed to earlier on, IWA would be allowed an ambassador in his village to represent it, so that both villages could better communicate with one another. Naturally, Naruto couldn't refuse her, since she had the right to choose who would represent her village, even if that person was herself. But still, it did present the opportunity for her to be used as a political hostage should the Alliance and IWA go to war again. But as skilled as Kamiki was, Naruto was still able to force some restrictions on IWA, like preventing them from rebuilding their fleet to its original size, which was 150, and restricting them from only having 30 ships. He was also able to force IWA to abandon and dismantle all their major bases and forts along the borders of any Alliance member. So in the event of another war between them, IWA would be unable to launch any major invasion on any member nation or village of Heavenly Alliance. It would also severely weaken any kind of first line of defensive for them, should they be invaded by the Alliance. I'm afraid that I must refuse your request, Kokimi-san, replied Naruto rather coolly, after hearing Kokimi's latest request, which she suggested under the guise of improving relations between Alliance and IWA. I do not see problem, Raikage-sama. Yukai-san's sister is a citizen of my village, and Yukai-san herself is a former shinobi, and she is wanted for conspiring with her family to overthrow my father. Surely, as sign of goodwill, you will hand her over to my village, stated Kokimi. At this, Yukai slowly started to growl, as her temper began to rise, but before she could say or try anything, Naruto stopped her by raising his hand. I'm afraid even if your claims were true, Kokimi-san, I will not hand over either Yukai or her sister to your village. Yukai is a valuable shinobi to my village and her sister is about to become one herself, and I will not hand them over to be tortured and executed, even if it was for better relations between our separate villages. But surely, Raikage-sama, you can see the value of handing over Yukai-san at least, as it would go a long way to mending relationships with our villages. I can also assure you that Yukai-san will be given a fair trial, and if found innocent, she will be returned to your village if she wishes to. I still must refuse your request, Kokimi-san, as when Yukai-san and her sister first came to my village, I agreed to give them sanctuary in my village, and I never go back on my word, and there is not a thing you or your village can do to force me to hand them over to you. Nor do I believe that your village is willing to start a war over this, stated Naruto. Well, if you're unwilling to hand over Yukai-san and her sister, perhaps there is another way that could mend our village's relations with one another, suggested Kokimi, as she maintained a blank face. And that would be? Asked Naruto, knowing that he probably not liked the answer. We would like a written apology signed by you for attacking our forces. An apology? Repeated Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I don't believe that much to ask for, replied Kokimi, with a small smirk indicating she was up to something. But Kokimi-san, it was war, and in war people fight and die. I'm aware of that, Raikage-sama, but our two nations weren't at war with one another, and there are many in my village who feel that your attacks were unwarranted. But should you give a written apology for attacking our forces, I'm sure that it would go a long way of mending the wounds between our two villages, answered Kokimi with an all-too-sweet smile. I'm afraid an apology is not possible, Kokimi-san, said Naruto calmly without giving anything away. And may I ask why? Surely it's not about pride? Since you made a point to acknowledge that the incident involving the Hyuga clan was entirely your village's fault, and openly apologized for it, and even paid the clan compensation. Certainly not. The reason I cannot apologize is simply because of this, said Naruto as he took out a medium-sized folder from his inside pocket coat and slid it across the table to Kokimi, who picked it up. What is it? This folder is one of several that my shinobi found in a recent raid on one of Orochimaru's bases. This folder describes in detail a joint attack on our neighbors, Sato, Hot Spring Country, and Shimo no Kuni, Frost Country, by Kiri, Oto, and Iwa once Konoha was destroyed. It also goes on to detail that after the countries are invaded, they are to be used as staging points for a massive invasion on my village. The reason why I'm showing you this folder is that it is specifically linked to your village, as this was planned by your father. I'm disappointed, Raikage-sama. I would have expected better from you than fabricating evidence to justify your unwarranted attack on our forces. Even if this folder wasn't fabricated, the fact that you found it in Orochimaru's base should indicate that he was the architect of the plan, not my father. There is no proof that my father was behind the creating of this plan or had any knowledge of it whatsoever or even supported it. For all we know, Orochimaru planned this himself, believing he could convince my father and the others into attacking your alliance after Konoha was destroyed. Oh, I can assure you this is authentic, and it was indeed formed by your father, for if you look to the last page you'll see your father's signature and the stamp of the Tsuchikage on it. When Kokimi turned to the last page, she did indeed find her father's signature and the stamp of the Tsuchikage at the end of the last page. This proved without a doubt that her father was indeed the architect of this plan against the Heavenly Alliance. When she saw this, Kokimi had to bite down her own frustration, as she never expected Naruto to actually find proof that her father was indeed planning to attack the Heavenly Alliance with Orochimaru and the others. As you can see, apologizing for my attack on your forces would be pointless, as this proves that my village was acting in the defense of the Heavenly Alliance. It seems that I am the one who owes you an apology, Raikage-sama, apologized Kokimi. I had no idea that my father was planning to attack the Heavenly Alliance with Orochimaru and the others. Naruto, of course, didn't believe a word that Kokimi said, since he found it highly unlikely that Kokimi didn't know what her father had planned. That quite alright, Kokimi-san, replied a smiling Naruto, who was enjoying his little victory over Kokimi. But still, in the name of mending fences, perhaps you could send us a written apology for planning to attack the Alliance. At the mention of this, Naruto was gratified to see a slight twitch on Kokimi's face, before she smiled, which was clearly forced, and said, Of course, Raikage-sama, I'm pleased to hear that. Now, if it's alright with you, I would like to end the talks early today, since I've a very important event that I must attend. Yes, I believe that would be a splendid idea, replied Kokimi, with another forced smile, before bidding Naruto a good day. Once Kokimi left the room, Yukai and Yujito turned and smiled at the blonde Raikage. Well played, Raikage-sama, said Yukai, who had enjoyed seeing Kokimi being caught off guard and being put in her place for once. Agreed, you sure showed her who was in charge here, said Yujito with her own smile. But I still don't understand why I was so eager to get you to sign that apology. It's not like it could really hurt us. Maybe not physical, but if I had agreed to sign a written apology, it would have caused us a great deal of political problems further down the road, answered Naruto. What do you mean by that? Asked Yujito. What Kokimi's real objective was, to have us admit that our attack on their forces was unwarranted, explained Naruto. By writing up this apology and signing it, IWA would have written proof of us admitting that the actions we took against their village was uncalled for and unprovoked. This would then give them a great deal of political leverage to use against us. They could even use this apology to get the other nations and shinobi villages, who are not allied to us, to side with them against us at another time, when they are ready. Since the apology could be used to convince those nations and villages that we will attack anyone who does not stand with the Heavenly Alliance. At hearing this, both Yukai and Yujito frowned, as they had no idea how a simple written apology could do so much damage in the wrong hands. It seems that she is more cunning than I gave credit for, commented Yukai, when Naruto just nodded in agreement. But how did you know that she would try something like this? Asked Yujito. Well, it was pretty obvious that IWA would try and use our sudden attack on their forces to try and gain some kind of advantage or compensation in the talks. That's why I had Mitsuhide and the other groups that were attacking Orochimaru's bases, to look out for these files or something to prove that IWA and the others were going to attack us. It was only a stroke of good fortune that these files arrived before the talks. But even if you hadn't these files, you still could have refused to give a written apology, since we knew they were planning to attack us from the beginning, stated Yujito. At this, Naruto just shook his head. If I had refused, IWA would still have used our sudden attack on them to gain sympathy from other nations and villages, who aren't with us. Even if we said that IWA and the others were planning to attack us, it would be simply our word against theirs. This would then make us look like villains and them victims, where they would slowly manipulate other nations and villages to siding against us. By playing on their fears of our growing power and being invaded and stating that it would only be a matter of time before we start invading all the other nations that aren't with the alliance. You've thought this through, stated Yujito. I've had to, since despite our growing strength and recent position as the strongest force on the continent, the Heavenly Alliance is only in its infancy, as it is only a few years old, which means it is still fragile and can easily break from one careless mistake. That's why we have to be careful with every decision we make. Then why are you letting her stay here in New Kumo? Asked Yukai, as she didn't like the idea of Kokimi staying in New Kumo, knowing she would cause her new home trouble. I've no choice, since I agreed earlier to allow both of us to pick whoever we wanted to be the ambassador to our villages, explained Naruto. I just never expected her to pick herself, but still, continued Naruto, there is some advantage to having her here. We can slowly feed her false intel on New Kumo, and if war should break out again between us and IWA, she could be a useful political hostage. Also, to quote Sun Tzu, there is wisdom in keeping your friends close and your enemies closer. At this, Yujito and Yukai nodded, after which Naruto told Yujito and Yukai that they should get going or they would be late, where the two women just nodded again and left the room with Naruto. Earlier this morning, with the Konoha group currently waiting in the hotel lobby to escort the Konoha, Suna and Kiri groups on their tour of New Kumo, were Uzumaki Kisaragi Yuffie, Uzumaki Tatara Tomo, Uzumaki Ain and Hayabusa Kasumi. With them as well were Killer Bee's former students Karui, Omo and Samui, as well as veteran Jonin Darui and C. When the three groups arrived, the Kiri group were surprised at meeting several more of Naruto's wives. Konoha and Suna groups although weren't as surprised, since they already knew Yuffie and Tomo, who were with Naruto at the Battle of Konoha. But they were surprised in meeting Ain and learning she was another of Naruto's wives. As always, Jiraiya started to ogle at the young women in front of him, or more especially at Samui, Ain and Kasumi and their impressive busts, which rivaled Tsunade's. This of course resulted in Tsunade bashing him head first into a nearby wall, after which she apologized and promised to pay for the damage. But was quickly told by Ain that there was no need, since if Tsunade hadn't done it, she would have, which of course made the female Kage smile and start to like Ain. Also joining the group was Anko and Aiko, who had been staying in the hotel since they arrived and were eager to see more of New Kumo. Once everyone had arrived, Tsunade turned to Tomo, who was leading the new Kumo escort. Now that we are all here, shall we begin the tour? Not just yet, Hokage-sama, as we are still expecting one other shinobi who will be assisting us in escorting you around New Kumo, and here she is, said Tomo, before she turned around to see another shinobi enter the room. When the groups looked up to see who had entered the lobby, many of them were shocked to see that the person was none other than the former lieutenant of Orochimaru, Guren. They were even more surprised to see that she now wore a Kumo headband. "What the hell is she doing here?" declared Sakura angrily, as she and several other members of the Konoha group took up fighting stances when they saw Guren. Fortunately, before anything could happen, Tomo placed herself between Guren and the Konoha members and held out her right arm in front of the Konohanins. "That is enough. There will be no fighting here. If you attack Guren-san, the talks between Konoha and the Heavenly Alliance will be cancelled and you and your people will be sent back home." "But she is one of Orochimaru's followers," stated Kiba angrily, as he glared at the former Oto Kanasahai. "That is no longer the case, in return for valuable information on Orochimaru and his organization. The Raikage has granted Guren-san amnesty for her past crimes as a member of Otogakure, Hidden Sound, as well as allowed her to become a shinobi of New Kumo." After hearing this, the Konoha, Kiri and Suna groups were surprised, since it was one thing to give amnesty for a former enemy shinobi in return for information. But it was a completely separate matter to allow said shinobi to become a member of your village. Many of the Konoha members, of course, could not help but wonder what exactly did Naruto do to Guren to get her to betray Orochimaru? Since according to the reports they had on her, she had been fanatically loyal to Orochimaru, to the point where she would have gladly died for him. Once the excitement of Guren's new allegiance died down a bit, Ain suggested that they began the tour of New Kumo, which the three groups quickly agreed to. As the large group were shown around the different areas of the civilian district, many of the Konoha members were still curious as to why Guren switched sides. Some, like Danzo, guessed that she did it for survival, knowing that she would most likely be killed for what she knew. While others, like Kohara, thought that she was only pretending to switch sides and was waiting for the right moment to make her escape and return to her master. Eventually, Kakashi decided to ask Guren the question that most of the members of the three groups were thinking. "Excuse me, Guren-san, but if you don't mind me asking, why exactly did you betray Orochimaru and join the Raikage?" At this question, Guren just smiled and said, "To put it simply, Hataki-san, the Raikage can be a rather persuasive." Flashback: currently sitting in a small round windowless room, Guren sat chained to a small chair and table that were nailed to the floor. The chains themselves had specialized seals carved into them, which suppressed her chakra and prevented her from using her bloodline. When Guren woke up from her drug-induced coma, she found herself in a large round prison. It of course didn't take a genius to figure out that she had been captured by New Kumo, given how she was chained up and had been defeated by the commander of the Shock Division, Soifin, who also happened to be married to the Raikage. About a week after waking up, Guren was brought out of her cell by two guards and into the room she was in now, which was clearly some kind of interrogation room. Eventually the door to the room opened and a tall man entered the room. He short bright blonde hair that was slicked back, by gel or something, so that it was spiked up at the back, and had bright blue highlights in the shape of lightning bolts, which traveled up the spike ends of his hair. The man also wore a blue long coat with white lightning-like pattern on the right side of the coat, and wore a pair of black fingerless gloves and carried a medium-sized book in his right hand. Once Guren saw the man, she instantly recognized him from old photos she has seen of the man. Although his outfit, hand, and his hairstyle had changed, there was no mistaking it. "The Yondaime Hokage," muttered Guren in surprise, at seeing the legendary shinobi, who led Konoha to victory in the Third Great Shinobi World War and was known throughout the shinobi world as Kiroi Senko, Yellow Flash. "I'm afraid not. My name is Uzumaki Naruto," replied Naruto coolly, as she sat down in the chair in front of Guren. "Uzumaki!" replied Guren in surprise. "But you're supposed to be dead." "Afraid not, for as you can see, I'm alive and well, and before you ask, the reason why I look like the Yondaime Hokage is because I'm his son." "His son?" repeated Guren in disbelief, where Naruto just nodded. For the next few minutes Guren remained silent as she tried to adjust to this new information, as she couldn't believe that the Jinchuriki that Konoha banished over 10 years ago was in fact the son of the Yondaime Hokage and was now the Rokudaime Raikage. Eventually, though, the information settled, and as she thought about it more, it slowly made sense, since Orochimaru had once told her. There was an unspoken tradition between the shinobi villages, where a Jinchuriki would be related in some way to the leader of the village. But even with that matter settled, she still found it hard to believe that Naruto was the infamous Rokudan Raikage, or as he was more commonly known as the Raiden no Kami, god of thunder and lightning. She especially found it hard to believe that someone like him could be someone so powerful, as she remembered the power Naruto emanated during the Battle of Konoha. Even if he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yokai, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, it didn't make any sense to her, since she never felt any of the Biju's chakra when he was powering up or battling Orochimaru. Another reason why it didn't make any sense was because according to Kabuto and Orochimaru, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was a talentless, loud-mouthed simpleton, who had more guts than brains or common sense. Soon enough though, Gyurin was brought out of her train of thought, when Naruto coughed loudly to gain her attention. Ahem, if you're ready Gyurin-san, we shall begin with your interrogation. Wait. You're interrogating me? Asked Gyurin, when Naruto just nodded. Well, this is certainly an ego boost, having the infamous Raiden no Kami interrogating little old me, Gyurin said with an arrogant smirk. Naruto of course did not respond to this remark and remained silent, and stared at the woman. You might as well just kill me now, as I will tell you nothing about Orochimaru-sama and I would sooner die than betray him. Really, and what has Orochimaru done for you to deserve such loyalty? He saved me from those who shunned me and made them pay for what they did to me. He also made me more powerful than I ever would have become without him and gave me a purpose for living. At hearing this remark, Naruto maintained a neutral face, preventing Gyurin from guessing what he was thinking. So if he asked you to become his new vessel you would agree without hesitation? Of course, that's why I'm one of his most trusted subordinates, and it would be my honor to do so, replied Gyurin with a sneer. If that is true, then why did he not make you his new vessel long ago? He had plenty of opportunities, Naruto answered. It's not my place to question Orochimaru-sama, he has his reasons. Gyurin responded. If you asked me, I think the reason why he never made you his vessel is because you no longer interest him, and as far he was concerned you were nothing more than a disposable tool to him. He cares more about Sasuke and his Sharingan than he does you. At this remark, a low growl could be heard coming from Gyurin, as she glared angrily at the blonde Raikage. Don't you dare insult Orochimaru-sama, you're nothing more than trash compared to him. Really? So it would surprise you to hear that trash like me sent him slithering back to whatever rock he crawled out of, with tail between his legs. You're lying. There's no way Orochimaru could lose to you. It's true, your forces have been wiped out. Most of your allies have either surrendered or have been conquered by us, including Oto no Kuni, Sound Country, or should I say Ta no Kuni, Ricefield Country, since it's returning to its original name. 7. I don't believe, said Gyurin, as she refused to believe that Orochimaru had been defeated by Naruto, or that Oto had fallen. It's true, as if I wasn't I wouldn't be standing here. Even if what you say is true, I will not tell you anything, I'll never betray Orochimaru-sama. Really, even if it's to help Yukimaru, the one person that you actually care for? Asked Naruto. What? Cried Gyurin angrily. You heard me, Yukimaru, the young boy who you've taken into your care. My forces captured him when we attacked one of your bases in Ta no Kuni. I don't believe you, replied Gyurin, as she was certain that Naruto was bluffing and that he only knew about Yukimaru because of one of the Oto shinobi prisoners he talked. Since it was no great secret that she cared for Yukimaru, which was also the reason why no one ever tried to harm the boy, for fear of earning Gyurin's wrath. Really, and what if I were to show you this? Asked Naruto. He took out a crystallized flower from his coat pocket. Would you believe me? When Naruto showed Gyurin the crystallized flower, the blue-haired Kunoichi instantly recognized it, as the one she gave to Yukimaru long ago as a gift. You son of a bitch! Roared Gyurin as she lunged at Naruto, who remained perfectly calm and still, as the chain that bound her to the chair and table kept her from reaching him. If you've harmed so much as one hair on Yukimaru's head, I'll kill you! Even if it's the last thing I do. I suggest that you calm down, Gyurin-san. Yukimaru is perfectly fine, as unlike what some people in Konoha would tell you. I am no monster and I do not harm innocent people to get what I want, Naruto stated, while secretly pleased that the first phase of his plan had worked. At hearing this, Gyurin slowly started to calm down, although continued to glare at the blonde Uzumaki. Once Gyurin had calmed down, Naruto then continued to speak to the Shoten user. Now, as I was about to say, obviously you care a great deal about the young man, 8, and he cares a great deal about you as well, and you would want him to be both safe and happy. So it would be in his best interest that you tell me everything I want to know about Orochimaru, stated Naruto. Or what? Asked Gyurin. You said so yourself that you won't hurt innocent people and Yukimura has done nothing wrong. That is true, and because of that I cannot detain him for long, but he cannot stay in my village and roam it freely either. Since he was once part of your organization and he refuses to answer any of our questions, which might make me reconsider my decision in allowing him to stay. That is why I would have no choice but to send him out of my village, explained Naruto. And once he leaves my village he'll have no money, no food, and no shelter. He'll be all alone and there'll be no one to protect him from people who have been hurt or had people close to them hurt by Orochimaru and his followers like you, Gyurin-san. You bastard! Yukimura had nothing to do with those things, he's innocent, yelled Gyurin. Perhaps, but I'm sure like me, you can understand how deep some people's hatred can run, where it won't matter to them whether he had a hand in the things that Orochimaru and others like you did. All that will matter to those people is that he was a member of Otogekure. At hearing this, Gyurin glared with utter rage at Naruto, where if looks could kill, the young Raikage would be a smoking crater right now. When Naruto saw this, he knew he was getting close and just needed to push a little further. Maybe before he leaves I'll also tell him the truth behind what happened to his mother, and how you killed her, after she helped save your life. As soon as Naruto has mentioned Yukimura's mother, Gyurin's eyes widen in shock, where all of the color drained from her face. How do you know Abe about that? You'd be surprised at how much I know, Gyurin-san, and I know for certain that this news would be quite devastating to that man, since he considers you like a mother. But if you tell me what I want, I will never breathe a word of it to him or anyone else. Bastard! Muttered Gyurin angrily as she glared at Naruto, and struggled what to do, as on one hand she was loyal to Orochimaru, but on the other hand she cared for Yukimura and what happened to him and didn't want the truth of what she did to his mother revealed. At least not until she herself was ready to tell him of what she had done. Seeing that Gyurin had still not decided what to do and was struggling with her loyalty to Orochimaru, Naruto frowned slightly and decided to move to the second phase of his plan. I don't know why you are heisting so much. The choice should be simple enough, you either choose Yukimura or Orochimaru. Although personally I don't see why you're so loyal to a man like Orochimaru, who doesn't deserve anyone's loyalty to begin with. He demands everything from you and expects you to do whatever he says without question, and yet he shows no concern or loyalty to you in return. Don't you dare speak of Orochimaru-sama like that, you wouldn't understand why I would give my life for him. Gyurin retorted. Oh, I understand better than you might think. For most of your childhood you were shunned and hated by your village, because they feared what you could do. They treated you like an outcast or some kind of disease, saying how they would all be better off if you were dead and how you were some kind of monster. Then one day, Orochimaru came along, he punished those who scorned you and was the first person to truly acknowledge you. He then took you in and made you feel special and helped you gain power that you never had before. He made you feel strong. How did you? Said Gyurin in surprise, but could not find the words to finish since Naruto had described her childhood perfectly. Like I said, you'd be surprised of what I know. Besides, I'm Jinchuriki, so I know a thing or two about what it is like to be shunned and hated by people for something that you've no control of. I can also tell by looking at a person, if they've gone through the similar kind of life that I went through, since the emotional scars from back then never truly go away. At this remark Gyurin remained silent, as she didn't know how to respond to that. Regardless of what Orochimaru has done for you in the past, he doesn't care about you. The only person that he cares about is himself. Once he is finished with you or you're no longer any use to him, he'll throw you away, just like Kimimaro. Said Naruto, where at the mention Kimimaro, Gyurin looked up at Naruto in surprise. If you still don't believe me, take a look at this. Stated Naruto as he handed Gyurin the book that he had been carrying since he entered the room. What is this? It's one of Orochimaru's journals. We found it when we raided one of his bases in Tano Kuni. Go to page 74. It has something you should be very interested in, answered Naruto. As Gyurin looked over the book, she glanced through some of the pages, where they mentioned different types of experiments and plans Orochimaru had done. The dates on the entries indicated that the journal was at least a few years old, which Orochimaru must have forgotten about in one of his bases, after it was filled. When she finally reached the page that Naruto told her to go, she was shocked to learn that Orochimaru had planned to have Yukimura killed, since he was no use to him, as the Akatsuki had captured the Sanbai, Three Tails. But as she read on, she learned that Orochimaru later changed his mind. As he saw how close she, Gyurin, was to Yukimaru and planned to use him as leverage, in the event that she ever disobeyed him, Orochimaru, or tried to leave Oto. Naturally, Gyurin tried to deny this evidence, stating that it was a fake, but could not, as she recognized her master's handwriting. Also, some of the things mentioned in the journal could only be known by Orochimaru. Not to mention, it would not be unlike her master to plan such a thing, as he had done so before. When he learned that she let Yukimaru's mother go after she saved her life, he ordered her to kill Yukimaru's mother to prove her loyalty and commitment to him. Natural she had done it, but it was a decision that came back to haunt her many times, especially whenever she looked at Yukimaru. Seeing Gyurin's resolve breaking, Naruto decided to make his final move. As you can see, you owe Orochimaru nothing, as like everyone else he used you. Now I ask you again, will you tell me everything you know about Orochimaru and his organization? Gyurin did not answer Naruto at first, and just continued to look at Orochimaru's journal and at the page that stated that Yukimaru was Orochimaru's insurance over her. Eventually though, she closed the book and stared down at the table. Naruto also noticed at the same time that Gyurin tightened her fist in anger, as if she was enraged at what her former master had planned to do or was struggle with what to do. Seeing this, Naruto was about to ask Gyurin again, but before he could, Gyurin suddenly spoke. If I give you what you want, what exactly will happen to Yukimaru? If you agree to help me and tell me everything you know about Orochimaru's organization, including the location of all his bases throughout the continent, I'll give Yukimaru sanctuary here in New Kumo, and I will see to it personally that he is given citizenship in Kaminari no Kuni and New Kumo and will be well taken care of. I'll even see to it that he is allowed to visit you whenever he wants to, but only if what you tell me is true, answered Naruto. And what assurance do I have that you will hold up your end of the deal? You have my word, and if Orochimaru or Kabuto have told you anything about me, it is that I always keep my word no matter what. When Gyurin looked up, she stared at Naruto's eyes intently, to see if she could see any deception in them, but could find none. After a minute or two, Gyurin let out a sigh and decided to take a chance on Naruto. Fine, I tell you everything, replied Gyurin, and began to tell Naruto about Orochimaru's other operations, personal and his bases across the elemental continent. 2 weeks later, after being interrogated by Naruto, the next 2 weeks flew by pretty quickly for Gyurin, as Naruto promised. He gave Yukimaru's sanctuary in New Kumo and a place to stay and allowed him to visit Gyurin for at least an hour each day, although would hold back on giving Yukimaru's citizenship until he made sure that the intel she gave him was creditable. After 2 weeks, Gyurin was brought back into the interrogation room, this time unbounded. When she entered the room, she found Naruto waiting patiently for her and holding a small folder in his hand. Hello again, Gyurin-san, greeted Naruto with a small smile. If you're here, I'm guessing that you validated everything I told you, stated Gyurin once she sat down. Yes, the intel you gave us was extremely useful. We are now preparing to make our move against all of Orochimaru's bases with a multiple simultaneous attack, and as promised, here is Yukimaru's citizenship form. As of this moment, Yukimaru is a citizen of both Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, and New Kumo and is under our protection, stated Naruto as he showed Gyurin Yukimaru's citizenship form. And what are these other 2 forms? Asked Gyurin as she indicated to 2 others forms that Naruto took out along with Yukimaru's citizenship form. This first form is your citizenship form, stated Naruto, which surprised the blue-haired Kunoichi. But before she could reply to this, Naruto continued. The second is your shinobi registration form, which will allow you to become a shinobi here. Me, a shinobi here? Said Gyurin in surprise. Yes, you'll hold the rank of jonin here in the village and have most of the same privileges, but you will not have the power to order lesser-ranked shinobi. Your movements will be restricted to this village, and even then you won't be allowed in restricted sections of the village. You'll also be monitored at all times by my shinobi until such a time that I deem it unnecessary. So I would leave one prison and enter another, Gyurin replied with a slight frown. That is one way of looking at it, but at least you'll have more freedom than you have now and have a chance at a new life here. I've also arranged, in the event that you accept my offer, that you'll have an apartment near where Yukimaru is staying, so that you can be close to him. After hearing the Raikage's offer, Gyurin raised her eyebrow in some skepticism, since this offer was far too good to be true, hence there had to be some kind of catch to it. And why exactly are you offering me this very generous offer? As I said when we last met, Gyurin-san, I'm a man of my word and I am simply upholding my end of the bargain. Bargain? Repeated Guren in confusion, as she didn't understand what Naruto was talking about. Yes, a bargain. Before we first met, we interrogated Yukimaru. Now, as I said before, when we first interrogated him he said nothing. But when we learned how close you and he were from some other Oto prisoners, we struck a deal with him. In return for everything he knew about Orochimaru's other bases, we agreed to not harm you and allowed him to stay here in the village. Wait. You lied to me then. Our deal was that in return for the information I gave you, Yukimaru would allow you to stay here, stated Guren angrily. Yes, I did and I do apologize for that, but it was a necessary part of my test, explained Naruto. Test? Guren repeated in confusion. Yes, a test. After our agreement with Yukimaru, he surprisingly knew more than we expected and even gave us the locations of some bases that we were unaware of. During the course of our interview with him, he told us how you went out of your way to make sure he was well looked after when he was young, as well as how much you seemed to care for him, and how you even regretted many of the actions you took, while following Orochimaru's orders. Naturally, we were skeptical, but decided to test you to see if your remorse and your feelings for Yukimaru were genuine. But Yukimaru, he would have told me something, said Guren. He was in on the plan as well, for in return for his cooperation, we agreed that if you passed my test, we would give you sanctuary here. So I'm guessing since you're showing me these forms, that I passed your little test, responded Guren. Yes, you proved that you generally care for Yukimaru, by the way you reacted when I mentioned Yukimaru and threatened him. You also showed remorse for your past actions when I mentioned Yukimaru's mother, and you further proved that you cared for Yukimaru's well-being by telling me the truth about Orochimaru bases and operation, some of which we already knew from Yukimaru and others, but proved nonetheless that you were being truthful. After hearing this, Guren could only shake her head in amusement, and could not help but be slightly impressed, as Naruto had gotten her to talk, without having to lay a finger on her. And here I thought Orochimaru-sama was the cunning one. Does Yukimaru know about? Guren asked but found she could not finish her sentence, because of the shame she felt. No, he doesn't. I decided that I wouldn't tell him until after I finished testing you, and since you passed, I leave that matter entirely up to you, Naruto answered. Thank you, said Guren with some relief, as she wanted to be the one who told Yukimaru, once she found the courage to tell him. Eventually though, after a few minutes, Guren decided to ask Naruto something else she had been wondering. I get that you're giving me citizenship here because of the deal you made with Yukimaru. But what I don't understand is why you're giving me the chance to become a shinobi for you. To put it simply, Guren-san, you're a talented shinobi, where even Soifun-chan spoke highly of your skill, which I can assure you is no small feat, since Soifun-chan is not easily impressed. It would also be a regrettable waste of your talents, not to offer you the chance to join New Kumo. Now this offer is strictly optional and will not affect our previous deal with Yukimaru. So basically you want me for my skill and bloodline, replied Guren. Your skill, yes. As for your bloodline, that's just an added bonus, and to be perfectly frank, Guren-san, I think you would prefer to remain a shinobi, since you're not the type of person that would go for civilian life, at least not yet. Naruto explained before smiling. Also, you could say I'm a sucker for a good redemption story, where you might be able to do some good with your power, as you would be a welcome and powerful asset to my village. I can also assure you that I will not turn my back on you like Orochimaru, as unlike him, I take care of those who serve under me. What about your people and your shinobi? I doubt all of them will be as understanding as you are and will not like the idea of you making me a shinobi here. I won't deny it may be hard for you for a while, since many will not trust you right away, as trust is earned not given. But they will give you a chance to prove yourself, as the people trust my judgment, and once you've earned it, they will welcome you, said Naruto before a hardened look appeared on his face. But let me just warn you, Guren-san, should you ever break that trust and betray us, there will be no place where you can hide from us. After hearing this, Guren had to fight hard to suppress the urge to shiver slightly, as when Naruto made the threat. His eyes began to glow bright blue and he emanated a great deal of power from them, indicating that he was deadly serious about what he said and that he could back up any threat that he made. I understand and I accept your proposal, replied the slightly nervous Shoton user, after which Naruto just nodded. Very good, but before you sign these forms, could you tell me everything else that you know about Orochimaru's organization? What do you mean? I told you everything, replied Guren, as she tried to mask her surprise. Please, Guren-san, do not treat me like the fool I used to be when I was young, stated Naruto with a knowing smile. I'm well aware that you've held back some of the things that you know about Orochimaru and his other bases, so that you have something to bargain with on the slight chance that I go back on our deal with Yukimaru. Huh, said Girin with an impressed look. I guess there's nothing you don't miss. I try not to, answered Naruto, after which Girin filled Naruto on everything else she knew about Orochimaru and his operations, where he then allowed Girin to sign the citizenship form and the shinobi registration form. After which she became an official kunoichi of New Kumo. And flashback, Kakashi of course tried to ask Girin to go into further detail, but Girin refused to state how exactly Naruto got her to join New Kumo. At the same time, the three shinobi elders became concerned of Girin's newfound allegiance. Since with Girin now with New Kumo, there was a possibility that New Kumo could get her to build a new shinobi clan in New Kumo with the ability to use the Shoten, crystal release, bloodline. Another reason why they were concerned was because they all knew how strong Girin was from the reports they had on her, and how she nearly defeated Yamato in the Battle of Konoha. As the three groups were shown around the civilian district, they visited the different areas and buildings in the district, like the civilian hospitals and schools. During the tour, some of the members of the three groups began to converse a little with the members of their escort, or more precisely with Naruto's wives Ain, Tomo, and Yuffie, and Ain's half-sister Kasumi. As some of the members of the group conversed with Kasumi, they learned that she came from the Mugen Tenshin clan. After hearing this, Lee immediately became extremely excited, as he had heard of the Mugen Tenshin clan, who were famed for their great taijutsu fighting skill and power in battle, along with their unique ninjutsu. The three groups also learned that Kasumi was the second child and only daughter of the clan head Shurden, and that she was married to the head of the Hayabusa clan, Hayabusa Ryu, who was also the head of Naruto's elite Storm division. Kasumi was a slender, physically fit young woman of average height, but with an extremely buxom and had a curvy figure. She had a round face, small facial features and wide brown eyes, with copper-like hair that went waist-length hair. She wore a black ninja dress with black stockings and gold trimmings/detailing with a red obi around her waist, and a pair of black armguards with gold edgings on both her arms and long black sleeves. 10. After talking with Kasumi for a while, the three groups found Kasumi to be an honorable and kind-spirited person, who did not enjoy fighting, despite being a highly skilled kunoichi with deadly abilities. In fact, she preferred to live in peace with people, something which Danzo and Kohara found to be naive and foolish, but did not to comment on. Her half-sister Ain, on the other hand, was the daughter of the clan head Shiden's wife Ayam, and his brother Reidu, who betrayed their Kumo long ago and raped Ayam. Like Naruto, Ain was treated as an outcast by her clan and even the village for being the bastard child of a traitor. Although unlike Naruto, she was lucky enough to have Yujito, her best friend, and Killer Bee, who knew what it was like to be an outcast. Yet despite being treated as an outcast, Ain proved herself to be a highly gifted shinobi, where she eventually became known as Josei Tengu, female Tengu. Due to her childhood, Ain had a cold-like persona, yet had a strong determination which he grew from the years of being like an outcast in Kumo. Yet she was a proud person and was confident to the point or arrogance of her skill as a kunoichi. When the Konoha Nins tried to talk to her, she treated them with a cold neutrality, which indicated that she did not hold their village in very high regard, whether it was because of their village's former rivalry or because of what Konoha did to Naruto when he was young. But what the representatives didn't know was that cold persona was keep people from knowing her softer, gentler side, fearing that someone would use it against her if they knew. The only people that knew this side was Naruto and the rest of their family. Ain was of average height with a slender body, and despite being younger than her sister, she bore the second biggest bust out of all the girls, Samui being the biggest, something that caught the attention of many male members. She wore a purple dress with a black scarf, along with arm and leg warmers with a large pink obi and purple boots and gloves and butterfly brooch, and carried 2 tantos on both her leg sheaths and another one strapped horizontally to her lower back. She had a round face, with a small button nose and wide reddish-pink eyes, which gave a cute childlike appearance, along with straight purple hair that was cut to the nape of her neck. 11. Tomo was unlike most of Naruto's other wives. She didn't speak much at all to the groups, where they quickly learned that Tomo was the silent type of person. Hence she would only speak if she had to or had something to say someone, and had a serious look on her face all the time. That indicated that she was a very serious person, not unlike Shino and the members of Aburain clan. Tomo was a very attractive young woman, with long black hair and an almost angelic-like face. She was also very fit-looking, where she had a slim muscular-like build, which was shown well by her tight black tank top and tight-fitting leather pants. She also wore long black leather gloves that went up her arms and thick leather boots with steel tips heels and toes. From what Kasumi told some of the members, Tomo was one new Kumo's top assassins and kunoichis as well as a member of the Tatara clan and wielded their bloodline kotan, steel release. She also happened to be the younger cousin of the current clan head of the Tatara clan, Tatara Hamryo, who Enko and Irika already had met, as he had saved Irika from a cursed warrior during Battle of Konoha. Naturally, the members of the shinobi representatives were all highly impressed with Tomo, where Jiraiya thought, "You sure can pick them, brat." Unlike Ain or any of the others, the three groups learned that Yuffie was the only member of the escort that wasn't born in either Kumo or Kaminari no Kuni. In fact, Yuffie's clan, the Kisaragi clan, weren't even native to Kaminari no Kuni. This was of course no great surprise to the more senior members of the shinobi representatives, who were familiar with the Kisaragi clan, who were native to the small nation called Wutai, which had been conquered by Tsuchi no Kuni, Earth Country, several years ago. The Kisaragi clan were a very well-known clan in the shinobi world, who were famed for their ability to summon multiple summonses which were said to be very powerful. This of course surprised the younger members of three groups. Irika's daughter Aiko even pleaded with Yuffie to show her some of her summons. Sadly, Yuffie had to deny the young girl, but promised to show some of them later to her, which of course caused young Aiko to cheer loudly. Moving on through the civilian district, the members of the three shinobi groups continued talk with their escorts. As they conversed, the Konoha members found that out of all of Naruto's wives, Yuffie had the most in common with Naruto in terms of personality, or at least how he used to be when he was a genin before he was banished. She was very tomboyish as well as cocky, proud, bashful, as well as very aggressive. She even sometimes referred herself as the Great Ninja Yuffie and the Single White Rose of New Kumo during some of her conversation with Tsunade or the others. Also, like Naruto, she had a prankster strike in her, which she showed when she refused to refer to Jiraiya as anything but Erosenin, and how during the tour when Kakashi asked where a nearby bathroom was, she led him to the women's bathroom, which resulted in Kakashi getting his ass handed to him by several angry civilian women and Kunoichi. Yet despite her flaws, Yuffie proved to be quite clever and cunning, where she caught on to several questions from Danzo and Koharu, which sounded harmless at first, but were in fact carefully worded questions that were designed to learn more of the inner workings of New Kumo. In response to these questions, she answered them in a way that didn't reveal what the two elders really wanted to know. After a few hours, the Darui suggested that they take a lunch break. Naturally, everyone agreed to this, where Yuffie stated she knew the perfect place to have lunch. After walking for a few minutes, the group eventually arrived at their destination, which they found to be a large restaurant that was filled with many people, both shinobi and non-shinobi alike. When the groups entered the restaurant, they were greeted by a person who was familiar to everyone from Konoha. "Welcome to Ichiraku's restaurant, please take a seat and we'll take your order as soon as we can," spoke the young woman who walked up to them. "I am Chan!" cried Konohamaru in surprise, when he saw the young ramen waitress. "Konohamaru, everyone, it's good to see all of you," greeted the young woman with a kind smile when she saw her old friends from Konoha. "What are you doing here?" asked Ino. "My dad and I live here now," replied Ayam. "You live here now?" repeated Choji in surprise, where Ayam just nodded. "Troublesome, then that means that Naruto must have revealed himself to you when he first came to Konoha," stated Shikamaru. Since after the first talks between Konoha and Naruto ended, Ayam and her father left the village, stating they could no longer stand living in Konoha. But the truth was that Naruto probably invited them back to New Kumo, making sure that they didn't get caught up in the war between Konoha and Orochimaru. As he thought about this, Shikamaru slightly scolded himself for not seeing it sooner. "Yeah, he did, and when we arrived here, he went out of his way to build this place for us," replied Ayam. Flashback. "If I'm not very much mistaken, that is the young Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm surprised that they would allow a picture of him in your stand like that, given how he was banished from this village when he was accused of being a threat to it in Dash," spoke the Raikage, but was interrupted by Ayam before he could finish. "Naruto was not a threat to anyone. He was a kind, loving and gentle boy who was a loyal shinobi to this village and loved it despite everything they did to him. The only reason he was banished was because of those blind bigotry fools on the council, and the rest of the idiots in here who saw him as a demon just because he had the QB inside him." He was like a little brother to me, and I won't let you say th dash, cried I angrily before she was stopped by her father, who then turned to the Raikage. Raikage-sama, please forgive my daughter. She just gets very emotional whenever Naruto is mentioned here, as he was very close to us and his death hurts us both deeply. Especially since the villagers here tried to celebrate his death when it was announced, and sh dash, said Tucci before the Raikage raised his hand to stop Tucci for apologizing and then spoke. There is no need to apologize, Tucci-san, as I can understand how your daughter feels, and if I did sound like I was insulting him, then I apologize, as it was not what I meant. I was only making a statement, that was all, as I'm well aware of the type of person Uzumaki Naruto was, as he was a hero to several key members to the Heavenly Alliance, such as Yuki/Haru no Kuni, Snows/Spring Country, Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall, as well as our newest candidate to join the Heavenly Alliance, Nami no Kuni, Wave Country, and all of them regard him as a hero. I have heard much about him from the leader of Takigakure Shibuki and from Koki-sama, and I'm glad to see that there are at least some people here who regard him as a hero, spoke the Raikage. At this comment both and Tenchi nodded, after they went back to work, and began to serve the ramen to the young Raikage and his party. As they ate, the disguised Naruto turned to Zhuge Liang. Sensei, please cast over an illusion of us eating ramen, as I don't want anyone eavesdropping on us. At this the famed Nemuririan nodded and placed a subtle genjutsu over the ramen stand, without the ANBU or root agents knowing it, whereas far as they and other people were concerned. The new Kumo party were eating ramen eventually. Once Naruto and the other had finished their ramen, the masked Kage looked up at Tenchi and Your ramen is even better than I remembered, old man, chan, complimented Naruto. Huh, excuse me? Asked the confused Tenchi, who was surprised by the Raikage's suddenly familiarity to him and his daughter, not to mention his comment. At this Naruto just smiled underneath his mask and tilted his Kage head up and pulled his mask down to reveal his face. Yo! Long time no see, old man, chan. Naturally it took a few moments for both and Tenchi to realize who they were seeing, since Naruto had grown quite a bit and no longer had his whisker-shaped birthmarks. But regardless, the two quickly recognized Naruto for who he was by the cheesy smile he was making and the same bright blue eyes. Naruto, cried before she grabbed hold of Naruto and pulled him over and hugged him tightly and smothering him into her chest. At the same time, Tenchi began to cry before affectionately roughing up Naruto's head, after his Kage hate fell off when pulled him over the counter. Naturally Zhuge Liang, Sayuri and Mitsuhide smiled at this, since it was obvious that both and Tenchi cared a lot for Naruto. Yujuto on the other hand seemed a little peeved with Naruto being given a face full of Iam's chest. Although Killer Bee muttered slightly at how Naruto got all the luck, while the blonde Kage could only think, damn, Iam-chan sure has filled out more. Eventually though and Tenchi calmed down, where Yujuto pulled Naruto away from Iam's chest and gave him a slightly annoyed glance, which made the young blonde sweat a little. After which Naruto gave both a brief rundown of what happened between him and Itachi and Kisame, how he faked his death after the battle and how he later became the Raikage. Once Naruto had finished telling them what had happened, both the ramen chief and his daughter were shocked beyond words. I still can't believe that you're the Raikage of all people. You certainly never cease to surprise me, my boy, stated Tenchi with a smile. Are you going to enter the war and help Konoha, Naruto? Asked I know you have every right to be angry at it, but there are good people still here like Iruka, Konohamaru, the Hokage and your friends, and Orochimaru needs to be stopped. At this Naruto sighed slightly. Look, Iam-chan, I won't deny I have no great love for Konoha after I was banished, and I do still care for some people like you guys who still live here. But I won't ally my village or the Heavenly Alliance with Konoha. It just gotten too rotten on the inside thanks to people like that bastard Danzo and that old hag Koharu. At this Iam sighed, but before she could respond to this Naruto continued on. But regardless, I won't let Orochimaru have his way, and I won't let Konohamaru, Iruka-sensei and all the others pay for what the council did to me. I have a plan, and although I can't go into detail right now, I promise you this war will end and Orochimaru and his coalition are going down. After hearing this, both Iam and Tenchi smiled, since despite how much he had grown and changed over the years, there was still a bit of the old Naruto in this new Naruto. But in order for this plan to work, I need both of you to keep quiet about me still being alive and being the Raikage, stated Naruto seriously. But what about the Hokage, Konohamaru and Iruka? They've all been devastated with the news of your death. It would mean the world to them to know that you're just alive. said I.M., as she had seen firsthand how the news of Naruto's supposed death had affected them. I know, but trust me I.M.-chan, this is for the best. I will eventually reveal myself, I promise. But for my plan to work right, I need them to think I'm still dead. I can't take the chance of people like Orochimaru and Danzo learning that I'm still alive, and if my plan works right I can end this war with one move. When I.M. and Tenchi heard this, both were unsure what to think, but after a few minutes, both decided to trust Naruto. Okay Naruto, we'll trust you and keep quiet about this for now, replied Tenchi. Thanks, and trust me you won't regret this. Now before I go, there's one other thing I'd like to ask you both. And what is that? Asked I.M. I want both of you to come to New Kumo with me? Naruto, are you serious? Asked Tenchi in surprise. I am. Both of you are like family to me, and I don't want anything to happen to either of you, and if you come to New Kumo you'll both be safe there, I promise, stated Naruto. I don't know Naruto, regardless of our issues with the village, Konoha is still our home. I understand where you're coming from, old man, but trust, you'll be a lot better off in New Kumo than you would be here, since by the time this war is over, Konoha will not be in great shape. Besides, New Kumo will welcome you both with open arms, of that you can be certain of, said Naruto, before smiling. Not to mention we could really do with a good ramen restaurant after all the bad ramen Hakaka gave us, and I can give you the Raikage seal of approval, where you can expect a lot of business. After several minutes of heavy thought, both I.M. and Tenchi agreed to move to New Kumo. Natural Naruto was pleased to hear this and told them not to move out for at least a month and a half, so to avoid suspicion from people like Danzo. He also then gave them a note, and told them to keep it safe and not let anyone see it, and told them that when they left Konoha and crossed the border into Kaminari no Kuni, they would be found by one of his patrol teams, and once they showed the patrol the note, they would escort them to New Kumo. Once Naruto finished explaining everything to I.M. and Tenchi, he put his mask and Kage hat on, told Zhuge Liang to lower the genjutsu over the stand, after which he said bade them both a goodbye and said he see them soon. End flashback. After hearing how I.M. and Tenchi came to be here in New Kumo, Danzo became further frustrated with how Naruto kept getting the better of him. Especially when it was in their own village, since he had made sure his agents followed Naruto, back when he first arrived in Konoha, when they only knew him as the Raikage. Yet somehow he was able to reveal himself to I.M. and her father without his agents knowing. Even Tsunade was slightly curious on how Naruto was able to reveal himself to I.M. and her father, without them knowing. As when she had Naruto followed by her own agents, they told her all that Naruto and his party did was eat some ramen and then left. So where is your father, I.M.-chan? Asked Moegi, who like most other was pleased to see the older girl doing well. Tusan is in the back with the rest of his chiefs, since as you can see we're quite busy, answered I.M. Yes, I can see that. It seems that you're doing well here, commented Tsunade, as she could see over 3/4 of the tables in the restaurant were taken. Yeah, well, as you can guess, having the Raikage's personal approval can do wonders for business here. The place is nearly always full, especially around lunchtime, where we can barely keep up with the demand, and we're really popular with the shinobi here. We even now do takeout for people. Naturally, at hearing this, most of the Konoha group were glad to hear that I.M. and her father were doing so well and were happy. Soon enough, though, I.M. led the 3 groups and to the remaining free tables, after which she and some other waiters took everyone's orders and brought their meals to them when they were ready. Once the shinobi representatives had eaten their fill, they said goodbye to Aimi and finished off their tour of the civilian district and then made their way to the industrial district. There they were given a brief tour of some of the factories, where they made equipment to increase the speed for constructing buildings, shipbuilding, speeding up farming production, and other machinery. Naturally, some like Danzo and the others asked to see where they built their airships and other military equipment, but were denied by their escorted, where the Jonin-C stated that those areas were restricted, and they weren't permitted in them yet. Nor were they allowed in the airship's docks, which were located above the village on the sides of the mountains that surrounded New Kumo. Soon after seeing some of the factories, the 3 groups left the industry district and entered the shinobi district. After entering the shinobi district, the tour group headed for the shinobi district hospital, where all shinobi were treated. Tsunade was naturally impressed with the place. The building itself was easily 3 times the size of Konoha's hospital. It had classrooms for medic needs and training, spacious rooms with beds for long-term patients, as well as state-of-the-art operating rooms and operating theaters that allowed medic needs students to watch operations. Not to mention birthing wards for kunoichi, who were expecting children, and physical therapy rooms for shinobi who were in for long-term treatments. Sakura too was very impressed with the hospital, especially when the group entered the research room for experimental treatments, where they saw several different medical devices that they were unfamiliar with, but was clearly brand new. Not long after they entered the room, the head of New Kumo's hospitals and of its medical nin unit Unohana Retsu, also known as the Chiyu no Megami, goddess of healing, entered the room with a young woman holding a clipboard and pen. "Good afternoon, Tsunade-sama," greeted Retsu with her traditional kind smile. "Retsu! It's good to see you," greeted the female Hokage, as she went over and shook hands with her former student. As the last time they saw each other was after the Battle of Konoha, but given the number of wounded there was and the state the village was in, neither really had time to get reacquainted with one another. "As it is to see you, had I known that you and your companies were touring my hospital, I would have gladly shown you around myself. There's no need for that, but we must really catch up on old times and have a drink together," stated Tsunade. "I would very much enjoy that, Tsunade-sama," replied Unohana, after which Tsunade called Hinata, Ino, Tenten and Sakura. "Retsu, allow me to introduce you to Hinata, Ino and Tenten, who all studied under me for a time. Sakura is also a former student and is one of our best medics," said Tsunade. "I'm pleased to meet my sibling disciples," replied Unohana with another kind smile. "Please allow me to introduce all of you to my assistant, and one of my students, Amaru." Amaru was an attractive medium-tall young woman with long reddish-brown hair that fell down her back. Amaru has rather thick eyebrows and blue eyes, and a mole under the left eye. She wore a cyan blue gi with a long white lab coat over it and blue pants. "A pleasure to meet you all," replied Amaru with a small smile and a slight bow. "I believe you've also met her husband Anasu-sama," stated Unohana, which surprised most of the groups. "Wait, you're married to Anasu as well?" asked Sakura, where Amaru blushed slightly, but nodded in confirmation. "I guess it makes sense, since Anasu did say he had 6 wives and 2 fiancées, thought Tsunade, as she remembered their conversation with Anasu, where he introduced his 2 fiancées Sasami and Hokuto and his 5 other wives to them. "So you're another one of Grandma Tsunade's student?" asked Konohamaru as he walked up to Unohana and Tsunade and didn't notice the large thick marks that appeared on Tsunade's head when he called her grandma. "Yes, I am Konohamaru-sama," replied Unohana, as she knew who Konohamaru was from the time when he tried to see Naruto when he was in the hospital, after his battle with Orochimaru and his allies as well as the revived Hokages. "I met Tsunade-sama after she left Konoha and asked her to take me as her student for a time." "Wow, so how old are you? You must be at least F-." But before he could finish speaking, Konohamaru suddenly felt a strong sense of danger coming from Unohana. When he looked up, Unohana had a smile that was all too sweet, along with a dark menacing aura around her that scared the young Sarutobi clan head shitless. Konohamaru wasn't the only one that was intimated by the dark aura around her, as many of the other, including the new Kumo escort, were intimated by her. "It is rather impolite to ask a lady her age, Konohamaru-sama," said Unohana with a friendly tone with an underlined threat in it. At this, Konohamaru gulped audibly, and quickly apologized to Unohana and slowly backed away from her. "Damn, and I thought Bachan was scary when she was mad," thought the young man. After which Omoi decided to give Konohamaru some advice. "Hey, listen, if you know what's good for you, don't piss of Unohana-sama, as she is the most feared kunoichi in all of New Kumo. Hell, even the Raikage is scared of her." This of course just made Konohamaru even more fearful of Unohana, where he began to wonder how the woman could seem so kind and friendly, yet so terrifying at the same time. As the 2 medic nins continued to take, Unohana heard some giggling coming from the Konoha group. When she looked over to them, she saw Jiraiya giggling to himself as he wrote down some things of his notepad. It of course did not take a genius to figure out that Jiraiya was writing up some perverted scene involving the 2 female medics. As soon as Unohana saw this, the next thing Jiraiya knew what was happening. A dozen or so Saban needles flew through the air at high speed and embedded themselves into the wall directly behind the toad sage, missing Jiraiya's head by a hair's breadth and causing him to sweat profanely at how close his head had come to become pincushion. "Oh, please forgive Jiraiya-sama, my hand accidentally slipped. But I do hope you haven't written anything inappropriate, or else you might not be so fortunate next time," said Unohana with the same sweet smile, while holding another set of Saban needles in her hand and emanating the same dark menacing aura that she gave off a few moments ago. At the same time, Jiraiya could have sworn he saw a demonic visage appear behind Unohana, making her seem all the more terrifying. No, of course not, said Jiraiya fearfully as he quickly tore up his notes. I'm very pleased to hear that, replied Unohana before she turned back to Tsunade, who was highly amused by what her former student did. Hey, looks like Retsu has gotten a lot better at intimidating people, thought Tsunade, as she remembered a time when she was training Unohana and how she couldn't even intimidate a rabbit, let alone someone like Jiraiya. Once Retsu turned back to Tsunade, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. Damn, there's no doubting it, she's Tsunade's student, that's for sure. Eventually Aiin and the others decided to continue the tour, after which Tsunade bid her former student goodbye and promised to see her later on and to talk again. For the next few hours the three groups were shown the different parts of the shinobi districts, including the section for the different clan compounds. During the tour Danzo asked if it would be possible to visit the library of Benzaiten, but was quickly shot down by Tomo, stating that for security reasons only shinobi, citizens and members of the Heavenly Alliance or allies of it were allowed in the library, and until they became part of it, they would not be allowed entry. After a little while, the tour group was led to the Shinobi Academy, where all the ninja hopefuls were trained. The academy itself was a large white 3-story building, with a wide open courtyard and several large open training fields behind the building, which were capable of holding 6 separate sparring matches at once. 13. When the tour group entered the academy, like the hospital, they found the school to be quite large and spacious, with large classrooms for the different classes, subjects, and class groups. They also found that the academy had an indoor gym area for students to train in and a target room, where students could practice their throwing skills, not only outside but inside as well, along with many other things to help the students become stronger. After seeing everything, Iruka was quite impressed with the school and could only wish that Konoha Academy had some of the things that this academy had. Even his daughter Aiko, who was only starting in the academy, now, stated she wanted to go here to be a ninja. Eventually though, Aiin and the others told them if they were interested they would finish off the tour by going to the exam arena, which was being used right now by the students, who were about to become genin and were having their graduation matches and were the first class to official graduate in New Kumo. Naturally the three groups quickly agreed and headed in the direction. As they made their way to the arena, the Rokudame Mizukage decided to voice a question she had been wondering for a while. Excuse Aiin-san, but if you don't mind could you perhaps answer a personal question? It would depend on the question, Mizukage-sama. Aiin replied simply. Well, if you don't mind, could you perhaps tell me why is it that kunoichi like yourself, Yuffie-san, Tomo-san as well as the Lightning Daimyo are married to the Raikage? I can understand that he needs to marry multiple wives so to repopulate his clan quickly. But I'm still curious what attracted you to him, especially the Lightning Daimyo. At this question everyone began to listen, since it was a question many had worried themselves. To put it simply, Mizukage-sama, virtually all the Raikage's marriages to us and the others were arranged. Arranged? Repeated May. Yes, you see after the civil war as you can guess, there was still much turmoil among the different factions on the rebel side, and those that fought for the Godame Raikage and the former Lightning Daimyo. Naturally, given how Kicho-sama was a woman and was so young and unmarried, most of the noblemen and lords did not believe she was up to the task. She also had limited military support, with only the Naomasa samurai clan, the Yun shinobi clan and her cousin Date Masamune and his clan, supporting her. Naruto also faced a similar problem, when Kicho-sama appointed him the Rokudame Raikage, as despite having both the respect and loyalty of most of the shinobi and the shinobi clans, Naruto's position politically was vulnerable, since there was still some who did not approve of having a Raikage who was not from our village or country, despite the fact that he defeated the Godame Raikage and led us to victory in the war. Fearing another possible civil war, Juga Liang-sama proposed a solution, which was for Naruto-kun and Kicho-sama to marry one another. And how exactly did that help? Asked Hinata, who was curious as to how Naruto got married. By marrying the Raikage, Kicho-sama secured her position as daimyo, since not only could she later produce an heir to the throne by marrying the Raikage, she also gained the military support of the Raikage in New Kumo, which she needed to ensure that none of the other lords or noblemen decided to try and attempt a coup. Since everyone knew how powerful the Raikage was by the end of the Civil War, and had no wish to challenge him. At the same time, marrying Kicho-sama secured the Raikage's position politically, as not only would he have her political support, but it would also solidify his loyalty to the country, thereby calm some of the people who had a problem with Naruto-kun. At hearing this, Mei and the others nodded, as it did make sense. But what about you and the others? asked Hinata. After the new Kumo Council was formed, naturally most of the members on the new council wanted Naruto and Anasu to rebuild their clan in New Kumo. So they voted to place the Clan Restoration Act on them, after which some of the clans like Soifens, Yujitos and mine arranged to have us marry Naruto, which was to secure Naruto's loyalty to the village. While other clans like Tomos and Yuffie's did it so that people could be certain that their clans were loyal to the village. Explained Ayin before she continued on. As for Taira, Taukara and Nanao, they were selected since they were among some of the village's best Kunoichi and weren't from any clans, thereby assuring that any children they would have with the Raikage would have no ties to other clans, so to assure some independence for the Raikage's clan later on. They were also chosen because they all had some prior relationships with Naruto, where they fought alongside him in the war, like some of the rest of us. But what about the rest? Asked Tenten. Well, back when the Heavenly Alliance was first being formed, the Raikage went to Haru/Yuki no Kuni, Springs/Snow Country, for support and aid to rebuild the country and build New Kumo. There he revealed himself to Koiki-sama, where she agreed to help us, but in return the Raikage had to agree to marry her. Since like Kicho-sama, Koiki-sama was having some problems with holding her position as daimyo. As some of the former supporters of the previous daimyo, her uncle Doto, tried to arrange several marriages for her with men of their choosing, stating that she needed to marry and produce an heir to the throne, where they could then use the man she married to wrestle control of the country from her. But by marrying the Raikage she removed that problem and secured her position, since the lords could not object to the Raikage. Since he was a hero to the nation for helping to remove the pervious daimyo and helping to find the generator to bring spring and summer to the country. As for Fu, continued Ayin, she was arranged to marry the Raikage by her cousin Shibuki, after Takigakure joined the Heavenly Alliance, as a sign of commitment to the Heavenly Alliance by his village, while also assuring she would be safe. Since he feared for her safety from the Akatsuki, given how one of the members at the time was a former shinobi of his village and knew its secret location. But what about the High Priestess of Oni no Kuni, Demon Country, the Daimyo of Na no Kuni, Vegetable Country, and Hanzo's granddaughter Okatsu? 14. Asked Temari. Okatsu met Naruto and Anasu a year before they joined the civil war here and traveled with him, where she eventually developed feelings for Naruto. Cheyenne and Haruna also met Naruto earlier on, where he helped save both them and their countries on separate occasions, where like Okatsu they developed feelings for him. But as for Shizuka, well, the Raikage has you to thank Jiraiya-san, answered Ayin, while saying Jiraiya's name coldly since she didn't hold the man in high regard. Me? Cried Jiraiya is in surprise, as like everyone else this was the first he was hearing about it. Hold on a second. You mean the leader of Nadeshiko, she's married to Naruto? Asked Kiba in disbelief. No, she engaged to him. She is arranged to marry him later on after her village becomes part of the Heavenly Alliance, replied Tomo simply. Natural, everyone in the group was shocked at this news, where Kiba once again cursed Naruto's luck and swore that his friend and former rival must have the devil's luck on his side. But wait! How the hell did I help him with her? Asked Jiraiya, who was still confused. So you're telling us that you don't remember battling the former leader of Nadeshiko to a standstill? After which you promised her that your student and her daughter would later finish the battle you both started, where if he beats her, she would marry him, said Yuffie. After hearing this, Jiraiya blushed red in embarrassment, as he had indeed forgotten that promise. When everyone turned to look at him, all the Toad Sage could do was scratch his head embarrassingly and say, "Oops." At this Tsunade slapped her head in disbelief and muttered, "Baka!" while everyone else just rolled their eyes or shook their heads in disbelief. Soon after, though, Hinata decided to ask Ayin and the others a question she had been wondering ever since she heard that they were married to Naruto. "Do you love him?" "Excuse me, Hinata-san?" asked Ayin. "Do you love Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata. At this question, the three girls remained silent for several minutes, but surprisingly enough Tomo answered Hinata's question. "I won't deny that when Ayin, Yuffie, I and some of the others first married Naruto-kun, we weren't exactly thrilled with the situation. But regardless to what happened, Naruto-kun went out of his way to make the best of it. He never forced us to do anything we didn't want. He went out of his way to get to know us and treat us respect and kindness, and did the utmost to make us happy. He has been nothing more than a good husband to all of us and a loving father to Yami, Nene and Yoshiko," answered Tomo, before a small smile appeared. "And over time you could say the fool grew on us, and we grew to care for him, since I don't think we could have gotten a more decent man or person to be with given the circumstances. So to answer your question, Hinata-san, yes we do. At hearing this, both Ain and Yuffie smiled and nodded in agreement with Tomo, as they were of the same mind. Hinata, although maintained a blank look on her face, so not to give her feelings on Tomo's answer away, where she simply thanked Tomo for answering and remained in silent thought. For the remainder of the journey the tour group remained silent until they arrived at the arena. Naturally, when the shinobi representatives saw the size of stadium, they were surprised. The stadium was circular in shape with a radius of 50 yards and could easily hold a few thousand people and had a massive television screen for people to fight from as well. The fighting square was in the center of the stadium, and there were 2 long stairs and paths that lead to the fighting square on opposite ends of the stadium, which allowed rival teams or opponents to walk down and meet one another at the square. The arena itself was about 12 meters below the stands and surrounded by a large wall so that no stray attacks hit the spectators. 15. When the tour group arrived, they found the graduation students preparing to start their matches. Surprisingly enough, Naruto's adopted daughter Yami, Nene, and Yoshiko were among the graduating students. Deciding to enjoy the matches and see what the next generation of new Kumo shinobi were capable of, the tour group made their way to the stands and sat in the seats directly in front of the class, who were standing in the middle of the arena. Down with the graduation students. Okay class, now as you know these matches are to evaluate your overall skill level, so you're allowed to use jutsu. Now this will not affect your overall grade, but it will help to finalize your genin team for next week. Also, you should all know that if any of the other instructors or I feel that a match has gone too far, we will stop the fight. Is that clear? Said the instructor. Hi sensei, replied the students. Also, as you can see in the stands, we have some visiting dignitaries here today watching us. So I expect all of you to do your best and to hold yourself up to the high standard of our village. Am I clear? Stated the instructor, where the students once again responded with a hi. Very good, now we'll start things off. First up, Kono Rai versus Morikira. Stated the instructor, where the 2 students walked forward, while the rest of the class fell back to watch the match, with the observers. So they're starting things off with that kid from Kono clan, commented Ain. The Kono clan, I've never heard of them, stated Sakura. Can't say I'm surprised, they aren't really a well-known clan and are quite small, and there aren't that many of them left in the village, since most of the clan was killed in the civil war, where they fought on the Godame Raikage side, answered Karui. So what makes this kid so special? Asked Kiba. Well, according to his reports, he's the most gifted student in the class and is an acclaimed prodigy, and has already been named the Rookie of the Year. His own clan even calls him the hope of the Kono clan, since they're depending on him to help restore their clan esteem. That's quite a lot of pressure to put on someone his age, Kakashi commented. Perhaps, but as Karui said, the clan has fallen on hard times, answered Samui. Rai had long black hair that is bound in a white wrap, he had golden eyes and had a red bandana around his head, and wore white martial arts style clothing. Thinking that the fight would be interesting to watch, the shinobi representatives watched the match carefully. Sadly though, the match didn't last very long, where Rai proved to be too much for his opponent, where the young man took down his opponent in under 10 seconds, with a series of fast and powerful taijutsu moves. Damn, that didn't take long, the kid is fast, I'll give him that, commented Jiraiya, as Rai was already as fast as a low-level chunin. Soon enough though, after Rai and his opponent had left the arena, the instructor called out the next set of names, where one of them was a young girl named Rin, who was also from the Kono clan, and another girl. Rin had golden eyes like Rai and had red hair that framed her face and had it tied in a loose ponytail that fell down to the middle of her back. She wore a white Chinese top with pink strips and wore baggy white shinobi pants. Another Kono member, Niji commented. Yeah, but she's from a separate branch of the clan, answered Yuffie. And trust me, if what I've heard about her true, she's no pushover and is a real firecracker. Not to mention she was one of the contenders for top kunoichi. Like with Rai's fight, the shinobi representatives watched the fight between the 2 young would-be kunoichi, and like Rai's fight didn't last very long. In fact, it was even quicker than Rai's, where Rin opponent tried to hit her with a series of fast jabs. But each time the girl avoided the punches without much trouble, and before the boy knew it, he found his legs being kicked from underneath him and landing flat on his back, after which Rin stood over him ready to deliver the finished blow. Damn, and I thought the last kid was fast, said Jiraiya, since Rin was even faster than her clansman Rai was. After Rin and her opponent left the arena, the instructor called out another pair of names, one of whom was named Lan, who was also another member of the Kono clan like Rin and Rai. In fact, according to Yuffie, he was the elder twin brother of Rin. Lan had spiky jet black hair that was done up in a small ponytail, and like his twin sister, and Rai had golden eyes, which according to Aang was a trait shared among the clan. He wore dark blue shinobi pants and bandages around his forearms and hands, and wore a long yellow trench coat with green edges to cover his bare torso. He also wore a necklace around his neck with small green stones on it, which were shaped like claws. Down in the arena, once both Lan and his opponent were facing one another, the instructor raised up his arm and cried, "Begin!" As soon as they heard the instructor shouting, "Begin," Lan's opponent charged forward and attempted a forward punch. Lan quickly responded to this by sidestepping the punch and grabbing hold of his opponent, where he then flipped the young boy over. Acting quickly, Lan's opponent did a mid-air flip and landed on his feet, and then quickly spun around and threw several shuriken at Lan, who skillfully did a back flip to avoid the shuriken, and then turned around and did several hand seals. After which he cried, "Right-on ratio, lightning style, lightning palm!" And charged forward with his hand covered in a thin layer of lightning. Seeing Lan charging towards him, Lan's opponent immediately jumped backwards in an attempt to avoid the attack. But unfortunately, Lan was too fast and his opponent couldn't avoid his attack completely, where Lan was able to touch his opponent's chest. After Lan placed his hand on his opponent's chest, a small charge of lightning traveled through his body and caused it to go stiff. Once Lan's opponent hit the ground and the instructor refereeing the match saw that the other boy could no longer move, he declared Lan the winner. With the observers, "Impressive, he is already able to use his nature affinity and is able to do right-on jutsu," commented Shino. "Yes, in the beginning of their last year, all academy students are tested on their nature affinity, so that they can be taught how to do D-rank level elemental jutsu that suits their elemental affinity, and should they show enough skill and talent, we even teach some C-rank jutsu," stated Samui. "Isn't that a little advanced for them?" asked Irika. "We don't see it that way," answered Samui. "Since by doing this we can better prepare them for the shinobi world and have them fitted with the right team and sensei, so that they can reach their full potential. Also, it gives those who do not come from a shinobi background a more equal chance, since those who come from shinobi clans and families will naturally have more advanced training thanks to the help of their family or clansmen. We also teach students tree walking, water walking, and sword students in different teams each week, when they do E-rank missions in the village, so to find out who works best with whom in terms of skill and cooperation. We even give them some voluntary classes to take or test them on certain types of techniques, like Fuinjutsu, Genjutsu, or other things, to see if they have any interest or talent in any of them." After hearing this, Irika had to admit that what Samui was saying did make sense, and it was definitely a broad way of doing things, since it gave students the chance to maximize their potential and gave them a more advanced start than most genin from other villages. After Lan and his opponent left the arena, the instructor called out the next pair of names. The first was a young boy named Sora Tetsu and the other was a young girl named Shinmen Futkiri. Tetsu was a tall young boy who looked to be coming into his early teens. He had spiky brown hair and brown eyes and wore loose-fitting blue pants, an orange shirt and a gray jacket with a furry hood over it. Futiki was a young girl, who looked to be about a year younger than Tetsu and was at least a head shorter than him. She had dark hair that she had tied up in a bun and wore a yellow shirt and green pants. But the thing that caught most people's attention was her pale white blank eyes, indicating the girl was blind. "Oh, this should be interesting," said Yuffie as she grinned with excitement. "What do you mean?" "You can't expect that girl to fight that other kid, she obviously blind, she doesn't stand a chance," stated Kankuro. "You forget, Kankuro-san. In the shinobi world appearances can be deceptive, and I can assure you, young Futiki is highly capable, despite her lack of sight," replied Tomo. "Agreed, she is also quite skilled as she is the younger sister of Shinmen Yukai, the Chi no Megami, goddess of earth, and member of the Go Genso no Megami, 5 elemental goddesses," added Aing. "So who's the kid that she's going against then?" asked Temari. "He's a former refugee, who the Raikage allowed into the village along with some others after their village was destroyed by a group of rogue shinobi," answered Oma. "Is he any good?" asked Tenten. "If we were to judge him by his school report and record, then I would say no, he isn't. He's basically the class clown, as he prefers making jokes and skips most of classes and avoids sparring with the rest of his class or loses the matches. In fact, according to his teachers, he basically gives up as soon as the fight starts. But seemingly the Raikage states that he's more than he appears and says he has great potential, Samui stated. At hearing this, many of the shinobi representatives grew curious and wondered what Naruto saw in the young man. Down in the arena. Well, looks like you drew the short straw here, Tetsu, mocked Futiki as she faced against Tetsu. At this comment, Tetsu just sighed as he kept his hand in his pocket, indicating that he didn't want to fight. Sigh, I don't really want to fight you, Futiki. Can't we just say you won and leave it at that, since this fight won't really affect us? Afraid not, replied Futiki, before she took a set of kunai and threw them at Tetsu, who barely avoided them by jumping to his right. But as soon as he did, Futiki appeared in front of him and attempted to punch him in the face, which he barely avoided by sidestepping the punch. After which the young man disappeared and reappeared behind Futiki. Light on your feet as always, Tetsu, but then again you always were good at running away, said Futiki as she turned around to face her opponent. Listen, Futiki, I don't really want to fight you, said Tetsu, hoping to end the fight. Well, too bad for you, replied the blind girl as she did some hand seals and cried. Doton Doriyuso, Earth Style, Earth Flow Spears! After which a spike made out of earth erupted out of the ground in front Tetsu, nearly impaling him. Fortunately though, Tetsu acted quickly and jumped up into the air and avoided the earth spike. After which he landed gracefully on top of the spike and threw a set of shuriken at Futiki, who responded by blocking the shuriken with Doton, Dorikageshi Earth Release, Earth Shore Return. With the observers, most impressive, Shino commented, since like most of the other shinobi, he was impressed how a girl like Futiki could use 2 C-rank jutsu in a row. Yeah, but how in the hell can she see that guy? I thought she was blind, said Konohamaru. She is blind, but she is using her chakra to enhance her hearing and sensing for his chakra, techniques which are techniques used in the blind assassin style if I'm not mistaken, answered Kakashi, as he remembered from Sakura's report on her rescue from the hold, that the storm shinobi of New Kumo were trained in the blind assassin style. Correct, answered Tomo. The Raikage gave Futiki permission to learn the blind assassin style. He then allowed her to join the academy once she had mastered some of the sensing techniques to a satisfactory degree. By using these skills she can follow her opponent's movements by sound or chakra alone, or even detect an incoming attack by sound alone. When the Konoha, Suna and Kiri groups heard this, many of them could not but be further impressed with the young girl, as to learn techniques like that at her age was no small feat. It also proved what Tomo said earlier, that Futiki was more than she appeared. Down at the arena after blocking Tetsu's last attack, Futiki deactivated her last jutsu, where the wall of earth fell back into the ground. About time you grew a pair and started fighting back, replied Futiki with a smirk. Like I said, I don't want to fight you, Futiki, so let's just end this, stated Tetsu calmly. Fine, I will, responded the girl, where she too took out some kuni and threw them at Tetsu, who remained perfectly still on the top of the earth spike as they flew right past him. This of course surprised and confused many of those watching the fight, as Futiki aim had been dead on and yet she still missed. It was as if something had diverted them from hitting Tetsu. 17. Annoyed by how she somehow missed, Futiki took out several more shuriken and kunai and threw them at Tetsu. Seeing the projectiles coming at him, Tetsu remained perfectly calm and right before they could hit him, Tetsu raised his hand up and waved his hand away and said, Takwetsufu, prevailing wind! B. After which a powerful blast of wind erupted and blew the projectiles and Fakiti away, where the young girl was sent flying several out of the fighting square. With the observers naturally after seeing this, everyone was completely stunned. Even Ain and all the other new Kumo shinobi were shocked by Tetsu's sudden show of power. Impossible! How could a mere genin create a wind attack that strong without any hand seals or even a fan? Said Baki in disbelief. It was at this point that the large group suddenly heard amused laughter coming from behind them. When the tour group turned around and looked up, they saw none other than Naruto sitting on one of the seats and was accompanied by Shimen Yukai, his bodyguards/wives Yujito, Fu and Oksu, as well as secretary/wife Nanao and his other wives Taira, Soifun and Takara. When everyone saw them, they all thought the exact same thing. When did the hell did they arrive? And how did they appear without us sensing them? Naruto, what are you doing here and when did you arrive? Asked Tsunade when she saw the young male blonde. I thought you said you had your talks with IWA today. I was here before any of you arrived. We were just at the other end of the arena, and decided to join you after a little while. As for the talks with IWA, I finished them early, since you hardly expect me to miss my own daughter's graduation exam," replied Naruto with a smile, which caused everyone else to either shake their heads in disbelief or smile in amusement at Naruto's actions. At the same time, the others saw that Tetsu had been declared the winner, as Fikidi was still trying to regain herself after being blown away by Tetsu's sudden wind attack. "Did you know about his abilities?" asked Tomo as she turned to her husband. "Yes, I've known about his abilities from some time. Despite Tetsu having no real desire to fight or be a shinobi and being more of a joker, he has a phenomenal talent for futon, wine style, jutsu, and as you saw, he has an almost unnatural control over the wind itself, which you all saw when he defeated Yukai's younger sister Futari." Naturally, the four groups of shinobi were shocked by this news. If he had no desire to be a shinobi, why did he even join the academy? Also, if he had such natural skill, then why didn't he reveal it to his teachers or during his futon classes? Asked Ain. Simply put, the boy became a shinobi because he needs money. You see, his sister was born with a very weak body and she gets sick very easily. There is a treatment, but sadly the operation is very expensive, and since both their parents are dead, she depends on him. That's why he joined the academy, since he saw being a shinobi the only way he could possibly earn enough money to pay for his sister operation. The whole class clown thing is a facade he has going, so that people won't think much of him, especially when he skips class to care for his sister," explained Naruto sadly. "But why does he hide it?" asked Hinata. "He doesn't want to gain attention, where people would find out about him and his sister, and would pity them. This is something he does not want, as he is a rather proud boy," Naruto answered, since in many ways Tetsu reminded him of himself when he was the young boy's age. "But how is he able to have such control over the wind?" asked Temari, as she never seen anyone have such natural control over their affinity at such a young age. "I've a theory towards that, but I'm afraid I can't share it right now, since I'm not 100% certain of it yet," stated Naruto, where before anyone could even try to ask further, Naruto said the next match was about to start, which was between two young kunoichi, one of whom Naruto was very interested in. The girl in question was named Neru Swatiki. Like Tetsu, she was a refugee from the same village that Naruto allowed into the new Kumo after their village was destroyed by rogue shinobi. According to her instructor's reports, she had excellent control over her chakra and had a possible talent for medical ninjutsu. She also showed signs of having a high aptitude when it came to Suiton, water style, not unlike Tetsu, when it came to futon. Swatiki was a medium-tall attractive young girl, with long dark hair that was done up in a long ponytail that reached down below her back. She wore a bright blue dress that had wave designs and short sleeves and was spilt on the sides. That would give her plenty of freedom to move around, and wore cream shorts underneath, along with long black stockings and simple saddles. As the shinobi representatives watched the fight, many were impressed with Swatiki's Suiton skills, which seemed so natural, where she used water from a water satchel that she carried on her lower back to fight her female opponent. During the fight, Swatiki used the Mizubushin no Jutsu, water clone technique, to attack and distract her opponent, while she used her remaining water to use Suiton, Suiben, water style, water whip, to bind and hold the other girl. After the fight was declared over and Swatiki the winner, Naruto and the others continued to watch the next couple battles for the next several minutes, where eventually the instructor called out then names Amako Reizo and Ishida Soken. Reizo was about average height for a 13-year-old. With white hair and crimson-red eyes, he wore a simple red button shirt with black pants and a long black coat. Soken was roughly the same height as Reizo, with a narrow frame. He had short dark hair and gray eyes and wore gray shorts and a white shirt and carried Bao on his back. When the three Kages and their parties heard the name Amako, they all had a surprised looks. "Amako! As in the Amako clan?" asked Hamura, where he got a nod of acknowledgement from Naruto. "But I thought the Amako clan was wiped out after the Civil War," stated the shinobi elder. "That's actually incorrect. After the Godame Raikage Amako Zankuro was killed, what was left of his clan fled the country, fearing that we would have killed them all in revenge for what they did," answered Naruto. "But if they all fled, why is he still here?" asked Ino. "The reason is because we found him shortly after the Godame Raikage was killed, before his clan fled the country. Once the war ended, I decided to let him stay and allowed him to become a shinobi when he applied to join the academy," explained Naruto. Before anyone else in the group could ask anything more about Reizo or his clan, Naruto indicated that the match was about to start and that he wished to watch it. Down in the arena, as soon as the two genin stood opposite one another, Soken glared angrily at Reizo, as he took off his bow and prepared to fight. "You're going to pay for what you and your clan did to my family and everyone else in my clan," stated Soken angrily as he gathered his chakra and had it form into an arrow where he strung it onto his bow. "I may be of the Amako clan, Soken, but I have had nothing to do with what the Godame Raikage and what the rest of my clan did," replied Reizo calmly, but with a tone of remorse as he remembered what his clan had done. "Tis, save your excuse, you're just like him. His blood runs through your veins after all, maybe, but it is not by choice, and although I may have his blood running through my veins, I am not him, and he is dead. Then maybe you should join him," yelled Soken, after which the referee shouted begin, and Soken fired his Chakura no Ya, chakra arrow, at Reizo, who disappeared and reappeared behind Soken and kicked him hard in the back, while his chakra arrow flew to the other end of the large arena and exploded when it hit the wall. Recovering quickly, Soken turned around and fired another arrow at Reizo, who evaded it like the other one, and then appeared in front of Soken and gave him a strong punch in the stomach, causing him to keel over in pain. "Give up, you can't win if you can't hit me," stated Reizo as she stood over Soken. "Never!" yelled Soken as he got up and swung his bow at Reizo, which jumped back to avoid it. After which Soken fired 3 arrows made out of chakra in rapid succession, but like before, Reizo skillfully avoided them with his high speed. With the observers as Naruto and the others watched the battle progress, many were impressed with Reizo's speed, which on par with Lee without his weights back when he was competing in the Chunin exam. "Look at him go!" commented Tenten as she watched the young boy evaded all his opponent's attacks. "Yosh! Truly he is in the springtime of his youth," declared Lee. "But how is he able to be so fast?" asked Niji. "I highly doubt that new Kumo's academy would follow the same kind of physical training that Gai-sensei did when training Lee. I believe it's more to do with his blood limit than physical training, am I correct?" stated Kakashi, as she turned to Naruto and the others. "You are Hataki-san," replied Takara. "What exactly is the Amako blood limit?" asked Udon. "Reizo and his clan blood limit is called the Kurengazandaparasu, Crying Thunder Pulse. It allows the user to amplify his or her bioelectric current, thereby allowing the user to create lightning jutsus without having to use chakra or use hand seals to a limited degree. They can even combine their bioelectric current with their lightning chakra to increase the attack power of any lightning technique that they use. But the blood limit's greatest ability is that it allows its users to naturally enhance their body's speed, strength, and power by using their bioelectric current to electrically stimulating their nervous system and speed up their neural synapses. This is what Reizo is using to enhance his speed to such an extent. It's even said that the Raiden no Yoroi, lightning-style armor, was based on this blood limit," explained Nanao as if she was quoting a book. 16. "Well, it certainly explains things," answered Niji, since he had found it hard to believe in a young boy, who wasn't even a genin yet, could be as fast as Lee was when they were younger. Since Lee had spent a whole year in specialized training under Guy to be that fast. Although, like most things that increase a person's natural abilities quickly, the technique Reizo was using was taking its toll on his body, as by using his Byakugan. Niji could see the stress the technique was putting Reizo's body the longer he used it, since he was clearly not used to moving so fast, yet impressively Reizo hid this, as he maintained an expressionless facade. But as worn out as Reizo was becoming, Soken was even more exhausted, as by using his Chakura no Ya multiple times, he was running low on chakra very quickly, where he could barely stand. Down at the arena, "I suggest that you forfeit now, Soken. You've used up nearly all of your chakra. You cannot continue. I do not wish to hurt you," stated Reizo. Since for the majority of the fight he had been doing nothing more than dodging Soken's attacks, hoping to wear the Ishida member down, as he didn't want to hurt him, given what his clan had done to Soken's family and clan members. "I'll never give up to you," spat Soken before he fired another chakra arrow at Reizo, who avoided it like all the others. But unlike this time, Soken raised his hand up and had the arrow change its direction to follow Reizo. Sadly though, Soken overestimated his control, where instead of moving to where Reizo was, the arrow moved too far and headed straight to where the students who had yet to fight were waiting. The arrow hit the top section of the arena wall that they were standing next to and caused a small explosion. When the chakra arrow hit the wall, most of the students were able to jump away. The only exception was a young girl who tripped when she tried to jump away from the explosion. Those watching could only watch in horror as a large piece of the wall broke off and crashed on top of the helpless girl. But just as the dust settled from the fallen chunk of the wall, the students, instructors, and other observers saw a human-shaped silhouette appear in the dust cloud, where after a few seconds, Reizo walked out of the dust cloud holding the young girl in his arms. Upon seeing Reizo, everyone quickly realized that in the space of only 2 seconds, Reizo had crossed the distance from where he was fighting to the young girl and carried her away from the falling piece of wall. After coming out of the dust cloud, Reizo placed the girl down, who was fairly shook up from what happened. Quickly enough, one of the instructors went up to the girl and took her away to be checked up. But before she left, she thanked Reizo for saving her, although strangely enough, she looked hesitant at first, as if she was unsure whether she should thank him or not. Once everything settled down a bit, the referee of the match stated that the match was to be declared unfinished given what had happened and because Soken was unable to fight, after which Soken was taken away to be taken care of for chakra exhaustion, where he would most likely receive some kind of punishment for endangering his classmates. With the observers, "Well, that was certainly more exciting than I expected," commented Tera. "Agreed, the boy went too far, although considering that he went up against Reizo of all people, I can't say I blame for lashing out," stated Soifun. "What do you mean? I get that he hates that Reizo brat because he is an Amako. But that still doesn't explain why he hates him to that extent, or why that girl was so hesitant to even thank. Even after he saved her life, you think she'd be a little more grateful," Jiraiya remarked. "Soken's reasons for hating Reizo so much is similar to the reason why the Yandere Tsuchikage Ryoku and IWA hates me," answered Naruto neutrally. "What do you mean?" asked Choji, not fully understand what Naruto was saying. "To put it simply, Reizo is the son of the former Godame Raikage of Mako Zankuro." "He's his son," repeated Koharu in shock, when Naruto just nodded again. "You knew this and yet you let him live and allowed him to become a shinobi for your village," said Danzo, who couldn't believe that Naruto was actually that naive and that he would let the son of his former enemy live and allow him to be trained as a shinobi in his own village. Since to Danzo to do something like that was not only foolish, but was basically giving Reizo an open invitation to try and kill Naruto. "Unlike you, Danzo, I refuse to kill innocent children, simply because of who their parents are," Naruto replied with a sneer. "Reizo may be Zankuro's son, but he isn't Zankuro himself and children should not be punished for their parents' sin." "And what will you do, when he comes seeking revenge on you for killing his father?" asked Danzo, since he found Naruto reasoning for letting Reizo live not only foolhardy, but naive. Although on the other hand, the fact of who Reizo was, presented an opportunity that could be useful to him, Danzo, at a later time. "Should that day ever come, I will deal with it accordingly, but until then I will put my faith in Reizo and allow him to make his own choices. By believing he can become better than his father and possibly redeem his clan in the future," stated Naruto. At this, Danzo only scoffed, since at that moment Naruto sounded just like the Sandaime, giving one of his speeches of peaceful coexisting. "Naive fool." Soon after, the excitement of the previous match died down, and the instructors decided continued and finished the remaining matches off, where for the next hour, Naruto and the others watched the remaining genin candidates fight one another. Eventually they came to the last 3 matches, which was what Naruto and the others wanted to see the most, since they involved Naruto's 3 daughters Nene, Yoshiko, and Yami. Nene match was the first of the remaining 3 to start, where she faced against a young girl, who looked to be about 12. Surprisingly though, the match didn't last very long, where as soon as the referee cried, "Begin," Nene disappeared and reappeared in front of the opponent, where she delivered a strong punch to the stomach. Nene then followed up with a series of strong kicks and a few more punches. In less than a minute the battle was over, where the young girl was lying on the ground with several injuries. That went quicker than I thought," commented Anko in surprise, as she had to admit Nene was pretty fast for her age. Not as fast as Tetsu and Reizo, but fast nonetheless. "Nene-chan is really strong, isn't she too, San?" said Aiko, as she turned to her father Irika. "That she is. I'm guessing you've been training her and her sisters," Irika commented, where he turned to Naruto. "I may have taught them a thing or two," replied Naruto with a small smirk. "Yeah, I beat, but then again she and her sisters will need it to beat back all the guys that will probably come after them. Once they get a little older," Kiba said with a smile, as he remembered the image of what Nene and her sister were to look like when they got older. Although that smirk quickly disappeared when he saw Naruto frown and began to generate lightning around his body. "If those little Punks think that they can go near my little girls, they're going to be in for a rude shock, stated Naruto, as he held up his hand and generated even more lightning and had a sadistic smile on his face, one that impressed even Anko, as he thought about all about the different, fun, things he would do to any boys that tried to date his little girls. Damn, who would have ever guessed that the brat was the overprotective father type? Tsunade thought. Huh, why do all men have to like this, when it comes to their daughters? Though Yujito with a sigh. A word of advice, dogboy, said Karu in a low voice. Unless you want to become a human lightning rod, you won't say the word boyfriend around the Rokudame, as it's kind of a taboo word with him. Besides, between you and me, I don't think there'd be many boys willing to go after those three when they get older. Why the hell not? Those three will be knockouts once they hit puberty, Kiba whispered back. Well, think about it, the Rokudame is the strongest shinobi and Kage alive. He also rules over the strongest shinobi nation and commands thousands of loyal assassins. Not to mention he wields one of the strongest bloodlines in exist, and contains the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts. Most guys would be too scared to ask them out in case they piss him off. At this kind of reasoning Kiba had to agree, and that Karui did have a point, which kind of made Kiba pity any guy that did try to date Nene and her sisters. Since given the look that Naruto had right now, those poor souls would be in for a world of suffering. Soon enough though, Kiba was brought out of his musing by Sakura, who suddenly spoke up. What is she doing down there? With Nene in the arena after being declared the winner by the referee, and seeing that her opponent couldn't move due to the injuries she received from her attacks, Nene quickly walked over to the girl and kneeled down to her. Don't move, I'll help you. Listening to what Nene was telling her, the girl did what she was told. After which Nene closed her eyes and placed her hand on the girl's forehead and channeled her chakra into the girl. When she did this, her hand glowed green and spread throughout the girl's body and healed all her injuries within seconds. Once all of the girl's injuries were healed, Nene helped the girl up, who thanked her, after which they left the arena together. With the observers. Did she use some kind of medical ninjutsu? Asked Ino. She couldn't have, she didn't do any hand seals, stated Tsunade, since she found it unlikely that New Kumo's academy would teach any medical ninjutsu that advance. All she did was touch her forehead. Actually, all she did was channel her chakra into the girl's body, explained Naruto, gaining everyone's attention again. What do you mean by that? Asked Sakura. Like my mother, both Nene and Yoshiko were born with special chakra that grants them special abilities. Nene's chakra allows her to heal injuries at a much higher rate, similar to the Inusho Metsu, in healing wound destruction, technique that Snake Kabuto uses. She can also heal other people, as you saw, by simply sending her chakra into another person's body. The full extent of her chakra's healing power is still unknown, but I've seen her heal many serious injuries in minutes that would normally take days if not weeks to heal. Amazing, thought Tsunade as she thought about the possibilities of having someone like Nene as a medic nin, given how it was obvious that if Nene could be trained to use her chakra correctly, she could very well become one of the greatest medics to have ever lived. I wouldn't get any ideas if I were you, Tsunade, commented Naruto, when he saw the thoughtful look on Tsunade's face. Retsu has already made plans to make Nene her apprentice, once she gets a little older. At hearing this, Tsunade was naturally a little disappointed, since it wasn't every day that one would find a person with such an obvious talent to be a medic as Nene. But she soon got over it, since she knew that Unohana would train the girl well. If you do not mind me asking, Raikage-sama, but since your daughter has this remarkable ability, would I be correct in assuming that her twin has the same ability? Asked Shino. No, Yoshiko's chakra has a completely different ability, answered Naruto. And what is her ability? Asked Niji. You're about to find out, Naruto responded as he indicated back at the arena, as Yoshiko and her opponent were called out and walked out to the middle of the arena. With Yoshiko in the arena, after walking to the middle of the arena, Yoshiko and her opponent faced off against one another. After the referee shouted, "Begin!" Yoshiko's opponent made the first move, where he took out a kunai and threw it as her. Naturally, Yoshiko dunked under the kunai and charged at her opponent, who quickly blocked her punch with his arm. After which, for the next few minutes, the two genin fought each other in taijutsu. As the fight progressed, the two would-be genin proved to be evenly matched, although Yoshiko was much faster than her opponent, which she used to her advantage and delivered a strong kick to the boy's stomach before he could block it, which forced him back a few feet. Recovering quickly, the young boy did some hand seals and thought, "Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, before spitting out a volley of fireballs at Yoshiko. Acting fast, Yoshiko narrowly avoided the small balls of fire by using her high speed to dodge them, although received a few scorch marks on her clothes. But once she avoided all them, she began to do a set of her own hand seals, and then said, Haiden, Genju no Jutsu, Secret Art, Mystic Beast Technique, D, and released a large amount of chakra, which formed around her. After which the chakra began to take of a large blue hawk with red eyes and 3 large blue wolves with the same glowing red eyes. Get him, said Yoshiko, as she pointed at her opponent, who was completely stunned by what Yoshiko did. Before he knew it, the large chakra hawk began to attack him, taking out a kunai. The young boy tried to fight the chakra bird off, but kept missing it. The next thing the boy knew, he was on the ground with 2 chakra wolves pinning his arms to the ground and a third on his stomach growling at him, telling him not to move. Seeing that the boy could no longer fight, the referee declared Yoshiko the winner. Once she had been declared the winner, Yoshiko went over and touched her animals and reabsorbed them into her, after which she helped her opponent back onto his feet and congratulated him on fight so well. With the observers, incredible, so that the special power of her chakra, muttered Tsunade, as like everyone else she was shocked after seeing Yoshiko's unique power. Trust me, Tsunade, that's just a taste of what she can do, since it's a lucky thing that kid didn't destroy her animals, because if he had, he would have been in for a rather nasty surprise, said Naruto with an amused smirk. But how exactly is she able to do this? Asked Gaara. As releasing that much concentrated chakra all at once goes far beyond the capability any normal genin, let alone do something like that. Well, as I said earlier, Yoshiko's chakra is very unique, like Nene's. You see, Yoshiko was born with a very highly level of chakra like myself, but it is much more dense than most people's. This means she can do jutsu with less chakra than is normally required for specific ones. Yet despite having such large amount of chakra, she is able to control it perfectly, which I guess is because it's so dense. Explained Naruto before continuing. During her training with me, she inadvertently created a small kitty made out of chakra, after which with the help of Zhuge Liang sensei as well the Ishida clan Hedryukin, we helped her develop her technique fully. I must admit that a very impressive technique, especially for a child of her age. You should be commended, Raikage-sama, commented the Mizukage, who was greatly impressed with Yoshiko's power. Thank you, but Yoshiko is the one who should be praised for mastering her technique, not me, since it is a technique she and she alone can use. After a few minutes the last match for the graduating class began, which was between Naruto's eldest daughter Yami and a tall dark-skinned young man, who towered over Yami by at least a head and a half. Yet despite his towering size over the blonde girl, the boy actually looked scared of Yami, who remained expressionless as always. Hey Naruto and aren't you worried about that guy that going against Yami-chan? Asked Konohamaru, when he saw that Naruto wasn't the least bit worried about his daughter's opponent. Nah, Yami is more than capable of handling herself. In fact, I'm more worried about her opponent than I am of Yami, replied Naruto. Poor guy, I really feel sorry for him. Of all the people he would face, it had to be Yami, commented Yuffie with a knowing smirk. I do hope that Yami-chan shows some restraint and doesn't go too hard on the boy, commented Tair, with some concern. This of course made all the non-new Kumonins wonder what was it that Yami could do to make Naruto and everyone else so confident of her victory, with Yami after the referee shouted, "Begin!" Yami remained perfectly still and waited for her opponent to make the first move. Her opponent, however, was trying to decide what he should do first, as he was hesitant to doing anything, since he knew what Yami was capable of from when she sparred with the other students. Not to mention she was their class's top kunoichi and was probably the strongest one in their class. Eventually though, Yami's opponent made the first move and charged Yami with his fist raised. Yami although remained perfectly still and waited until her opponent was just about on top of her before disappearing right before her opponent's eyes. Before he even knew what had happened, Yami kicked her opponent in his forward leg, causing him to fall forward and using his own momentum to cause him to tumble forward several meters away. Naturally, at seeing this, many of the observers were impressed, since it took a very calm mind and extremely high skill to pull off a move like that and use an opponent's own momentum against them. Given how you have to hit a person at just right time and point to pull it off correctly. After recovering from his fall, Yami's opponent quickly picked himself up and did some hand seals before thinking. Doton, Doraden no Jutsu, Earth Style, Mud Shot Technique, and spitting out several globs of mud from his mount. When she saw the mud balls coming at her, Yami skillfully avoided most of them, although was unable to avoid them all, where one of them hit her left leg and hardened, reducing her speed. Seeing that one of his attacks hit, Yami's opponent quickly took out some kunai and threw them at the blonde girl. But in an impressive show of incredible skill and speed, Yami caught all 6 kunai in midair before they could hit her, and then threw them back at her opponent. Surprised by this, Yami's opponent was barely able to block react in time, where he used Otan, Dorikugeshi to create a wall of earth to block the incoming kunai. But before the young man could bring the wall down, Yami quickly crossed the distance between them, and in a feat of astonishing strength, she smashed right through the wall with her bare hands, which of course shocked the representatives from Kiri, Suna, and Konoha. Acting quickly, the dark-skinned boy raised his fisted and attempted to punch Yami in the face, before his fist could make contact. Yami caught the boy's fist with her right hand and threw him at least 20 meters away from her, and outside the square. Seeing this, the referee decided to end the match. With Naruto and the others as the match ended, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle slightly at the disbelieving and shocked look on Tsunade and most of the others' faces, as they couldn't believe the level of strength Yami had. "How on earth did she do that?" asked a stunned Sakura. "Could she have somehow used the same kind of technique that you and the Hokage used?" Sai asked as he turned to look at Sakura. "No, she couldn't have," stated his wife Ino. "I didn't sense her using any chakra." "Then how did she do it?" asked Moegi. "Simple, she used pure strength, nothing more," stated an amused Naruto. "But how?" asked Tsunade as she turned to the young blonde. "To do something like that takes years of physical training, and there's no way a child like her could have strength like that naturally." "I'm afraid that is a classified Hokage-san," replied Naruto, who suddenly became stern as they closed in on a sensitive subject. After which he got up from his seat and began to walk away so to congratulate his daughters on doing so well. But before he, Yujito, and the others could leave, Shikamaru, who had remained silent for most of the fight, suddenly spoke. "She's been genetically altered, hasn't Naruto?" The moment Shikamaru said this, Naruto snapped his head around and gave Shikamaru a hardened look that made the young Nara flinch slightly. At the same time, Yujito and the rest of Naruto's wives all tensed up, where they quickly turned to stare at Shikamaru with surprised looks, as did Yukai and the rest of the new Kumo shinobi. "Shikamaru, what are you talking about?" asked Tsunade as she turned to the young Jonin commander. "That girl Yami has been genetically altered somehow so that she would have superhuman strength. It's the only explanation for her great strength without using any kind of technique, as Ino stated that she didn't sense her using any chakra. My guess is that she was involved in the same kind of experiments that gave the Ishida and Yuki clan members their bloodlines," stated Shikamaru, where he looked at Naruto and his wives for confirmation. Naturally, Naruto and the other did not comment of this and remained silent, but that was enough to confirm what Shikamaru had said, where he decided to continue. "I'm also willing to bet that, like your other adopted daughters, something happened to her that involved you. That's why you adopted her, since you somehow feel responsible for whatever was done to her, am I wrong?" asked Shikamaru as he stared at his former blonde comrade. At this, Naruto continued to remain silent. He of course thought about denying it and walking away, but knew Shikamaru or the other wouldn't let this go, and the fact was Shikamaru had already guessed most of it, so there was no point in hiding it. After let out a large sigh, Naruto stared at Shikamaru. I should have known that you would have caught on, Shikamaru. But to answer your question, yes, you're correct, Yami has been genetically altered. During the Civil War, the Godain Raikage began to gather up people to experiment on, to find ways of increasing Kumo's power and its quality of shinobi. Both Yami and her parents were among the thousands of people that were taken away and experimented on. Both Yami's parents died during those experiments, while she and 50 others were placed in a special program called the Super Shinobi Program. The goal of the program, continued Naruto, was to create the perfect shinobi, who was stronger and faster than any other shinobi and felt no fear and obeyed orders without question. For several years they experimented on her, an enhanced body making her faster and stronger, and put her on a drug therapy that suppressed her emotion and made her more compliant to orders. So that's why she's so strong and acts the way she does, stated Jiraiya. Yes, although she held back a great deal of her strength, so not to hurt the boy she was fighting. In fact, according to our estimates, by the time she reaches full maturity she could be as strong as Tsunade and Harino, and be as fast as Guy and Lee without their weights, although as I said, that is just an estimate. As for her emotional state, It has taken me this long just to get her to open up to me and the girls to that point, and I'm not entirely sure if she can ever truly recover from the trauma she suffered." "How did you find her?" asked Hinata. "In the final months of the war, we discovered the location of the research base and I led the attack on it and found Yami. Later I found out what was done to her and decided to adopt her, although as Shikamura said there's more to the reason than simply pity for what was done to her." "What do you mean?" asked Lee. "You see, before we attacked the research lab, the Godame Raikage's forces somehow gained a sample of my blood from one of my battles with them. In an attempt to gain the Rambaka, Stormbreaker, limit for themselves, they injected my DNA into her." "Hold on, are you saying that she has the Rambaka?" asked Hamaru in surprise, while at the same time thinking what this meant. "No, the experiment only partially worked." "What do you mean by partially?" asked Tenten. "Yami did not gain my Rambaka limit, but she did gain my healing factor and is therefore immune to basically any kind of poison and can heal almost instantly from most injuries. Also, it seems that when my DNA was inserted into her, her eye color changed from blue to red. The reason for this, I believe, is because of a combination of the alteration that were done to her and because of my DNA, since whether I like it or not, the QB is part of my DNA after it flooded my body with its chakra." After hearing this, the three groups were naturally surprised, since most of them had no idea how far the Godame Raikage went to try and win the civil war and to make Kumo stronger. Danzo, on the other hand, found this news to be very interesting and found that the Godame Raikage Super Shinobi program could be quite beneficial if he could somehow implement it himself. "So you adopted Yami-san because you felt responsible for what happened to her?" stated Niji. "Yes, I do, but I also adopted her because I am probably the closest thing that she has left to a blood relative. Therefore it's my responsibility to care for her and help her, as she has no one else left and no child should have to grow up alone." After hearing this, the shinobi representatives fell silent, where many could not help but pity the young girl, as they could only imagine the suffering she must have went through when she was being experimented on. Yujito, of course, placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder as a sign of support, since she knew how much Naruto blamed himself for what they put Yami through when they injected his DNA, even though it wasn't really his fault. "May I ask, what happened to the 50 others that were involved in the Super Shinobi program?" asked Shino. "They're all dead. Most of they died during the experiments that were placed on them. Those like Yami who survived the experiments were killed during our attack on the research base. Yami was the only survivor, and before you ask, she was the only one who was injected with my DNA, since they had only enough for one attempt." After hearing this, the three Kaiges and their individual parties all nodded their heads in understanding, after which they all followed Naruto and his party down to the arena to congratulate the students for fighting so well and graduating. Down in the arena, "You did great, Yamine," cheered Yoshiko as she ran up and greeted her older sister. "Yeah, he never stood a chance against you," said Nene, as she followed her twin and greeted her older sibling. "I greatly appreciate both your praise. Thank you. Both of you fought admirably as well. The three of you did great, as did everyone else here," stated a familiar voice to the three girls. When they turned around, they saw their father walking towards them, along with their mothers and the representatives of Konoha, Kiri and Suna. "Look, it's the Raikage!" cried one of the students when he saw the leader of their village walking towards them. "Tu-san!" cried Nene and Yoshiko together, as they ran up and greeted their father, who congratulated the two girls as did the girls' mothers. Naruto even congratulated the rest of the graduating class, telling them that he was very proud of them all. "I am surprised you came, Odo-sama, as I did not think you would be able to come, due to your meeting with the representative of IWA," spoke Yami, with her usual emotionless tone and blank expression as she walked up to Naruto and the others. "Of course I would. I wouldn't miss this for the world," Naruto said as she smiled down at Yami. "But surely your meeting with the representative of IWA takes a much higher precedence over our graduating matches?" stated Yami with her usual blank look. At this, Naruto knelt down to his adopted daughter and looked her directly in the eyes and said, "As far as I am concerned, you, your sisters and your mothers are the most important things to me. I would rather be here and watch the three of you becoming genin than be anywhere else. Although I do not fully understand your reasoning, Odo-sama, I do understand your desire to be near us and appreciate your support," said Yami with the same expressionless look. Although as she said this, Naruto saw a small smile form on her face, indicating that she was indeed happy that he had come to watch them. Pleased with seeing this, Naruto hugged Yami, since she rarely smiled. Soon after, he let go of her and watched as the three girls and the other students were given their headbands, officially making them genin of New Kumo. Once the girls had gotten their headbands, Naruto then stated that they would be heading to Ichiraku's restaurant to celebrate. As expected from any children of Naruto, both Nene and Yoshiko cheered loudly at having ramen. Even Yami seemed slightly pleased at this, stating that she found their ramen enjoyable. They even invited Irika and his family, as well as Konohamaru and his team should join them, stating that they were family too and that the girls should get to know their aunts and uncles and their new cousin. Naturally, neither Irika or Konohamaru or any of the others could refuse Naruto's offer and left with the family, leaving Darui, Guren and the others to escort the other representatives back to their hotel. As the representatives watched Naruto and his family walk out of the arena, some of the Konoha members could not help but smile, as they saw Naruto laugh and talk away with his family. Since it reminded them of times back when Naruto was still with Konoha and when he was young. It also reminded them that no matter how much Naruto had changed over the years, he still remained the same in what mattered most. He still had his kind and loving heart.